see that stream alert ding-a-ling, HasanAbi is live. Come on, it's lovely weather for some Twitter memes together, let's vibe. Online the discourse trending in chat is spamming Alu. Come on, it's perfect weather for a stream raid together with you. Skibbity gat, skibbity gat, skibbity gat, let's go. It's Ohio. Hit the gritty on a Sigma grind, you know. Phantom tax, phantom tax, phantom tax, big yikes. I show speed and Kai are rising on God. Check the VOD, Libby Dunn and Baby Gronk. Our screens are nice and glowing and comfy, cozy are we. We're snuggled up together, even if only digitally. Yes, my boss makes $1 and I'm only making a dime. Come on, let's chat together with Hasan on company time. There's a streamer collab playing Lethal Company, and Hasan will get bonked on the head by Valkyrie. We'll be sharing the jokes we love to type without a single stop in chat arena while we watch the emotes drop. Drop, drop, drop. There's a happy feeling nothing in the world can make, like a debate for the top of the hour ad break. It'll trigger them like a bad faith take or just a straight up lie. These wonderful streams are the things we'll remember all through our lives. These wonderful streams are the things we'll remember all through our lives. Just see that stream alert ding-a-ling, HasanAbi is live. Come on, it's lovely weather for some Twitter memes together, let's vibe. Online the discourse trending in chat is spamming Alu. Come on, it's perfect weather for a stream right together with you.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. We're 77 degrees and sunny here in the stolen land of Los Angeles, California. We are live. We're alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is a day where the lights are no longer blue. It's a yellow light day. Let's go. Rate cut by the feds and light cut by the HasanAbi broadcast. We're back to the warm lighting for all of you. We're live, we're alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is Wednesday, December 10th, 2025. The year 2025 of our holy Lord is almost about to end. Where is Ethnic Santa? Ethnic Santa's not here yet. But, yeah, what's on the bed with Kaya? It's a kneecap that she chews on. All right. Anyway, where the hell are we? Where the hell are we? Oh, as I was saying, this is part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news about what's going on in the world of HasanAbi Piker in between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button. So help me God. That's what I'ma do. Blue lighting is for the straights, yellow is for the gays. Yeah. We got a piss yellow lighting. Did you give this? Shout out to the Kaya. Is it the one in Hong Kong? Yes, I did.
Oh, bolo yao. Bolo bao. Bolo bao. Oh, bolo yao.
Well, yao is like the butter, which you
The butter means
bolo yao.
Yeah.
Oh.
I think it has some like Portuguese influences, obviously.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I did give it to her. She already ate it. She already tanked it. Anyway, big New York Times steak article today. I know. Shouts out to Eric, who did a lot of investigative reporting on that. It's right there on the docket. Do not worry. Inside the dark and predatory world of crypto. What's going on? Oh, there it is. Inside the dark and predatory world of crypto casinos. Anyway, we'll be covering that. Mike said they all need to go to jail. I mean, what needs to happen and what most likely will happen are two entirely separate realities. Let's be fucking real. Okay. Anyway. But yeah. But this is the part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news about what's going on in the world of HasanAbi Piker. In the time period where I press the star streaming button and the stop streaming button. So help me God, this was exactly what I'm gonna do. In case you didn't know, the Game Awards is tomorrow, 4:30 your time. Yeah, we'll be watching it, of course. Okay, what is happening? You guys are demanding that I cover the Game Awards a day prior to the Game Awards? That's what we're doing? Really? Like, it's not enough. The day of, I will be getting spammed in the chat, even though it's like the gaming shit where people will be like, you have to watch the Game Awards. And it's like everybody fucking spams it, but then the people who will come in here don't actually want to watch it. Anyway. But in any case, ladies and gentlemen, personal news-wise, hung out with the family last night. I had to end the broadcast after a spectacular failure playing Dispatch. Spectacular failure playing Dispatch took place where we had to reset the whole thing. And I had to go and hang out with my family anyway. So I was like, fuck it. And I ended it after 20 minutes. I apologize. Or half an hour. Is the save broken? I haven't even started the save yet. I haven't. By the way, the bug wasn't from Resin Golem, but downing him before his event. Yeah, okay, sure. It was a bug with the chat backing. You should promote that new pod you did. Didn't eat. Shit was great. I didn't even realize the pod was out until I saw the updates account. Yeah, I will. Trump just abandoned EU and NATO. Wait, really? Awesome. I doubt it, but. You peeped the Miami mayoral race? Yeah. I'm familiar. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, I went to sleep and I woke up early. I went to sleep early. I woke up early and I got a really cool announcement on my phone that said, you finally reached 8 hours of sleep for once. And what's really crazy is Phoenix emoji, thank you for the 50 bones. Goddamn. Now, the reason why that's really cool is because I had looked at my summary prior to that. And this last week, my like Apple Watch fitness shit was basically screaming at me, telling me that my average sleep time was 3 hours and 39 minutes for the last week. Yeah. It's really bad. Total. My average sleep time was 3 hours and 39 minutes total. So it's that's the reason why every night, by the time I'm done with the broadcast, I feel like absolute doo-doo, absolute death. And I was like, why do I feel like death? And then I checked that shit and I was like, damn, that's probably the reason. Anyway, having said that, I would love to report to you that I did some leg day today. And I felt pretty good about that. Leg day, some big business deals, lots of interviews this past week. There's like a magazine photo shoot that I did that I think is going to look cool, hopefully. And all that good stuff. I was supposed to go to New York, but I canceled the New York trip because I just don't want to travel right now. It's too much. I've traveled far too much at this point, right? Any thoughts on One Piece? I haven't had time to really watch a lot of One Piece. You also drew a drawing of a vagina. I saw that. Yeah. Hairline looking good. Thanks. Thank you. That's what I'm excited to hear. You just crashed the prediction markets with that news? Wait, what do you mean? He's manipulating Kalshi? Wait, no, I was going to New York not for... Oh my God, my parlay. Are you guys stupid? Actually? Shit, your hairline's good. The political best just crashed. Every single thing. Are you drinking olive oil? Yes. Oh shit, you're drinking olive oil and not cold brew? The political markets have crashed. Is that the new meta? Oh no. Oh no, every damn thing I do is crashing the political markets over and over again. What will we do? Yes, have you not noticed? We are stupid. Yeah, we're gonna do Vince Staples X Z-Way. Okay, we're gonna do that. No, they just watched a new TrueAnon app. Oh, did they do one on it? Bro, you were talking about hash oil on Fear and that shit you smoked was fucking PCP. New York City during Christmas was my dream vacation. I just want to not do vacations anymore. No more travel for me. Yeah, America's doing piracy, Venezuela oil, stuff like that. We'll obviously talk about all of that. Listen to me, okay? Listen, old ass, bitch, you don't travel as much. It's not normal to travel this much. If I were to do anything travel-wise, I would probably not. Let me tell you something. If I were to do anything travel-wise going forward, at least in the short term, it would be like taking a week off or something and just going to Japan or something like that for like the holidays. Some shit like that. You know what I mean? I can't be doing these like wake up at 5 a.m. type situations when I travel. I'm too 34 to do that, you know? I think that's fair, right? You wouldn't take a week off? Yeah, I haven't. Show Kaya snow. I know, that's actually a beautiful idea. No more traveling for me. Guaranteed 2 weeks from now, you're going to be in the Philippines or something. I'm just jealous and taking it out on a millionaire middle amount. I'm doing my part. Hell yeah. Multiple trips are hard. Singular long trips are easy. Yeah. Appreciate the work, but I was wondering, based on your YouTube visit, Lee's, why you're seemingly decreased your coverage on Israel's violation of both Lebanon and Gaza ceasefire. Not accusing, just genuinely curious. This is a consistent thing that people ask me whenever I don't do Israel Palestine related coverage every single day nonstop. It's just there's a lot going on, you know. I don't know if you know this, but I haven't really been here. It's literally the same copy paste text as the Sudan one. Oh my god, I know. I wasn't here. And also in the time period where I wasn't really here, the American government has been collapsing or accelerating on its collapse. So, you know, few Venezuela solidarity activists from the U.S. breakthrough no-fly zone arrive in Caracas after a large group of us were blocked. Press conference to start soon with the National Lawyers Guild. Oh shit, hell yeah. Okay. Where was I? Yeah, Brad Lander is running in New York City. DHS social media tourism check. Epstein files unsealed. Trump's first rally on affordability flops. We got a lot going on. Vince Staples is based. Dispatch later. Get it now. Can you fit more Christmas in that frame, my dog? No. I am the most Christ cucked. No one is as Christ cucked as me. No one can come near my level of being Christ cucked. Yeah. Oh, right-wing drama continues as well. With Erica Kirk, Brett Cooper, and more. Yeah. It's pretty crazy. Is him Christ Cuckington? Yeah. New York Times is on my ops' ass. Dude, right? It's not a right too early situation with stuff like that. I know I'm gonna be covering the New York Times Gamba article. New York Times stake article as well. So the thing is, the media moves much slower than I do. like traditional media especially moves much slower than I do. In a lot of instances, it requires, like, I will give you a little bit of inside baseball here. There's a lot of journalists in here that already know this, but many of you might not. But it takes a long fucking time and sometimes a lot of hand-holding and a lot of convincing to be able to get an article like that pulled off. Okay? So there's a reason why someone like CoffeeZilla or someone like myself can be on the ball on an issue like this and consistently talk about it for almost like a year or something until the New York Times even figures out that there is a serious issue, right? And obviously part of the reason why, there's downsides to what we do as well. Like, for example, an investigation conducted by the New York Times into the dark and predatory world of crypto casinos will most likely have a lot more information in it than something that even myself or CoffeeZilla could potentially find, right? But yeah, but it's the downside is like basically 2 years too late almost, where like these guys have been able to basically create an incredible foothold. And not only that, but also by the time this article comes out, right? By the time this article comes out, they've already moved on to the next thing. So like right now, the other meta, like this is obviously still an ongoing problem, right? Like massive gambling issues, massive gambling addiction problems that they're creating for a lot of young people and whatnot. But and Eric obviously Eric Toller, shouts out to Eric Toller. He's a great investigative reporter. I'm a fan of his work. He played a big role in this article. So the current meta right now has shifted beyond crypto gambling, or at least like what the crypto gambling casinos have been doing is basically paying creators on every social media platform to consistently funnel people in, and also engage in some sort of media manipulation as well, whether it be botting the shit out of Reddit and different subreddits, LSF and the like, or whether it be the clip accounts, the clip farming accounts that they have, that they utilize for whichever, like they have basically they've moved on from purchasing and sponsoring major streamers into this new method of finding and plucking young talent and trying to make them into notable figures, right? Investing into them and potentially locking them into 360 deals with a management company. And that's the reason why it's not an accident. If you are a Kick streamer, if you get a Kick contract, you get a lot of coverage from a lot of these blue check mark accounts nonstop that are specifically designed to create controversy and to create drama potentially against like people that these guys are beefing with, or consistently try to make them go viral. But then also there are entire Discord servers with bounties dedicated to like highlighting and promoting these Kick streamers in general. And they have massive there's a massive TikTok presence. That's part of the reason why you see stuff like this new guy Clavicular popping off everywhere, right? You might be wondering, like, where the fuck did this guy come from? Well, he was already he had like a decent TikTok presence in the looks maxing BP community, black pill community, and then he became a Kick streamer. And at the age of 19, he has like done a shit ton of plastic surgery to himself and stuff like that. But once he became a Kick streamer, you saw his clips pop up way more. He's going viral with way higher frequency. And that's because there are so many of these like booster accounts that are all over fucking TikTok. So while the New York Times is covering this shit, they've already the meta has even moved on from this, even though this is still an ongoing issue. So obviously, we'll cover this. We'll cover this today. Eric Toller's piece on it. Crypto casinos have become a multi-billion-dollar industry. One of the ways they've grown is with an unusual marketing strategy, paying millions to internet celebrities to live stream themselves gambling for hours. A lengthy investigation from me, Nail Betty, and Jenny Rantas. Okay? We spoke to dozens of streamers, casino employees, mental health professionals, and industry insiders to understand how the new world of crypto casinos came about and how they aggressively market with live streamers who are popular with teenage boys. While some crypto casinos have big-time endorsements, Stake has deals with UFC, Formula One Racing, a Premier League team, they also rely on an army of online influencers and guerrilla social marketing. Social media marketing, you've probably seen the Stake and other casino logos on Twitter/IG everywhere, right? Like, this is an insane one, but 14-year-old Emmett Till was dragged from his house when he was kidnapped, tortured, and lynched by a mob of white people after falsely being accused. Conan O'Brien today accused Drake of raping a minor at the Oscars, and the culture celebrated and laughed. Lol. Is this what the culture feeling? Lying on innocent black men. Gamble responsibly. Sponsored by Stake. We first started the story after noticing Vitaly Z playing Stake casino games while doing this pedophile catch videos where he would sometimes play on his phone with the alleged predators on stream. So yeah, there's the article as well for that one. Young men are particularly interested in the streamers recruited to gamble in crypto casinos like Stake, Roobet, and Rainbet. For example, XQC and Aiden Ross were popular gaming streamers on Twitch before being paid millions to stream on Kick, where they gamble for hours every week. A young man we spoke to who graduated from high school in May told us that he started gambling in crypto casinos when he was 14. He lost over $10,000 gambling and even took out personal loans to chase his losses. We found many stories such as this. And for those of you who, this is something that I've talked about quite extensively, as you guys know. This is something that I warned about quite frequently, as you guys know. And of course, they never let me fucking get over that. Like, virtually every single one of these guys that went and got the kick bag became my number one ops, my number one enemies, and consistently would shit on me. And the irony is there that, like, many of their fans that initially were also saying, like, fuck Hasan, he's a snake, he's a bad person for calling this shit out, he's actually evil, he's a hypocrite, yada, yada, yada. Many of them also now agree with my position. Many of them also now basically realize, like, yeah, this was actually pretty bad. It ruined the content for us, whatever. They still hate me, but at least they are of sound mind on this issue, you know? But often these gamblers told us video games with gambling features drew them in. The three I heard most often: NBA 2K with its Gacha S packs, Fortnite through wagering, CSGO with its skin market. Many gambling streamers got famous with these games, especially 2K. Roobet and many other crypto casinos are not legal in the United States, but U.S. gamblers, teenagers, and adults alike can dodge regulations with relative ease through the use of VPNs and verified accounts used with IDs purchased online, often from people in Africa and Asia. We spoke to a Canadian man who makes money just under 20 grand in 2025 through this fall, creating accounts on crypto casinos after purchasing photos of IDs in Kenya and India. He sells these accounts, and he also uses his referral code to get a fraction of what they wager. This referral system is a bedrock of crypto casino marketing. Streamers drive signups to their code, which rewards them based on the account's wagers. Often, this is also how casinos assess streamers' success. More wagered on your referral code equals a better deal from the casino. And for those of you that don't know how this stuff works, obviously, just like in the world of drug dealing, the thing that matters the most is the whales, okay? Casinos and drug dealers rely on people who are deeply addicted. It's not the, casual gamblers and people like that casinos make money off of. Like someone like myself, I am a casual gambler, okay? I have a lot of disposable income, and I will go and I will travel to Las Vegas and I'll fucking drop a bag every now and then. But ultimately, I am not, despite the fact that I have a very addictive personality, I've never been, luckily, addicted to gambling, right? I've never been addicted to gambling because I just, do it in a very responsible and controlled way where it's like, this is money that I'm lighting on fire for entertainment, and it's fine if I lose this much, but I don't go beyond the amount that I've lost, right? So someone like myself is not a real earner for the casinos. However, someone who is deeply addicted, that makes much less money than I do, right? But is deeply, deeply addicted to gambling, is going to be a much more valuable person to a casino because they are willing to take out loans so they can continue gambling. They don't know when to stop. They will never stop. Like, they have a deep and crippling addiction. Those are the people that casinos make money off of. The reason why the marketing for gambling, for regular casinos even, revolves around casting as wide a net as possible by trying to get as many people in through the door with, like, you know, your first one is on us. Your first bet is on us. Here's $100 for you to do your first ever bet. The reason why they do that is because they want to cast as wide a net as possible so that they can find those whales, okay? This is what casinos consider whales. That's why they give them a lot of benefits to hook them and then to keep them there to the best of their ability, right? So you can have someone who's super wealthy who is not seen as like a valuable enough client to make money to the casino, as opposed to someone who is middle class or someone who is poor that will be a much more reliable outlet for the casino, much more reliable earner for the casino, because they will dump a lot more money than they actually have. So basically, it's a very dark part of the business, but it does revolve around preying on the most vulnerable. And crypto casinos work in the exact same way. If a regular casino that has to be in a physical space requires a shit ton of entertainment to keep people inside of that casino, pumping oxygen, taking away the clocks from the walls, regulating the temperature in the rooms to make sure that you don't know exactly what time it is and you're getting free drinks in the process of gambling. Crypto casinos also have to have an entertainment function or a draw to draw you in to the room, right? To the online casino. And that is kick.tv, right? So that's where Kick comes in. Kick is the entertainment that is supposed to, at the very least, directly bring in new clientele. And if they can't do that on Twitch, because Twitch has banned Stake.com's crypto gambling initiatives and sponsorships, then they have to create their own. That's how they. That's how we arrived at Kick. I didn't know that. That's good on Twitch. That's so funny that we have people who are in this community that didn't even know that that was happening. You know what's really funny about that? There were a couple streamers who were actually very upset about this when some of the top streamers were getting paid a fuck ton of money to do crypto gambling and getting paid. I was one of the streamers. That's what I was trying to describe early on. There is a reason why so many of the people that went to Kick, some of the top content creators on this platform, from Asmongold to XQC to Trainwrecks and all these other people, they all fucking despise me and Pokey specifically as well, because they think that we were the most responsible for that website, or for Stake, the crypto gambling casino, getting banned off of this platform. Yeah. Anyway. So. Could you explain what would be the difference between Vegas residencies and entertainment sphere of Vegas in general? Easy. Vegas is a physical location. Therefore, that automatically creates a natural barrier of entry for young people to be able to go and gamble. Also, there is a shit ton more regulation in Las Vegas casinos as opposed to a crypto casino that is based out of some island somewhere, some island nation somewhere where there's very little regulation, very little opportunity to legally, very little opportunity for legal recourse. Okay. The other side of the story also is because I'm not like across the board anti-vices. I've never been that. I'm much closer to social libertarianism when it comes to consumption than an authoritarian when it comes to consumption. That's not a secret. Something that I've talked about quite a bit. I myself have gambled as well, and continue to do so. I don't have that major of an issue, but for me, it's the immediate access that you have on your phone with these gambling apps that makes it infinitely more dangerous. It's the cryptocurrency and the unregulated nature of this that makes it infinitely more dangerous, and it is the direct marketing. Because the thing is, you can have a Vegas residency, right? You can have a Vegas residency in a casino, but the person that's doing a Vegas residency in the casino isn't stopping in the middle of their, entertainment session. Like Bruno Mars isn't stopping in between songs. He sings apata apata and then goes, and right now I'm going to go, drop $10,000 on red. You should gamble with me. You know what I mean? Like, that's not, like, even if he's doing that for his own, personal gambling addiction. I know he's not the best example to use here because there was suspicion that he was deeply addicted to gambling. But, like, do you see what I mean? There's a difference between, like, if someone is personally gambling or whatever, that's their own thing, but they're not, like, literally marketing themselves gambling in real time in between their sets. Because that would be the equivalence to like what a person getting paid specifically to gamble with the house money to try and bring in more people into the casino, into the crypto gambling casino. Anyway, from speaking with more than a dozen gambling live streamers, we were able to discern a roughly 4-tiered system to how these deals are structured, ranging from lucrative to exploitative. The most lucrative streamers are those who don't work with referral codes and are signed to massive contracts reaching millions of dollars annually. These are the big names: XQC, Drake, Aiden Ross, and so on. Like most all gambling live streamers, they stream on Kick. Celebrity partners like Drake and Mr. Ross sit at the top. Many of them don't directly earn money from an affiliate program and are instead paid millions to promote gambling on their sites to their enormous fan bases. Almost always, these streamers are famous for things other than gambling and bring their viewers with them, which often include young men, especially teenage boys, to watch them gamble for hours on streams every week. The next tier are streamers making a good amount of money and usually using referral codes. They often make well into 6 figures annually, though their compensation is often negotiated on a month-by-month basis over Discord or Telegram. There are dozens of these on Kick. The lower tier are those with small deals, often a few $100s per stream, done on a fill basis. More on that later in this thread. Depending on where they live, they may or may not be able to make a living on what they earn, and sometimes end up with nothing. The lowest rung are raw, self-funded streamers and those on microscopic fill deals. These are the guys who will bet with their own. I had to open the door. These are the guys who will bet with their own raw cash, hoping to get eyeballs on their stream and parlay that into a sponsored casino deal. The most common question I received with this story was, are these guys usually using real money? Many gambling streamers work with a fill. This is when the casino gives them a set amount in their casino wallet to gamble with. They keep some of it, some or all of it after they stream. A very common structure for a deal: streamer gets $500 a day from the casino, 5 days a week to gamble with for 90 minutes to stream. At the end of the 90 minutes, he keeps whatever is left, whether it's $0 or $1,000, sometimes with caps. Some people get huge fills, others small. For streamers already making money from Kick through their creator program, this gambling money is just cherry on top, complementing their primary income. But for many more, it's their livelihood. And as you'd imagine, many of them often develop destructive gambling addictions. Other streamers we spoke to got what they described as fake or monopoly money deals. They were given money in their crypto casino accounts to play with on the live stream, but it was non-withdrawable. The money is technically real, but they can't get it out of the casino. Some streamers are quite upfront about the nature of their deals and will describe exactly the terms of how they get the crypto they gamble with. If it's real or not, if it's a fill or if it's raw. Others are not quite so honest or avoid the topic when it's raised. This opacity keeps things fuzzy. Are you actually watching someone live? Are you actually watching someone live and die with every bet? Or is it just pure entertainment with no real stakes? Many viewers gravitate towards watching degen streamers, guys with obvious crippling gambling addictions. This authenticity becomes its own spectacle with these guys all over YouTube from their crash outs and their huge losses. One guy poured urine on his head to get $500 to gamble with. And this led to him getting a relatively short-lived streaming deal with a casino. This is literally fucking Black Mirror shit, dude. We are living in a Black Mirror universe, okay? This is the most Black Mirror universe-ass thing that I can think of. Like, this was in the last season of Black Mirror. You do a humiliation ritual to get money. You get a humiliation ritual to get money, and then you take that money and you gamble with it. Stake and Roobet, the two of the largest casinos, disagreed with many of our findings about their marketing tactics and measures to prevent underage gambling. Stake noted that its collection of sponsorship reflects the high standard to which we operate. In response to the Times findings regarding the industry's tactics, Ms. Fitzgerald said Stake had tools in place to promote responsible gaming and stop underage gambling. We implement stringent checks and use real-time monitoring systems to identify suspicious activity and prevent unauthorized platform use, she said. Ms. Fitzgerald pointed to Stake sponsorship deals with major sports leagues as evidence that it is a well-trusted company. Yeah, they use the money to normalize their existence. They use the money to normalize their existence by purchasing like premium advertisement slots. And then they point to those premium advertisement slots and partnerships to say, what do you mean? We don't have a shitty reputation, right? We are a legitimate company. Jeff Ifrah, a lawyer for Roobet, which is founders based in the United States, said in a statement that the site complies with all laws in accordance with its Curacao license and removes users who are violating its terms. Roobet is proud of their streaming partners and works to promote safe and responsible gaming to adult audiences, Mr. Ifrah said. Other crypto casinos include Shuffle and BC Game did not respond to our request for comment. The spokesperson for Snoop Dogg, who had a deal with Roobet that ended shortly after we sent him questions, gave this response. The other celebrity streamers we reached out to didn't respond. Drake, whose full name is Aubrey Drake Graham, declined to comment for the story through a representative, Mr. Ross, as well as XG and Trainwrecks, whose real names are Felix Lengyel and Tyler Nicknam, did not respond to requests for comment. As a spokesman for Snoop Dogg, who partnered with Roobet, said in a September statement to the Times, Snoop take these issues seriously. He's no longer working with Roobet and has no plans to do so in the future. There's much more about these crypto casinos that we wrote about, including the trouble states have in regulating these sites. Read the full investigation here. Okay. This is so far, this is one of the most comprehensive articles that's been written about this. A very long investigation that took months to put together. And the situation has gotten even more dire. If you guys recall, this was something that I warned about years ago. Okay. This was something that I first warned about. This was something that I first warned about when Stake, the actual casino, came onto the scene, right? It was something that I first said was not the best. And then when Stake was banned, then they went back to the drawing board and they basically developed their own website, which is ironic because they did it with Amazon anyway. They still use AWS, the website known as Kick. And I was punished endlessly for speaking the truth at the time. Punished endlessly, even to this day, with a fuck ton of animosity and hatred. I warned people. I said, this is going to be very bad. A lot of people are going to going to be hurt in the process. But as I've said before, on the one hand, this kind of stuff creates enmity and animosity amongst content creators who are directly getting the bag, getting these big ass deals. But it also even creates a sense of antagonism between content creators who might want to get the bag. Because if there's someone who is a fairly large content creator who is actively saying, no, this is bad, don't do it, all of a sudden it makes other people look bad. So people have to aggressively, like content creators have to aggressively push back on this shit and vilify you. Honestly, feels like the juicer's hyper scrutiny of your whole life now is all tied back to your criticism of staking gambling. It's part of it, yes. That's what's so funny about it, is that is a major part of this problem, yes. Does CNN partner in Kalshi also legitimize stake, even though I don't think Kalshi is crypto? Yes, it does. It absolutely does. I was going to say that this environment has gotten even worse. This environment has gotten even more dangerous. And it ties back to something I talk about quite a bit with hustle culture and Sigma grindset memes and things like that, where people only care about hustle. People only care about the hustle. People only care about making their money, getting the bag. That is the highest priority. And it's like average people that aren't actually getting the bag in this process, but are simply riding for their favorite content creators who are actually getting the bag in the process. And the watchers are actually getting fucked over in the process because they might develop crippling gambling addictions, lifelong crippling gambling addictions, are without realizing, advocating for this shit and defending this shit, even if it harms them. Okay? And unfortunately, things have gotten completely out of control, especially with these prediction markets, right? Which is gambling by a different name. Kalshi is another one that recently sponsored CNN. There's a partnership with CNN now between CNN and Kalshi. And it's really fucked up. On the sports betting side, it's completely out of control. That's why you have like ESPN doing, betting segments. Do you think you contributed a little to the gambling problem by displaying your winnings in the horse races? It might incentivize people to try and gamble. No, dude. No. Okay? No. There is a difference between experiencing horse betting one time in Hong Kong, what it's fucking famous for, or even going to Vegas one time in a live stream, versus getting literally paid by a casino. Are you fucking brain dead? What is this hypocrisy baiting, dude? No, that person is not the woker. That person is not actually here with a sincere demand. That person is here to say that so they can clip my response and go, Hasan is actually a fucking hypocrite. That's the difference. That person is concern trolling so that he can get a clip off and post it on Reddit, partially either working for free for a website like Kick or doing it for money. Okay? This is what it is. This is unironically what I was talking about with respect to like how you can't even have a serious conversation about this shit without people immediately turning around and being like, well, yeah, well, you have also contributed to this as well. It's like, dude, one guy we're talking about has gotten $100 million to fucking do unrestrained crypto gambling on the fucking directly on the crypto gambling casino website. I also am not like I'm not shy about openly admitting that I myself gamble. I gamble all the time. I gamble relatively responsibly. Not everyone can do that, but I don't have a approach to gambling that's like ban it across the board. I've never been a prohibitionist. Okay? The difference is I don't get paid to gamble, and I don't promote gambling in general. One of the biggest issues here is the accessibility. I don't know why this is like difficult for people to comprehend. The accessibility and the lack of regulation surrounding this stuff is the major problem. Okay? Like, how many people am I going to influence to fly out to Hong Kong so they can also go and fucking horse bet? This is how some people get doped up and they lose control because of how good it feels to get gamble. Yeah. And if you think that a creator of my size has not been approached on numerous occasions to actively promote gambling, you're delusional. Of course I have been, with massive contracts. Massive contracts, more money than people will make in an entire lifetime. I say no to them because I think it's inappropriate to do so. Once again, I am not and I will not be in favor of prohibition. I am in favor of regulation. Okay? I'm not in favor of prohibition. I'm in favor of regulation. The issue that I have with a lot of these new initiatives is that it makes it endlessly accessible, not only just for children, but just endlessly accessible in general. If you can gamble on your fucking phone, it makes it infinitely harder to combat. It makes it infinitely harder to deal with. Anyway. So, hidden crypto casinos like BoxGG are hiding their gambling before Pokemon cards. Kalshi CEO squirming.
Why did you guys make Donald Trump Jr. a strategic advisor?
We have a lot of advisors, and they span across the board, across different functions. But really, this is all about growing this industry, the prediction market industry that a lot of people really believe in.
What kind of advice does he give you?
So it really is, again, about growing prediction markets, you know.
Yeah. The advice he gives you is how to get around any sort of what remains of the regulatory, what remains of regulation. Here, look. There's always someone who is a gambling addict that has not encountered gambling yet. Okay? And they know that. HasanAbi reacts to Twitch needs to stop gambling streamers by Ludwig featuring XQC. Wait, let's take a look at your YouTube videos really quick. I lost $50,000 in Vegas and made money. How I stole $100,000 from Mr. Beast. No way. You're a gambling addict? I am so shocked, dude. This is, wow. You know, it's really a hidden addiction. You know, it really is one of those hidden addictions that you just never foresee. Like when you're a content creator and then you do a poker tournament on your page. Yeah, you really think you know a guy, and then they come out with a video and say, anyway. This era, is he looking at my video? Did he fucking crop me? Did he put me? Fucking, are you serious, dude? This was the meme back in the day when Ludwig would crop me out of thumbnails or put his face over my face. Fake voice. I know. Anyway. Dude, you are farming hate right now? Wait, what? How am I farming hate? Hasan, don't talk about Israel. You're farming hate. Hasan, don't talk about the dangers of crypto gambling, something you've talked about for years. You're farming hate. Hasan, don't talk about Kelshi and CNN. You're farming hate. What if CNN starts writing mean op-eds about you? The fuck do you mean? My entire fucking life is farming hate from that perspective. Why do you think I have so many fucking haters? Why? Why do you think I have so many haters? It's because there are a lot of things that people just don't want to think about, whether it be their fun that they perceive me as taking away, whether they perceive me as taking away their fun or not, doesn't matter. I've always operated with the same principle. If I see something and I think it's fucked up, I'm gonna say it. Okay? It don't matter. Because this community hate Ludwig right now. Wait, what? What the fuck does this have to do with Ludwig, man? No one cares about the dangers of gambling. The 12-year-old XQC watchers that are gambling aren't watching you. Yapping about gambling is bad. Stick to politics. Bro, why are you still yapping about this? Talk about the Epstein files.
He believes in prediction markets. We believe in prediction markets. A lot of people believe in prediction markets, and it's really about go-to-market and expansion plans.
Does he come to meetings? How much do you pay him? What's his role? I mean, this is the son of the president.
We have a lot of advisors, and whether it's our investors, whether it's people that we really trust and respect.
He's not just any advisor. He has a direct line to the White House.
We have a lot of advisors.
Why?
Yeah, great response from this guy. Anyway, the whole point is gambling is the gambling addiction out of all the other addictions has the highest rate of suicide. Okay? A lot of people don't understand what the actual addictive nature of gambling is. It's not about winning. It's about the predictive element. It's about waiting to see whether you won or lost. That's when your dopamine spikes. Okay? And in this day and age where people are in desperate financial circumstances, they unfortunately see this as like an opportunity for upward social mobility, especially because there is no normal method of upward social mobility that is accessible or even exists. Okay? There is none. You can't get a regular 9-to-5 job and work your way through the corporation and get a pension, get a wife, have children, white picket fence home, and just live out the rest of your days happy, surrounded by friends and family with hobbies. That's not a real thing. You're stuck in a shitty ass dead end job. You hate your boss. You know you're never going to retire. You know you're never going to be able to own a home. So you take like the crumbs that you have on the side of disposable income at the end of the day and dump it into this thing because you think, well, maybe I can make it. In the absence of alternatives, that looks like a viable route. And our society keeps pumping this idea. Our society keeps normalizing this perspective. And it's impossible to combat because these companies make a shit ton of money. And the more money they make, the more they can normalize their existence, the more they can continue getting partnerships, the more they can the more they can destroy whatever kind of regulatory hurdles would normally exist. It's the same principle behind sports washing and other forms of whitewashing for like Saudi Arabia or the United Arab Emirates, right? Like Gulf states that have done a whole bunch of horrible things have unlimited funds to basically hire every celebrity to go there and talk about how wonderful and how awesome it is until they have until they have forcibly placed themselves in the collective conscious of people in the Western world that might have looked at them a certain way, but no longer do, because they're like, well, you know, my favorite celebrity went there and he really liked that experience. Maybe they're fucking sick. My brother worked for a company that did customer service of one of these gambling things. Everything was very hush-hush. The amount of I'm going to kill myself he got in the chats are crazy. Yeah. Just start streaming, folks. Stream your 9 to 5 if you need to. Just find something to stream and stream it till all you do is stream and the money rolls in. I don't know how successful that will be, how viable that is either, but, you know, do you, I guess. Pog. Streaming my desk job. Of course you would say that. Scared of competition, Lamau? Yes, exactly. Once we can bet on any difference of opinion, then finally poverty will all be solved. Yeah. I work at a law firm. I can't stream my 9 to 5. I'd go to jail, literally. Fuck it, dude. Chatter's like, I'm a nurse. I feel like I wouldn't be able to stream my job. Fuck it. Did you know some people are earning 6 figures betting on things like movie reviews, album release dates, and even whether a CEO gets fired? Here are the prediction markets, the other side of this. The commodification of hope has turned into the gambling on virtually everything. Back in the day, I feel like when you had to go to a fucking bookie or something to bet money on any kind of, you know, athletic competition, there was a level, there was a separation between like the average person, the average Joe being able to do this, and you know, the real fucking addicts engaging in this sort of act. Now you can do it on your fucking phone. And not only that, but now you can gamble on virtually everything. And back then, if someone like Michael Jordan, for example, would gamble on whether or not he could actually make a shot into the trash can, people kind of understood that as a guy with a serious problem. Okay? Like there are stories of Michael Jordan, you know, putting up massive bets about whether or not he'll be able to throw trash in the trash can or something from afar. Like, and he like gambles with the security or some shit. Like, because people fucking know that that's a big issue, right? Like when someone would do that, when someone started gambling on like their golf swings or whatever, you were like, okay, Hank, it seems like you have a little bit of a problem, right? Whereas nowadays, with the invention of prediction markets, you can basically do that on your fucking phone. And everyone can do that. It is like completely accessible. That's like the max. If there are tiers to degenerate gambling addicts, being able to gamble on an album release date is probably the highest tier of a gambling addict. And now the highest tier of gambling addiction is completely serialized and incredibly accessible.
No, some people are now making 6 figures betting on things like movie reviews, album release dates, and even whether a CEO will get fired. A new wave of prediction market traders are earning full-time incomes on platforms like Polymarket and Kalshi, where users wager on real-world outcomes in politics, sports, pop culture, and finance. And the payouts are getting big. One bettor made more than $44,000 correctly calling how Moana 2 would perform. Another pocketed $7,500 predicting the release date of Taylor Swift's latest album. And these aren't random guesses. Super users say the edge comes from being early and being obsessive. They scour small review blogs for early film reactions. They analyze.
Brother, I'm on these fucking gambling markets. As we've shown on this broadcast before, is it Polymarket or Kalshi? that has like a bet on whether or not I will attend the Zohran Mamdani swearing in ceremony, dude. Like, that's insane. That's fucking insane. What the hell is going on? I'm not telling you guys whether I'm going to attend or not, okay? Because I don't even fucking know. It's not even something that I had considered at all. And I hate that this is like...
song streaming data. They use AI bots to track political schedules. Some even study arbitrage techniques that look a lot...
But like, think about how fucked up this is. I could literally every day talk about how I'm going, how I'm going to go, definitely, and then just not show up. And I could put money on the no pick. I could dump a shit ton of money on the no pick and then make money off of my audience thinking that they're going to actually win and win big. Okay? Please do not bet on this shit. Don't be fucking stupid. Jesus Christ. I cannot believe that we're just calling gambling on the news or even other more irrelevant shit than the news a prediction market. And when you call it a prediction market, there's less regulation surrounding it. So you can do whatever the fuck you want, I guess. Awesome.
more like hedge fund trading than gambling. Platforms like Kalshi and Polymarket are now valued at around $10 billion, and Wall Street is paying attention. Big players, from DraftKings to FanDuels, are pushing into the space, calling prediction markets the next evolution of financial trading. But pros warn that the rush of dumb money is changing the game. These markets are peer-to-peer, meaning traders profit off of each other, not a casino. And as more users pile in, competition is getting tougher. In an October survey, Bloomberg Markets asked 406 readers about prediction markets. 90% of respondents said that they saw a convergence between gaming.
China had opium that led to their decade of humiliation. America will have Gamba. Yeah, the difference is China didn't bring the fucking gambling apps to the United States of America. We did it to ourselves. Yeah, there's a frog in the boiling water elements on this too. On Polymarket, you can bet on whether Gaza will be ethnically cleansed. On Kalshi, you can bet on whether there will be famine in Gaza. That one paid out for yes, by the way. This is objectively depraved and should not be legal. But it is not only legal, but totally normalized and never commented on by anyone in our media. CNN, by partnering with Kalshi, is going to be reporting on the news now while offering the chance to wager on these events on mass death, starvation, dispossession, and genocide. Trying to bring fentanyl to the USA, though. Brother. The Purdue family, or the Sackler family, is not Chinese. Okay? The Sackler family is American. The Sackler family is not Chinese. They are capitalists, okay? They are capitalists who wanted to make money off of an unimaginably addictive substance that they specifically lied to every doctor and pumped every fucking healthcare provider with. That's the starting point. That's how this happened. It's pure cope to be like, well, the Chinese are shipping in the chemical substances that are necessary to create fentanyl on U.S. soil. Okay? That's just fucking pure cope. Is pure cope. This is the problem. This is why this kind of distraction is so stupid for a lot of people, because it works on a lot of people. They go, yeah, this is not a homegrown issue that the American government refused to fucking tackle, refused to deal with, refused to punish the people responsible for it. It must be China, you know? Is there an affordability crisis that is imminent, that is actually harming a lot of people, ruining what shred of hope Americans might have had for upward social mobility? Nah, it's the Guatemalan migrants. A lot of people who think that they're fucking free thinkers don't realize that they're blind sheep. They hear someone go, nah, it's the Guatemalans, and they go, you know what? That seems right to me, brother. Don't need to think about it any further. It's always the free thinkers, the so-called free thinkers that actually are, that lap up all of this kind of propaganda, all of these distractions. No critical thinking whatsoever. Anyway, the fate of victims on an ongoing genocide, a genocide often supported and backed by these same investors and executives of these gambling apps, are just another chip on a roulette table. The total dehumanization of the billions of NPCs they wager on and fleece is complete and total. Someone should ask CNN reps, now that they've partnered with Kalshi, if they will be offering betting markets on air that involve wagering on mass famine and populations experience genocide, like Kalshi did a few months ago. Would love to hear their answer. They will never ask that. I'm curious, forecaster Enton, since you're reportedly the point man on this. Yeah, I hated, as much as I love Harry Emden, Holy Toledo, I hated every time he brought up Kalshi. If you recall, months prior to this full-blown announcement between CNN, this full-blown partnership between CNN and Kalshi, if you recall, he would always fucking bring in the prediction markets into his analysis. Toledo has fallen. Anyway, Harry Emden. And you would always say this is such bad journalism because it's not journalism. But it is a reliable source for statistics on a news show. No, it's not. No, it's fucking not. Especially because you do it on your fucking phone. No, there are so many instances where Kalshi and Polymarket tried to literally game out the outcome. Or so many instances where these betting markets, these prediction markets, were getting massive donations to make it seem like one candidate was actually overperforming as opposed to the real polls that were coming out. Are you crazy? But you're not allowed to bet unless you're an expert on the topic. Yeah, exactly. Only the experts are betting on Kalshi and Polymarket. At least with polls, which get things wrong, there is a vested interest in traditional polling to make sure that you are as close as possible to the final outcome, okay? And if you get it wrong, then you're fucked. Your reliability goes down, right? With betting markets, if you get it wrong, it doesn't matter because one side is still winning over the other. So using that, using a betting market as a reliable metric for the potential outcome of an election is insane to me because they have a perverse incentive. They don't have an incentive in being reliable. They don't give a shit whether they're reliable or not. Because one side is always, as a matter of fact, one side makes more money when they're unreliable, actually. Because the payout is bigger.
And finance in the future. And almost an equal number say the blurring line between investing and gambling warrants further regulation. Still, many see opportunity. For traders with real skill or real luck, prediction markets have become the latest speculative boom, blurring the line between investing, gaming, and everything in between.
Anyway. All right. But yeah, this is the big article. David was 14 when he placed his first bet with a crypto casino, a website where people use cryptocurrency to gamble on online games. Stuck at home during the pandemic, he started spending more time on the sites. He watched as celebrities like Drake and the live streamer Aiden Ross played on the casinos too. Social media personalities collected huge paydays for streaming more and more videos hyping up the sites. David, meanwhile, developed a gambling addiction before he turned 18 and lost thousands of dollars. David and many people like him, young and chronically online, have been enticed by crypto casinos, an expanding realm of online gambling where longstanding guardrails are often ignored. The sites have spread across social media, taking advantage of the borderless nature of the internet. They offer hundreds of games, including blackjack, sports betting, and flashy online slot machines. They operate with fewer restrictions for gamblers by obtaining licenses in small island nations. And although they are not legal in many countries, including the United States, the casinos have become gambling havens where teenagers and problem gamblers play and even earn income by promoting the sites, a New York Times investigation has found. This flourishing industry has been built by operators willing to deploy an exploitative marketing system. The Times found that their strategies encourage reckless wagers, turn social media influencers into casino recruiters, and lure in young people, one of the demographics most vulnerable to addiction. One 20-year-old said he was first hooked on the sites in high school, placing wagers with friends after baseball practice. Another gambler said he took thousands of dollars from his parents and spent it on crypto casinos. David, who asked to be identified by his middle name to protect his privacy, said he emptied out more than $12,000 in childhood savings when he turned 18 this year and converted it into cryptocurrency on a website. He bet it all, doubled it, and then lost it all. He later took out and gambled away $4,000 in personal loans without his parents knowing, trying to earn it back. I lost sight of what money actually is, said David, who graduated from high school in May. Online gambling, particularly sports betting, has spread across the country over the last several years as more states have legalized it. Crypto casinos operate outside of these structures by functioning as offshore entities and by allowing gamblers to use cryptocurrencies instead of traditional financial systems. The speed at which crypto casinos are moving and the loopholes they are identifying and seizing on have left lawmakers and regulators struggling to keep up. Many sites do not have strong identity verification and are able to advertise on social media with little oversight. The other side of the story is it's infinitely harder to actually take out the money, whether you actually end up getting, even if you end up actually winning. It's also much more difficult to take out that money. It's super easy to sign up and super easy to gamble and super easy to lose real money. It's much more difficult to actually take out that real money, for the record. 8 years ago, crypto casinos were obscure websites. Now they are a multi-billion-dollar industry with dozens of operators. The success of Stake and Roobet, two of the largest casinos, has enabled them to sign partnership deals with UFC, Premier League soccer teams, and celebrity rappers like Drake and Snoop Dogg. To help drive this growth, Stake and Roobet and all other sites like Shuffle and BC.game have built an army of live streamers who broadcast themselves gambling for hours a day. The streamers create online communities centered on the casinos, and they offer giveaways to dedicated followers. All the while, crypto casinos incentivize content creators to bring in more customers through affiliate programs, which pay a commission on wagers placed by gamblers they recruit. Now, the interesting thing about Stake is that Stake couldn't actually directly sponsor a Formula One team, but Kick is technically a separate entity, even though it's not, right? Kick is a money sink. But because Stake is a money printing operation that is almost entirely controlled by like 3 people or something, all of which are like multi-billionaires at this point, they can use Kick. They can basically burn billions of dollars on Kick because they're generating billions and billions of dollars of revenue. So Stake is the actual crypto casino, but Kick is the front-facing operation of said crypto casino that has like 1 degree of separation from Stake. And therefore, if European regulators say, hey, you're an online crypto casino, you can't sponsor this Formula One team, well, Kick certainly can. You understand? Popular gambling streamers flaunt their extravagant lifestyles while their fans wager more, vying to be the next gambling influencer. Their content thrives in the manosphere, the male-centric online community where prominent voices talk about getting rich quick and skipping the traditional route to a 9-to-5 employment. As these sites grew larger, they paid online celebrities multi-million dollars to promote the casinos. In August, Drake and the famous live streamers Aiden Ross, XG, and Trainwreck gambled together on Stake for a live audience. I've dreamed of this night. All my guys in one spot, Drake said, before the group streamed themselves gambling together for 3 hours. Drake, whose full name is Aubrey Drake Graham, declined to comment on this article through a representative. Mr. Ross, as well as XG and Trainwrecks, whose real names are Felix Lengyel, Tyler Nicknam, did not respond to a request for comment. A spokesman for Snoop Dogg, we already covered that part. To understand how these sites built an online marketing machine, the Times analyzed hundreds of videos produced by gambling streamers, sifted through thousands of messages in online chat rooms, obtained private messages sent by casino representatives, and reviewed cryptocurrency data from gamblers and the casinos. The Times also spoke to more than 24 people who worked in the crypto casino world, including affiliate streamers, marketing managers, and casino employees. Some said it was an open secret that the marketing practices could encourage gambling addictions and entice underage gamblers. Thousands of people have produced videos of themselves gambling on crypto casinos. In August, viewers of the top 100% gambling streamers watched 12 million hours of their videos, according to data from the analytics website Streams Charts. The finances of crypto casinos, which, by the way, I think like Streamer Charts. What? As a self-proclaimed socialist, why do you take part in Christmas, which is purely a capitalist manipulation of people to spend money? It's not even related to Jesus. Dude. No, this is not a too woke chatter. No, you don't understand. I don't think this is a too woke chatter. This is not like, this is a person who's either memeing, okay? And I assume this person is actually, no, this person is just memeing, okay? They're not being sincere. They're not being sincere. I'm not memeing, I swear. Jesus was not born on the 25th. Okay, never mind. This person is a too woke chatter. I'm 100% sincere. Oh my God. Brother, I'm also not a Christian. Like if Christmas was a 100% Christian holiday, it still would be strange for me to celebrate it, I guess. It's because I'm not a fucking antisocial weirdo, okay? I enjoy fun things. I don't give a shit whether or not it's like whether or not this is a true Christian holiday or not. Are you okay? We also do a thing called Socialismus as well, where I'll take Amazon wish lists of chatters and I'll fulfill them as Santa Claus. You know? Also, yeah, I'm waging war on Christmas as well. I'm turning it into Socialismus. Anyway, I do like that that's the extent of but why is it tied to spending? What do you mean? Americans have fucking made commodity consumption a formative aspect of every holiday. It's awesome. I like that. I'm not shy about saying I like that. I enjoy it. I think it's fun. Okay? Because I'm not an insane person, I guess. An insanely antisocial person. Let's not be, oh my God, he's still debating this. Let's not be naive. They 100% try to shove products and spending down our throats for a holiday that is made up. Yes, chatter, that's the whole point. Why the fuck do you think there's a concept called Black Friday right after Thanksgiving? All of this revolves around spending. Okay? And the answer to you is because it's fun. And that you should be able to enjoy things and not be a fucking weirdo. What the hell? Socialist, by the way. Exactly. Socialism means no fun. You must live a boring, ascetic lifestyle. Anyway. Labeling the YouTube streamers in partnership with Stake, but not the kick streamers. Yeah, okay. Yeah, this is Stream Charts, I guess. Top streaming analytics site Streams Charts has begun attaching in partnership with Stakes to unaffiliated streamers in their 2025 recap. Ludwig, Valkyrie, iShowSpeed, and several others appear on the site, labeled in partnership alongside the illegal online casino. That is fucking insane. Illegal online casino when Stake in 2025 is one of the most regulated gamba brands. Like, how do you find yourself fighting for, like, you are the Japanese soldier who kept fighting 29 years after World War II, okay? Like, how are you finding yourself at any point in time advocating for the interests of a unregulated crypto gambling casino on the internet, dude? It blows my fucking mind that there are people like this out there. Like, you are less than a human at that point. I mean, which this person might literally be a bot regardless. But like, this is crazier than people who lose their minds at the fact that like a major multi-billion-dollar corporation might actually have a lower profit margin if workers decide to unionize or something. You know what I mean? This is even more insane. Like, you have no, like, what is the brand loyalty that you're demonstrating towards a cryptocurrency casino on the internet? It makes no sense. This question asked this is why XQC spends all day hating on you. I had no idea why he hated you so much. Wait, this is a part of it. It's not the only reason, but it's a big part of it for sure. That's definitely when our relationship soured and he started calling me a snake. Hasan. It was just pure projection. Love you to death, homie, but how can you deny having anything to do with this? Auntie boy on Instagram. I'm tired of being not Chinese. Okay, calm down, chatter. We're talking about serious shit. But yeah, that is a lot of, I forget that there's a lot of like new watchers who are probably completely unaware. It is a lot of new chatters are completely oblivious or unaware to like what this relationship used to look like back in the day. It's also, what was it? Slippery slope to make lying illegal. Lol, we are cooked. Ah, fuck. What was the there was another thing I was gonna say, and I'm forgetting. Yes, I know the United States seized the oil tanker off the coast of Venezuela. Okay, I know. There was another thing I was gonna say. Something that XQC even admitted the other day on Twitter, like a while back, was basically like that all the streaming space fell apart because of all this drama, right? Like that was because back in the day, all the streamers were close friends with one another, you know, and not like fake, straight up. We would hang out off camera, and there was much more of a collaborative nature with the content that we were creating. Something that you see with like clicks on the platform right now with like the FaZe Boys, AMP and whatnot. It was broader than that, right? And I mean, we used to do like shit camp. This is a great example of this. Like all of these content creators, many of which you now like, you'll be shocked to see next to one another.
It's a 5-minute walk. Is this a hot dog?
Many of these content creators that you will never, see next to one another used to collaborate with one another with regular frequency all the fucking time. And basically XQC admitted that like the reason why the streaming space fell apart is because Pokey and Hasan came after gambling on the platform. Like he said something along those lines on Twitter. Like he admitted that. And it's like, how is that not a ridiculous admission? How is that not an admission of guilt personally? I can't recall where it was, but he says, I remember seeing something like that on him posting something like that on Twitter when people were talking about like how the streaming space fell apart and how everybody started like fucking arguing with one another, and there was like a shit ton of drama. And he was replying to Pokemon's drama tweet. Oh, okay. It was something along those lines. Do you guys have it? If you could send it to me. I'll pull it up. But he said something along the lines of basically saying like Pokimane is directly responsible for drama blowing up on the fucking platform. And the reason why, drama blew up on the fucking platform is because Pokimane and Hasan or some shit like that came after gambling on the website. It's like, wow, sorry. Yeah. I guess everybody deserved being thrown under the fucking hate train because they dared question whether or not it was appropriate. They dared question whether or not it was appropriate to get get your somewhat underage audience hooked on a fucking crippling gambling addiction. Yeah. Daily reminder that I was doing GTRP by day, slots by night in my corner, streaming until everyone heard. Farm me and Trainwrecks TV for drama and clicks. Miss me with that energy. Walk the walk. You can reply to her post directly. It's on the same website. Also, I just read this again. What the fuck are you even saying? People know where I stand on everything always. Do you think she doesn't know? That's how I view things. Pick unrelated. Yeah, just say it to her instead of replying to Fearbuck. You are 30 years old, lol, learning how to grow a spine from Jellywig. Afterwards, the most prominent streaming circle completely dissolved, relationships broken. We ended up so divided that kick had to be made, which even though it created competition, divided us even more. Want streaming to be more about games? Play games. I mean, this is literally a fucking admission, right? Am I crazy? This is the closest we will ever arrive to something that I say all the fucking time, which is that these guys wanted to make money and they basically were willing to throw under the bus previous friends of theirs because, they were calling into question the ethics and the morality of like having an unregulated crypto gambling casino on the website let loose on these audiences. Like, this is just a fucking self-report. But unfortunately, because critical thinking is not exactly common nowadays, people see this and go, yeah, that's my base juicer, I guess. It blows my mind. Anyway. And keep in mind, this is already super rich people doing all this shit to get even more rich. Yeah, that's also another part of this puzzle as well. I don't know. It's just like, I genuinely don't think Felix understands he's giving up the game. I don't think he realizes he's saying it was more important to collab strictly for money by his logic than anything else, and that since Gamba got him a bigger bag, he just went with that. I don't think he recognizes he's snitching on himself. I don't think he's snitching on himself. He recognizes he's snitching on himself, but I think his audience also doesn't recognize that he's basically he's admitting to responsibility on like why the streamer space fell apart. In his mind, he thinks, I'm a good guy. Of course, I'm going to take the fucking gambling money. What the fuck are you talking about? And all the people that are criticizing that are bad guys. I was also still fairly understanding of like the development of Kick at the time as well. I just had a lot of concerns. I had a lot of warnings for both XUC and Trainwrecks. Many of those warnings became reality when we found out that, when you have an unmoderated platform, you end up having people who distribute and disseminate CSAM, for example, child sexual abuse material, and a whole bunch of other nonsense on the platform, right? But of course, there's no reward for being right, especially being right too early. The finance of crypto casinos, private companies licensed outside the United States, are not public. Stake told Forbes it earned $4.7 billion in gambling revenue in 2024, more than MGM reported earning from casino games at all of his Las Vegas properties. Stake would not comment to the Times about its finances. Some of the largest crypto casinos are finding new ways to navigate global legal landscape to bring in more customers. While Stake's original crypto casino, Stake.com, is licensed in Curacao, it later created additional platforms in more highly regulated countries like Italy and Brazil. In the United States, Stake started Stake.us, which it says legally operates in most states. It circumvents the need to obtain a gambling license by calling itself a social casino where players use virtual currency instead of real money. But ongoing lawsuits, including one from Los Angeles City Attorney, argue that Stake.us still functions as a casino by allowing players to purchase the virtual currency and withdraw it as cryptocurrency. Audrey Fitzgerald, the head of global communications at EasyGo, the Australian company behind Stake, said, Stake.us rejects the allegations in the Los Angeles lawsuit. She said Stake no longer saw itself as a crypto casino business because of its expansion into markets that accept only traditional currencies. Many U.S. gamblers who spoke to the Times say they still prefer Stake.com and were willing to mask their location to access it from the United States. In response to the Times findings regarding the industry's tactics, Ms. Fitzgerald said Stake had tools in place to promote responsible gaming and stop underage gambling. We implement stringent checks and use real-time monitoring systems to identify suspicious activity and prevent unauthorized platform use. She said, Ms. Fitzgerald pointed to Stake sponsorship deals with major sports leagues as evidence that it's a well-trusted company. Yeah, it's like we have so much money that we can actually purchase legitimacy, and then we can use the purchased legitimacy to say we're legitimate. That's sick. But that is how it works. Jeff Ifra, a lawyer for Rubit, which is founders based in the United States, said in a statement that the site complies with all laws in accordance to its Curacao license and removes users who are violating its terms. We already covered that part. Because their brains are still developing, teenagers and young adults under 25 are a demographic at high risk of developing addictions, according to experts who study gambling problems. It's impossible to know how many minors are using crypto casinos. The sites themselves do not have accurate information because the customers use false identities. And there isn't substantial research or data on the topic, the experts said. Still, mental health clinicians who work with young people see signs that the problem is growing. Matt Missar, a gambling counselor at the Better Institute in Pittsburgh, said he had seen a few dozen patients between 16 and 26 years old in recent years, and most of them were gambling on crypto casinos. They're watching these streamers, and these streamers are winning their bets, Mr. Missar said. They have this false notion in their head that it's just a matter of time until I hit it big like Drake did, or like Aiden Ross did. Nancy Key, a therapist based in New York who sees patients with online addictions, said she has been treating more young adults with gambling problems over the last few years. They develop anxiety, she said. They're not sleeping, they're not sleeping, they're dropping out of school. They're thinking that their career is going to be like this. The backbone of this industry, after Bitcoin, the first major cryptocurrency, gained wider traction in 2017, sites like Stake and Rubit helped transform online cryptocurrency gambling into a major business. Their focus on social media marketing, especially through the live streaming platform Twitch, broadened popularity across the globe. But in 2022, Twitch banned videos promoting crypto casinos amid growing concerns about user safety. Stake's founders quickly built a solution. They started their own live streaming website called Kick with fewer rules and restrictions, which has proved to be a boon for streamers who are signed on to be affiliates for crypto casinos. Affiliates are the backbone in this industry, said Akil Sarin, the chief marketing officer of EasyGo, who has worked on Stake's marketing for years, during an April podcast interview. Anyone registered to play on the casino's website can become an affiliate and start trying to earn more money with their content. Affiliates are given their own referral code to share with their followers, and they get a commission on wagers placed by people who sign up with that code, calculated based on the odds of the games they play. Slots, which are popular in gambling streams, tend to earn higher commissions than skill-based games like blackjack. Streamers can see the program as pathway to earning a living making videos, but the Times found it essentially turns them into casino promoters who need to keep their fans gambling. The overall marketing system generates more wagers through deals between crypto casinos and different tiers of streamers. We covered the different tiers earlier. The financial incentives for streamers can encourage people to make reckless decisions on camera for views. DGen, short for degenerate gambling, where people make outrageous wagers, is celebrated by fans on social media. And we talked about it already. Someone pissed on himself, or someone dumped piss on himself to get $500 as a part of a dare from another streamer. And shortly after, BetVault, a small crypto casino, gave him a paid deal to make more gambling content. They were like, yes, this is exactly what we're looking for. Some gambling streams misled fans who may believe they are watching people take real risks. Mislead fans. 2 affiliate streamers told at times that they earn a flat payment as a part of their deals and that the wagers in the videos have no stakes. The money is provided by the casino and they cannot keep their winnings. As streamers have been pushed to bring in more customers, this was a big drama internally in the gambling sphere. Like some streamers actually play with house money and don't even get any fucking earnings, win or lose, in those games, and they're just faking it. And other streamers actually do get fat contracts and they get a flat fee. Ironically enough, they get paid a lot more than these other guys do. But they're actually playing with their own money, so the stakes are real, right? As streamers have been pushed to bring in more customers, they've developed techniques to reel them in. Take a live stream from Club Cheddar, a gambling streamer account. Club Cheddar did not respond to a request for interview. The main video features a streamer gambling on different games for hours with live reactions and commentary drumming up excitement. Simultaneously, viewers are chatting with one another and the streamer, cheering on the wages. The streamer promotes the affiliate code throughout the stream and sometimes offers giveaways to people who are watching. To encourage more bets, some streamers have leaderboards that give out rewards to fans who've gambled the most in a month. The leaderboards can reveal how much some fans are willing to wager on crypto casinos. The top 5 fans of SIZTIMS, one of the most popular gambling streamers, wagered more than $1 million each in September alone, according to their leaderboard. SIZTIMS publishes online. Yeah. Anyway, in 2017, Sam DeMello was 30 and struggling with a gambling addiction when he asked every gambling website he used to ban him. The process known as self-exclusion is one of the key tools available to stop problem gambling. According to experts and states with regulated gambling, require casinos to honor the bans. He said even the offshore sports betting sites he used properly excluded him. Then Mr. DeMello found some of the early crypto casinos. The sites were the only place he could continue betting when he relapsed, he said, because they ignored his attempts to self-exclude. I basically put myself into the black market, he said. Now, years after he successfully quit gambling, he still gets calls from those smaller crypto casinos encouraging him to return. Since creating Evive, a mobile app that provides support for people experiencing gambling problems, he has heard similar stories over and over. The casinos also became known for weak or non-existent identity verification protocols that failed to ensure gamblers met minimum age requirements and were located in countries where the sites were legal. A study conducted in 2022 found that 37 out of the 40 popular crypto casinos did not require proof of identity before accepting monetary deposits. They do require identity when you are taking out the money, however, and that's the point. It's very easy to lose money on these websites. It's very difficult to get the money back if you actually win. Gaps in the oversight system have created new markets where people sell verified crypto casino accounts registered with false identities, according to messages reviewed by The Times. One Canadian man who spoke to The Times said he made more than $18,000 this year by creating accounts using real IDs collected in India and Kenya and providing them to gamblers, most of whom were in the United States. The man who shared photos, IDs, and financial details with The Times requested not to be named because of the illicit nature of this operation. Before he turned 18, David, the young gambler who emptied out his savings, participated in streamer leaderboards and chat rooms. He gambled with a false identity on multiple casinos, including Stake and Roobet, and had a private VIP host from Shuffle offering him rewards. The Times spoke to several U.S.-based affiliate streamers who can broadcast their illegal gambling sessions on crypto casinos. In one case, a Stake representative helped a Texas-based streamer sidestep his identity verification to stream from the United States, according to private messages The Times reviewed. Our terms of service bar our Stake.com affiliates from operating in or targeting users in restricted regions such as the U.S. The reason why, by the way, before Stake.us was implemented or created, that's the reason why a lot of these guys would fly to Mexico or fly to Canada. If you remember, like a lot of these guys, XQC included, would literally just like travel to other countries where there was less regulation around this sort of thing. Some of them straight up moved to those places. Permanently. In their quest for growth, crypto casinos also spent millions recruiting YouTube personalities and Twitch live streamers whose initial fame came from playing video games and filming pranks for young male viewers. For example, Steven Delonardis, known as the prank video star Steve Will Do It Online, signed a deal with Roobet to live stream himself gambling on the website. Mr. Lengyel, XQC, one of the most popular video game streamers on Twitch, signed a 2-year exclusive deal in 2023 worth up to $100 million with Kick, the streaming platform created by Stake's founders. Recently, Mr. Ross, who started streaming video games as a teenager, claimed to his viewers that he earned $100 million by signing a new partnership deal with Rainbet, another crypto casino. Rainbet did not respond to questions or confirm the details of the deal to the Times. Yeah, in 2020, Aiden Ross first gained online popularity on Twitch by playing video games like NBA 2K. In 2022, in the years before Twitch banned crypto casino games, Mr. Ross started streaming himself playing casino games on the site like Stake. 2025, for the last 3 years, Mr. Ross has streamed himself gambling on crypto casinos on Kick. Some crypto casinos have even worked with streamers who were under 21. Duel, a new crypto casino that started this year, was promoted by Neon, a young social media celebrity who first made a video as a preteen and now has more than 250 million views on YouTube. Neon, whose real name is Michael Rafik, made promotional gambling videos in July when he was still 20 and appeared to be streaming from his home in California, where the online gambling is illegal, according to the Times analysis of his streams. He said in a video that he had a contract to stream himself gambling. In one stream, he told his fans, "I remember when I was a 17-year-old kid gambling every day. It was so much fun." Duel and Mr. Rafik did not respond to a request for comment. You're having a largely unregulated, largely Wild West kind of approach to advertising, said Joshua Grubbs, an associate professor at the University of New Mexico who studies online addictions. Addictive behaviors are normalized, and streamers like Mr. Ross and Mr. Rafik have admitted during their videos to having gambling problems.
I lost every dollar of crypto. When I was 17, I had like a crippling gambling addiction. I was sports betting like $100K a day, and I lost it all.
The absence of guardrails means that disproportionately large number of people are going to develop problems, Mr. Grubbs said. Even though crypto casinos have existed for years, regulators around the world have struggled to control them. In the United States, gambling is mostly regulated at the state level with different laws in each state. Online casino games are legal only in 7 states, and none of them allow gambling with cryptocurrencies. But the fragmented regulatory system and outdated laws have left authorities slow to react. The young people who use the sites, on the other hand, have become increasingly sophisticated. They use virtual private networks or VPNs to hide their locations, and they are well-versed in social media networks where illicit activity is encouraged. So the thing is, having this administration, which is seemingly the most open-minded to transparent graft, right, is probably the best bet that these guys are ever going to make. Watch out. No. It's probably the best opportunity for websites like this to gain complete legitimacy in the United States of America, because all it takes is to get Donald Trump's ear. That's it. So that's the other side of the story as well. We have a president that is doing crypto rug pulls himself personally, that's pardoning other cryptocurrency criminals personally because they're investing into his cryptocurrency rug pull. So, do I have any confidence that this administration or any other administration is actually going to try to put a stop to this incredibly profitable business that is generating billions of dollars of revenue? Abso-fucking-lutely not. The kids are much more technologically advanced than the lawmakers and the researchers that are trying to provide stopgaps or controls for them, said Miss Key, the New York-based therapist. XQC Chat says they love you, lol. I'm surprised to hear that. I feel like that's the last time I heard that from XQC Chat was, before he went to Kick.tv. There was a time when it was like that. Anyway. Some U.S. states have taken action to disrupt crypto casinos and other illegal gambling websites. The Michigan Gaming Control Board said it had sent more than 100 cease and desist letters, including one to Stake's U.S. operation, Stake.us, to stop allowing gamblers from Michigan to use the site. But the ability of state regulators to crack down on these sites is limited, especially because crypto casinos are licensed overseas and use cryptocurrencies. Many of the smaller sites don't have an actual address or a point of contact. Legal experts said certain states have laws banning advertising of illegal gambling, which could be used against crypto casino streamers based in the United States. So far, no regulatory action has been taken against them. For the record, I don't hate anybody. I don't hate XCC. I don't hate anybody. I just wish that there was less drama in this space. I wish that there was less gambling in this space. I wish there was less like promotion of vices such as gambling in this space, because I do think it's overall very harmful to the audiences that are watching that don't realize that they're buying into this lie and getting saddled with lifelong gambling debt potentially. Okay? That's it. XQC calls you a commie terrorist. Yeah, I don't care. People, listen. People call me a bunch of different names, okay? Other content creators do this as well. They farm it. They farm the hate so they can, generate drama, generate clicks for themselves. I don't care. If I spent a good deal of time getting upset about that sort of thing and, thinking about how things went wrong all the fucking time, I wouldn't be able to do what I'm doing and talk about the news. I'd have to consistently cry on camera about how many of the large content creators have actively farmed hatred off of my name. Ironically enough, for the positions that I hold, which many of the audiences will inevitably arrive at the same conclusions on. Okay? That's it. I'd go insane, and the content that I put out would be awful. It'd be dull. You would hate it. Okay? Time will vindicate me, as it has time and time again. Okay? It sucks that the space has fallen apart, and there's so much drama, and there's so much clickbaiting, and so much clip farming, and so much hatred. And even like the FaZe boys are finding out about that as well. Because like once a community gets to a certain size, all of these other like drama-focused streamers will start seizing on that fame, seizing on that shine, and will actively farm hatred off of them. And it just happens to there is a contingency of parasitic streamers and other content creators in the periphery that are always looking to farm drama off of whatever the fuck other people are doing. Some of them are the largest content creators on this platform. They will masquerade this incredibly self-interested initiative that makes the place way more toxic, makes this space way more toxic. They'll frame it as accountability, okay? They'll frame it as though they are actually demanding accountability when in fact there is no need or no such demands for accountability at all. They just want to beef up the toxicity, push and pull in different places. And all of that creates content for them. Their entire content relies on this. None of that shit would get traction if there wasn't an appetite from it from the audiences, though. The problem is US in reality. Yes, there is an appetite from the audiences for sure. Okay? There is. It's very real. It's unfortunate, but there's not really much you can do about it. I think that streamers should have, or content creators should have a higher degree of responsibility with what they promote and what they push for, though, in my opinion. In August, the coalition of 50 U.S. attorneys generals admitted they needed help addressing the growing problem of illicit online gambling, including crypto casinos. In a letter to Attorney General Pam Bondi, they asked for the Justice Department's assistance to seize assets and internet domain names from illegal online gambling operations and to block access to their websites. Since 2013, U.S. DOJ enforcement actions against illegal offshore gambling sites have been extremely limited, the letter said. A spokeswoman for the Justice Department told the Times in response that illegal internet gambling sites pose a threat to public safety and that the department was committed to holding these operators accountable. Will they actually do it? I don't know. If they actually even initiate some sort of legal response to these crypto gambling casinos and websites and whatnot, I suspect that they will very quickly nip it in the bud by cutting the middlemen and going directly to Donald Trump, who, as we know, is very pliant when it comes to people giving him money. One of the most openly corrupt administrations of all time. If you recall, Aiden Ross and XUC personally promoted Donald Trump as well, so there is already a direct in that regard on kick.tv. So Donald Trump is a man who will return that favor. Robin Singh, the team leader for the Queens Problem Gambling Resource Center in New York City, said the virtual nature of social media videos easily outpace the awareness efforts. We can't keep up with the most popular streamers that are on the internet, Mr. Singh said. That's the problem. Unfortunately, that the issue spreads way faster than the solution does. And that is the long-ass article that I just read from the New York Times, a month-long investigation that came out on the dangerous nature of crypto gambling casinos inside the dark and predatory world of crypto casinos. Okay? Rare New York Times W, you have to remember something. This is why I always still say mainstream media is an incredibly important resource, okay? This is why I say it's an important resource. Although their impact and their reach is diminished, and although they still, when it comes to like foreign policy related things, will always play the State Department line uncompromisingly, unflinchingly. When it comes to like domestic affairs and things of that nature, there are still very good articles that they write. There's still always going to be good investigative reporting that takes place in these websites. Okay? I think in today's day and age, calling something popular needs to be considered differently. Drama clips might be popular, but is that because they are genuinely popular or because the algorithms are promoting it? It's like when Facebook altered the algos to show folks way more video content. It wasn't as popular as the views of the algos showed. I mean, there's definitely a popularity argument for this. That's why, listen, this is also part of the reason why I always say, look, you might be disagreeing with me right now. Just give it a couple months, maybe a year, and you might find yourself agreeing with me, okay? At least that's how it's gone so far. That's why whenever I receive pushback for a take that I have on like something that people consider to be popular or haven't really thought too much about and yell at me over, I just say, look, history will vindicate me, and I fucking move on. Okay? Your background looks like an Irish hotel. Yeah, it was so good. The Irish hotel background was so good, I brought it here. Yeah, we're going to talk about Brad Lander's announcement as well, even though his account is currently locked because he got hacked instantly. But before we do that, and yes, I know that the United States seized the Venezuelan oil tanker. I don't know why people keep coming in here to tell me that the United States seized an oil tanker. I know. I promise you I know. But before we do that, we're going to talk about Erica Kirk, Charlie Kirk's widow, who went on Fox News for the third time in the last 24 hours, this time on Outnumbered, to push back on conspiracies, evil conspiracies about the husband's death. Let's take a look.
With Erica Kirk sharing her journey with America and the world, we are grateful at Fox to have her here to shine a light on healing as we all miss and mourn the loss.
Yes, this is literally the third time she's been on Fox News in the last 24 hours. She did it twice yesterday to promote Charlie Kirk's new book that's coming out. And then today she's talking directly about the conspiracies. Now, you guys already know that a lot of these conspiracies are coming from one woman and one woman only. Her name is Candace Owens. We are the clandestine operations, the clandestine operators for Candace Owens. As you guys know, she has gained tremendous prominence, especially in the aftermath. First, after getting fired from the Daily Wire for not only being anti-Semitic, but also anti-Israel. And then her prominence exploded in the aftermath of Charlie Kirk's assassination because there was a lot of appetite from the administration to come out in unison and blame Democrats, liberals for Charlie Kirk's assassination. And she just came in with a grenade and exploded that, okay? And said, nah, it's actually Israel that did this. And a lot of people listened. Seemingly, there was a robust appetite for that kind of commentary. Okay? Yes, we are clan members of the Clandis clan. Would you debate Candace Owens given her current popularity? Certainly, but I don't think she would be down to do it. I don't think she'd be down to do it. Candace Owens has blocked me for like the last decade almost, okay? Not the last decade, but close to it. Like, I think I've been blocked by Candace Owens for like the last 7 years. Something like that. The Confederacy, yes. What'd you say to get blocked? I don't remember. I do not remember. But it's been such a long time that I don't even remember. Anyway, let's continue.
Her beloved Charlie Kirk. Not all of her journey has been without, well, hate, conspiracies, and oddly, speculation about where her husband is buried. Now, for the first time, Erica, who's with me now, addresses all of it from the perspective of a grieving widow, a mom, and a...
It's not working, man. You're trying to farm this, but it's not working. You can't. I feel like we're too ruthless and we're too mean. You know what I mean? Like we're too ruthless and we are too mean to ever be sincere about this shit. Like I don't think anybody cares about like a grieving widow, you know?
Battle-tested American. Good to see you again today. Talk to me about this part of the conspiracies that are out there, this disturbing part that people are trying to guess where Charlie is.
Can I have one thing? Can I have one thing? Can my children have one thing?
It just comes across as like kind of phony. Like I don't know. I just am I crazy for this? It's just Anyway, let's see.
Everything was public. We will be building the most beautiful memorial for my husband at Turning Point USA, and it will be for the world to see, and it will be spectacular, and it will have basically museum style for our Charlie, for my Charlie. But can I have one thing? Can my babies have one thing where we hold it sacred, where my husband is laid to rest, where I don't have to be worried about some secular revolutionary coming and destroying my husband's grave while my daughter is sitting there praying? One thing. This is my husband. Yes, he was Charlie Kirk to the world, and I know so many people love my husband, and I am grateful for that, but this is my husband, and I want to be able to have one thing left that is sacred to our family, to my in-laws, to my babies, and to my parents. One thing.
What are they taking from you right now?
Nothing. But I will tell you what they are doing. It reminds me so much of chapter 6 in the book of Nehemiah. He is building a wall, and the townspeople are at the base of that hill saying,
Not crazy. She's bad at performance, even if she isn't phony. More of a behind-the-scenes talent than a face for a significant org. Yeah, it's funny because secular revolutionaries aren't even the ones who are contributing to the conspiracies. If I am a secular revolutionary, okay, well, I guess maybe they would call me like an Islamist revolutionary, but regardless, I am not the one who's leading the charge here. I can only watch from afar and go, oh my God, how the fuck did we get here? As a matter of fact, if I or people like myself were the first people to come out and be like, Charlie Kirk was assassinated by Israel, I feel like the right probably would have collectively said, fuck no. It was the fact that it was Candace Owens that did this. That is the reason. We, on the HasanAbi broadcast, we here on the HasanAbi broadcast, you know what we do? We carry the flame. Okay? That's what we do. Because we here at the HasanAbi broadcast understand that he stood unshaken. He was a voice in the storm. He was a man of conviction. A heart reborn. He spoke the truth. When the cost was high. And he lived for Jesus. Unafraid to die. We are Charlie Kirk. We carry the flame. We fight for the gospel. Kirk, his courage our own. Together unbroken, we'll make heaven known. That's right. That's right. You already know it. That's right. Because he was a husband and a father. His family held near. A home built on scripture, on faith without fear. The world tried to silence him, but his voice remains. In us, it echoes, and in Christ it sustains, ladies and gentlemen. Why, you might ask? Because we are Charlie Kirk. We carry the flame. We'll fight for the gospel. We'll honor his name. We are Charlie Kirk. His courage our own. Together unbroken. Heaven known. Yeah. That's right. We rise with the spirit and we answer the call.
We answer the call.
The truth is eternal. And the cross is our guide. With God as our captain, we march side by side. Okay? Why are people subscribing? I don't know. HasanAbi Jr., thank you for the 10 gifted subs. And Eclectic Llama 2, thank you for the 20 gifted subs. It seems like a lot of people liked my my little song there. Thank you. You should be indicted by the ICC for that. Yeah, that was a beautiful moment. That is by Spalexma. We are Charlie Kirk. Anyway, so like I said, that's what we do here at the HasanAbi broadcast. We fight for the gospel, you know. Whereas there are those who don't want to fight for the gospel and they want to fight Charlie Kirk's widow. Not us, of course, others. And yeah, if it literally wasn't Candace Owens leading the charge, I don't think it would have gotten this much motion, but she's got that motion. Let's be real. I hate to admit it, but she is popping the fuck off.
Nehemiah calling him all these names, saying all these things, come on down. Every single time he had.
Yeah. People were calling for civil war over this man's death, and now no one even give a fuck.
Charlie Kirky. Charlie Kirky.
I just popped a perky.
I just popped a perky. Charlie Kirky.
Yeah. I took my coworker's computer and made his Slack alert that song's chorus because it rules. I've had to start muting you when you play that, and my niece is out here because she started singing. Yeah, because it's a beautiful song that literally, it's a beautiful song that basically channels all of our thoughts and all of our feelings in our hearts, whether it be fighting for the gospel or honoring his name. Okay? So let me have this moment. I think a lot of you are being insincere and a lot of you are getting mad. It's AI, dog. Yeah, not when I sing it. Okay? It's AI, dog. Okay.
We are Charlie Kirk.
You think this is AI? Something can start off as AI and then, you know, something can start off with machines, with robots, and then turn into a real movement. Okay?
We carry the flag.
Yeah. The only art ever created by AI? Yes. Anyway.
The same message 4 times in a row. I cannot come down. I am busy building. That is how I feel. I do not have time to address the noise. My silence does not mean that I am complacent. My silence does not mean that somehow Turning Point USA and all of the handpicked staff that loved my husband and my husband loved them is somehow in on it. We are busy building. And you know what I thought? I thought these people are human. We are all grieving in our own way. And they are trying to find the answer to something that happened that was so evil. They are trying so hard. And I get that. We're doing the same. Anytime we hear a lead or anytime we hear anything, we send it to the authorities. Please dig into this. No rock will be unturned. I want justice for my husband, for myself, for my family, more than anyone else out there. So for me, you want to keep telling me to come down while we're building? I don't have time for that. But here's my breaking point on that. Come after me, call me names, I don't care. Call me what you want, go down that rabbit hole. Whatever.
I would never. I wouldn't do that. Never.
But when you go after my family, my Turning Point USA family, my Charlie Kirk Show family, when you go after the people that I love, and you're making hundreds.
She said, come after me. Don't fuck up the bag. That's crazy. She said, you're allowed to shit on me. Just don't try to shit on the bag. The bag making operation must remain. Okay?
Hundreds and thousands of dollars every single episode going after the people that I love because somehow they're in on this.
What are you
No.
doing?
You know, I have to say it. I've never seen you like this.
No, this is righteous anger because this is not okay. It's not healthy. This is a mind virus. Yes, I believe in our judicial system. I do. We have a hell of a team working on this. Excuse my French. But this is not okay.
Wait, what is
So
the
you
French?
want to...
Like hell, because she said hell of a? Is that what it is? She's a HE double hockey sticks type of person? That's crazy. I didn't realize that there were still people like that. Or is that a dog whistle? Is that a dog whistle for the French assassins, the legionnaires and the gendarme that's coming after Candace Owens? You think that's what it is? She said, pardon my French. And by that, it was actually a trigger word. Like it was an activation. It was an activation word for all of the gendarme that is surrounding Candace Owens' home right now.
Put these people.
The reason why I'm bringing this stuff up is because I suspect Candace Owens will go live today and shit on Erica Kirk. And if you think I will not be watching, you are out of your mind. I will definitely be watching that. Okay. I'm pre-firing. I am one of the anonymous accounts that's a schizophrenic, gang-stalked Candace Owens follower in her fucking inbox, telling her that I'm actually an intelligence community, telling her that I've been a tier 1 operator and also in the CIA for 38 years, and that Erica Kirk is actually telling the French to assassinate you, Candace. She's gonna be reading out my be reading out my anonymous tip in her tip line later today. I am the super donos. Tell the fat guy to hide behind her 4-foot wall. We shouldn't know all of that. Wait, what? Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. It's already her fucking title. Uh-oh. Erica Kirk goes off on conspiracy theorists. Erica Kirk discusses conspiracy theories with Harris Faulkner on Fox News. Okay, this actually is suspicious. The fact that there are only 624 people waiting or 700 people waiting now, because now I clicked on it and now some of you dumb fucks are going to go in there and also click on it. But the fact that there's only 700 people waiting, but when she goes live, she has 150,000 people watching, that invites a little bit of suspicion, I would say. Because if you have 150K watching, like I have more people waiting in my chat. Like I have, 27,000 people watching right now, right? In real time. When I'm offline, I have probably around 4K to 10K people in the offline chat. It's in 46 minutes, bro. No, I'm 46 minutes prior to my stream. I have usually around 4 to 10K people in here. Not like 1K. No, I have looked it up before. Now it's YouTube. It's a different platform. They don't have an offline, offline stream culture. But it is kind of shocking that someone with 150,000 people directly as she starts her broadcast doesn't have that many people, doesn't have even at least 10,000 people waiting, Did you just say maybe her audience is much less brain broken than yours and they don't wait around doing Scrabble and offline chat? You think the Candace Owens audience is less brain broken than my audience? You can say that about pretty much any other community but Candace Owens' community. That is literally the only community that you can't say that about. They think that it's like a conspiracy between the Egyptian government, the Israeli government, the French government, and the Ukrainian government that Charlie Kirk was assassinated, brother. Every day she adds a new fucking country into the conspiracy and they lap it up. They eat it up. The fuck are you talking about? Yeah, if we're brain broken, they're brain dead. All right. Maybe she does bot. I don't know. Erica Kirk is going hard at Candace Owens News' Fox News interview. Peter Twinkler says she's feeding the beast. Between this and her planned town hall with Barry Weiss, Erica is making a major strategic error left and right. Candace Owens alone is responsible for the anti-Semitic bile she spouts, but Erica is doing herself and TPUSA no favors. Yeah, I get it on a human level, but Candace is just thinking about content and views. Yeah. I'm just saying. Maybe she bots a little bit, maybe. Because the numbers are pretty crazy. I mean, she's pulling a bigger crowd than Kai Cenat every day. Like, that's pretty wild to me. You know? Someone gave a $50 dono in our offline chat. We're not going to be in that audience in 45 minutes. What does that make us? We are going to be in that audience. And Tucker Carlson is getting involved as well. Oh, let's go. Oh my God, this is so awesome. I'm sorry. It's fucked up, but like, this is so dope. I love watching the right wing fall apart over the behemoth that they created. Endless amounts of conspiracies and this incredible knife fight, this incredible intense need to be the top dog. Every single one of these guys is a fucking charlatan. They're ruthless. They're monsters. All they care about is clout. All they care about is making more money. And when you leave this power vacuum in the aftermath of the Charlie Kirk assassination in this sphere, all of a sudden everyone is fucking trying to be the top dog. Kirk off or Kirk out.
Oof. Box where they've been creeping from.
I don't care what box you're in, but just know that your words are very powerful.
That's why I'm trying to carry the flame and fight for the gospel in the absence of Charlie Kirk, because these guys obviously are not invested in carrying the fight, you know, and fighting for the gospel. I am, and it's gone unnoticed. It's not being appreciated, but you know, we'll keep fighting. We'll carry the flame.
Powerful, and we are human. My team are not machines and they're not robots. They are human. We have more death threats on our team and our side than I have ever seen. I have kidnapping threats. I have, you name it, we have it. And my poor team is exhausted. And every time they bring this back up, what are we supposed to do? Relive that trauma all over again? They watched my husband get murdered. I have no idea how I would have reacted if I was there that day. And thank the good Lord that I did not have to see that happen. But my team, they are rocked to the core. So why every single day do they have to be dragged through the mud, analyzed, hyper-analyzed?
You know, the conspiracies that are out there, all of the like, do you think that there is more of it now because you do shine your light? I mean, did people just expect you would just go away?
I don't know what they expected. I don't know what they expected.
They pick on you because of your accessories. I mean, I've seen some of it.
Oh, yeah. No, at this point, it's what, the conspiracy collection. Get it before Christmas. Like, seriously. Wow. You will, if you want to find and pick me apart, go right ahead. I do not care. I don't. This was happening before Charlie was murdered. Both of us have been through the ringer of people will call you whatever they want to call you. They will. But I have seen it firsthand impact the people that I love, and I'm done. I'm done. And if people think that I was just going to wilt away, I'm not going to sit in a corner and cry and be in fetal position. This is a duty to my husband.
I don't think she's ready for the smoke. Like, I think she's fairly ruthless in her own way, but it's an entirely different, you have to be an entirely different kind of demon to deal with this stuff. Like the wheeling and dealing that goes on and the allegiances that you need to cultivate. You are not ready for this level of fucking scrutiny. Okay, but criticizing her for this is insane. Grifting is what Charlie would have wanted. Oh no, for sure. Like the irony, of course, is that God damn. Hello? What is happening? Hello? Look at this. Hello? What's happening? What's going on? Don't go in there. Don't go in there. Jesus Christ. Anyway, in some ways, yes, Charlie Kirk would have wanted his wife to make money off of this stuff. But in other ways, I think he probably hates that. He probably would have hated that so many people are fighting so aggressively. Look at this 34-month subscriber. Take a fucking hour off, stupid. In some ways, I think he hates that the right wing is infighting, and this will actually hurt the midterm chances of the Republican Party even further.
And it's an absolute honor, and I will never back down. And so my message to them is to stop. To stop.
And that's what we will say here on Outnumbered 2. God bless you. Hold up your book.
Stop in the name of God.
Amen.
But yeah, you were a top 10, man. So pretty cool.
Tucker Carlson on being labeled an anti-Semite and why he has haters. We're obviously going to talk about Tucker Carlson, who went on Theo Von as well. But before we do that, Tucker Carlson has also joined in on the battle. Okay? Tucker Carlson is also duking it out in the marketplace of ideas. He's decided, I'm going to get in on this Candace Owens drama. Okay? Many dramas taking place currently.
In the 3 months since Charlie Kirk was murdered, I've really tried not to comment on the murder investigation in public. And it's not because I don't care, of course. I love Charlie and knew him well since he was a teenager. But I haven't said anything about it. I really tried not to say anything about it. First, because I don't really know anything that everyone else doesn't know. I've asked around, but of course, how do you know what the truth is? But the other reason I haven't said anything is because I know personally a number of the people involved in what's now become a very large story. I know them really well. And I really think a lot of all of them on every side. Candace Owens, I've known a long time. I love Candace Owens. Blake Neff at TPUSA once worked for me at a couple of different places, and I love Blake Neff. Erica Kirk, I've known since she was dating Charlie Kirk, and I love Erica Kirk. And I think these are all...
Blake Neff literally was his... Blake Neff is the one that was the white supremacist writer for Tucker, who got fired from Fox News when they found out that he was anonymously posting in like white supremacist websites. You know what's really interesting, actually, about how much the culture has changed around that sort of stuff? Some of the things that he was saying on his like anonymous white supremacist account was shit like, oh, I would never want an Indian doctor. Like that. I still remember because I covered it at the time, but like some of the things that he was talking about, some of the things that he was talking about back then was, you know, how he thinks that like Asian doctors are worse than like white doctors. Now, what's really crazy about that is you can literally say that and be elevated, be promoted nowadays. Okay? That is something that J.D. Vance has unironically defended as the vice president when the Doge, when the Doge boys were outed for saying identical things publicly on Twitter. And J.D. Vance, whose wife is Indian, whose children are Indian, came out and defended them. Came out and defended those statements, said, oh, it's just a kid. It's pretty wild that that is how much the culture has shifted. Back in the day, you could get even fired from Fox News as Tucker Carlson's head writer for having that kind of racialized sentiment in your anonymous profile that links back to you somehow. Wild.
Really, really decent people. And so it's been my desire for 3 months not to get involved in any of this. And in general, to think to myself, anybody who is earnestly searching for the truth, whether they're right or wrong, but as long as they're motivated by a desire to find out what happened and therefore honor Charlie's memory by getting to justice.
To carry the flame and to fight for the gospel? Because that's what we are doing here.
Anyone who's doing that, I'm not going to criticize. Again, no matter what track they're on, lots of us, and this has certainly happened to me, have good moments, but good motives, but wind up in the wrong place. But it's a sincere mistake. So that definitely happens. I have done that, and so I've just wanted to stay out. And then the other day, I had like a 3-hour conversation with Theo Vaughn, and it was not about Charlie Kirk or anything related to it, but that topic came up. And I said, in effect, I don't trust the FBI. And that gave some people the impression that I was, accusing them of being involved in Charlie's assassination. And of course I wasn't. And I certainly didn't mean to. But it gives me the chance now to say what I think.
Tucker's taking the centrist stance? No, because there's this dynamic happening right now where everyone's mad at Candace Owens. And the reason why everyone on the right is mad at Candace Owens is for the same exact reason, because she's dominating. Okay? She's dominating the discourse. So, Tim Pool is mad because she has more clout. She's number 1. Tim Pool is not even number 10, right? And he's losing a lot of money. His operation is unstable. It's basically hemorrhaging funds, and he's fallen off. Nick Fuentes is mad because he thought he could be he thought he could have his profile elevated even further in the aftermath of Charlie Kirk's assassination, but Candace Owens is basically taken on the mantle there because of her close proximity to Charlie Kirk and real personal connection to Charlie Kirk, as opposed to Nick Fuentes' antagonistic relationship with Charlie Kirk. So Nick Fuentes is mad because he's realizing that his audience is actually going to Candace Owens because Candace Owens is saying, no, the Jews did it. And Nick Fuentes is like, no, you can't do that. You can't blame everything on the Jews. I'm a much smarter anti-Semite. You are being stupid. You're doing low IQ anti-Semitism. I'm doing high IQ anti-Semitism, not realizing that, yeah, of course, if you're a fucking anti-Semite, you're not high IQ at all. You are going to demand more and more insane conspiracy theories. So he's like losing his fucking mind because his audience is basically going on Team Candace as well. And he's actually really pissed off. He's doubly pissed off because she's also a black woman too. It's like Highlander, dude. It's Nazi Highlander right now on the right. So Tucker Carlson, on the other hand, ironically, is taking the Charlie Kirk route and tried to be the guy who everyone comes to, try to be the guy that unites the different kinds of, the Sig Highlander. Sig Highlander. Exactly. But basically, Tucker Carlson is the one who is trying to do what Charlie Kirk actually was trying to do as well, but he is more effective at it because he has an anti-Israel position and a mind for conspiracies as well. So Tucker is taking a centrist stance here, because if he were to attack Candace Owens, then Candace Owens is going to turn around and be like, Tucker Carlson's dad is CIA. He's also a French legionnaire. He tried to also assassinate me, and then her audience is going to freak out on Tucker Carlson in the same way that they're freaking out on Nick Fuentes a little bit, right? But if he shits on Nick Fuentes, then Nick Fuentes' audience is going to say Tucker Carlson's a Fed. So he's trying to take this like centrist stance here. It was pretty awesome.
Which is that we should not necessarily trust the FBI. And by the way, why would we? It's not an attack on, the political leadership of it. I've known Dan Bongino, for example, for a long time and like Dan and don't imagine he would ever be involved in intentionally covering up a murder of somebody. I don't believe that. But Dan Bongino and Kash Patel, for that matter, are at the top of the org chart, but this is a huge organization, and parts of it act independently from leadership. That's the nature.
Oh, they're being failed by the woke underlings in the FBI. That's what's going on. Dude, I didn't even think about that. Yeah, no, Kash Patel and Dan Bongino are good still. They're just being failed. That's what it is. That's what it is. I thought the FBI had turned completely... what is this? You're mad because a right-winger had leftist ideas sometimes? You're an idiot? No, they aren't the same. Tucker's actually saying a leftist position and Trump is a nationalist, socialist idiot. You're mad because Tucker is advocating for leftist positions? Dumb tanky? Wait, what? You're a guy that calls other people tanky as a pejorative, but you're also pro-Tucker, who's pro-Russia? Like, what the fuck? What the hell's going on? Bro, new guy unlocked. Explain to me your worldview right now. Yes, I'm pro-Russia and pro-China. Okay, but you just said tanky to someone. If you're pro-Russia and if you're a pro-Russia, pro-China leftist, wouldn't you be called a tanky by liberals? Like, I'm so confused. Where I see you're unfamiliar with liberal Tuckerism, Maoism. Pro-China isn't a tanky? No, dumbass. The term tanky is a pejorative that liberals use towards anyone and everyone that is like even remotely questioning American foreign policy. It's ironic that you're using that when it's a pejorative that be used towards you. You used it. She isn't a tanky. He's a feckin' state capitalist. It's so... No, it doesn't literally refer to Tiananmen Square. No, you're wrong. It actually is the suppression of the Hungarian counter-revolution, okay? By the usage of tanks. It was a British invention. It was the British, quote unquote, left that invented the term initially. Now it's utilized by, dumb liberals all the time. Well, I guess it was being utilized by dumb liberals back then too, but that's what it is. But that's cool. Dude, this guy's awesome. He's pro-China, he's pro-Russia. He's pro-Tucker. He says Tucker actually has the true leftist position, but then he also calls other people tankies. That's great. Anyway, let's continue.
Bureaucracy. So saying, well, I like Dan Bongino and don't think he would do something wrong on purpose, which is how I feel, doesn't mean that I trust the FBI or have to trust the FBI. And again, why would I? If there's one lesson of the last election, the 2024 election, it's that a lot of our biggest systems, our biggest institutions have rot in them, and that needs to be reformed. And as if we needed more proof of it, we'd learned what a lot of us suspected for years, that January 6th was in effect a setup, and the FBI was key to that setup. And it's still not clear that everyone involved in that setup at the FBI has been fired or punished for that. So no person, no American is under some moral obligation to believe everything the government tells you, particularly institutions or agencies that have a long documented, factually documented track record of committing crimes, participating illegally in our political system, for example, as the FBI has done, manufacturing crimes, setting people up, distorting justice. That's the opposite of their job, of course, which is to get to justice through facts and then to tell the rest of us how they arrived at this conclusion, to prove to the rest of us that the right people are being punished. So we're not under any obligation. Of course, we shouldn't invent theories to discredit the FBI, but it's not enough to have government officials tell us, well, this is the truth. We have a right, probably an obligation to say, well, can you prove it? And if you can't, I don't.
You're a tanky. I'm pro-China bombing Japan and South Korea. I want Sino supremacy. What? I don't even know what you're saying anymore. Okay, this got to be a troll, right? Okay, no, Kaya. That's crazy. Kaya is the real tanky.
Don't have to believe you. So if there's one thing that bothers me above all about the investigation into Charlie Kirk is that is getting lost as people argue over what happened.
It's not abuse if I don't pick up my 120-pound dog and put her on my lap every time she demands it, okay? For the record. I know that there are a lot of people in here who think that that's the case. Some beg to differ. Your abuse is sick. It's not abuse, but it's kind of uncool. Yeah, okay, well.
We are potentially...
Charlie Kirk, we carry the flame.
Letting our largest federal law enforcement agency off the hook. It is the job of the FBI to find out what happened and to tell the rest of us, not hide behind, well, it's national security, confidential sources. No, tell us what happened. Show us what happened. Convince us what happened. That's your job. And we shouldn't accept anything less. And by the way, when we do accept...
Yeah, he took the safest route here, which is blame the FBI for all of the inconsistencies, blame the FBI for creating confusion by not revealing instantly what happened. You know, that's what's going on.
Something less, then, you know, new explanations fill the vacuum left by the FBI, which we pay to explain to us what happened. And so I'm going to really do my best not to talk about things I don't understand, state things as though I know them when I don't know them. I'm going to do my best to stay out of it because I love Charlie and I want justice to be done in this case. But the rest of us should remain skeptical. We have a duty to remain skeptical, and we...
Okay. Let's see what he had to say to Theo Vaughn when he went on the Theo Vaughn show this past weekend with Theo Vaughn. This is what he said
tonight. What is one of the things about the Charlie Kirk assassination that rubs you the wrongest, do you feel like?
About the investigation into it?
Yeah. I mean, it's the whole thing with the kid and the images, and then they see him at like a Dairy Queen. Some of the, it's just like, it's all so confusing. You can't decide what to believe. But also the fact that it doesn't feel like there's any presentation from the FBI or something about reality. So it feels like it's just, it's internet sleuths filling in all the pieces. What do you think?
I've called directly to say that, just, you know, as an American, as a friend of Charlie's who is interested in seeing justice and is interested.
Dude, he does such a good job at just like the fake sincerity. He's like the opposite of Erica Kirk. We'll be like, oh, I was so saddened as a real American, you know, just like you. As an honest, God-fearing, tax-paying American who is a wonderful friend to Charlie Kirk, I was devastated. He is so much better at fake sincerity than all of these other people, and that's because he's been doing this for like 30 fucking years, you know? That's what it is. Very dangerous guy.
In preserving our system beyond this year. Like, if you want the system to continue, you have to satisfy people that the system is real. And if they're convinced that it's not real, at some point they'll overthrow it. That's just going to happen, okay? Oh, but Mamdani. Yeah, how do you think we got Mamdani? And you think Mamdani's radical? The dude went to Bowdoin. It could be a lot more radical than that. And we're going to get that.
They have a good sailing team there.
Do they?
Yeah.
At Bowdoin?
I thought it was Bowdoin, but it's not.
No, it's Bowdoin. Known really for sodomy, but also sailing. I didn't know
I didn't know that, huh?
Enthusiastic.
The high
Actually, I think they've
seas.
got one of the top-rated varsity sodomy teams in the country.
Hard to
Mostly
starboard.
Zen users. But anyway,
the reason why he's like anti-Zen is, by the way, because he created his own competitive brand. I forget what it's called, but that's why he's like railing on Zen all the time, saying that like Zen users apparently inserted anally or something. He says something along those lines in the interview here. It's not a subtweet towards me. It's just because he himself is selling his own version of Zens.
here's what I am concerned about. A lot of things. One, he acted alone. Tell me how that worked. I don't, none of us really act.
Do you insert anally? All the time. All the time. This is my favorite method. I have one in my mouth right now, but one up my asshole as well.
It's alone.
It's hard to go anywhere by yourself, too.
Thank you. Exactly. You acted totally alone. Okay. You're going to have to prove that to me. It's totally possible. Anything is possible. Weird things have happened. We'll continue to. But that's not my default assumption, and it shouldn't be yours. And their default assumption was we acted alone. Really? Why do you think that? What about life suggests that people typically act alone? When was the last time you acted alone in anything? I don't go, right? So A. B, we know that people had foreknowledge of this because they posted about it on X and said Charlie Kirk is going to be killed on this date, and he was.
Is that true?
Yes, it's true.
But were they just guessing? Was it a guessing thing where every day they posted that?
Maybe. Have those people been interviewed? Have they been hauled into FBI HQ and had a long conversation with how they knew that? Like, let's get really specific. Why did you post that? Who have you talked to? Like, if I were doing this investigation, because I spent my whole life doing non-criminal investigations.
Oh, he doesn't know the meme format? Yeah, he doesn't. He's a boomer, remember.
It's called journalism.
Are you telling me that while you're profit from cherry acting, you're shoving stuff up your ass? Yes. Will Sommer said the reason Tucker's walking back his pro-Candace comments on this episode is because he has TPUSA event next week. Oh. Drama.
Like, what do we know is true? How do we find out? Call everybody. Be open-minded. It's like it's the same process. If I was doing this investigation, they would be at the very top of the list. We know because we've got public postings on Twitter that people know, just like on 9/11. We know people bet against American Airlines and the banks that were in the World Trade Centers. They shorted those stocks. Those people clearly had foreknowledge of 9/11. Who were those people? We still don't know.
By the way, even on the YouTube, Twitter video that came after, that seemingly is less pro Candace Owens, he still was not anti Candace Owens. So while he's trying to play ball with Turning Point USA, he's still not going all in because he knows that the real popular sentiment is on Candace Owens' side. For the record, I don't think Tucker Carlson believes anything that Candace Owens is putting out there, okay? If Candace Owens was preaching these conspiracies to like 30 people, Tucker Carlson would be the first to dunk on her and be like, she's so stupid. What's going on? How have we fallen so far? In the aftermath of Charlie Kirk's assassination, there was a real opportunity to unite the conservative base around our shared respect for discourse, just like Charlie would have wanted. And Candace Owens used cynically the relationship that he had with Charlie to destroy Charlie Kirk's legacy. This is not what Charlie would have wanted. As a matter of fact, he told me time and time again. That kind of thing. That's what he would be saying over and over again. But the reason why he's not saying that is because he's an independent content creator. He knows he has to play ball. He's a room reader.
So I would start there.
But so you're saying that just the fact that there could possibly be some foreknowledge should be investigated.
Well, there was foreknowledge because I saw the tweets. And so I saw at least two that said,
Dude, come on, dude. September 10th will be a very interesting day. I plead the fifth. Like, this is a joke, okay? Whoa, dude, you're not banned. That's nuts, man. Sorry, I'm just surprised. Feels bad how much you promoted anti-American propaganda as an American. But I suppose Twitch is global and I'm American. Have a good stream. Aw, that's very kind of you, chatter. This is my favorite hater, okay? Whoa, dude, you're not banned. I don't know why I said that. I'm sorry, bro. I don't know. Nice guy. He's a nice guy hater. I like that. I appreciate that. Fake demon. Polite hater must be the holiday spirit. True. His name is Angry Scammer, but he doesn't seem to be angry at all. Candace just teased her response. We're going there. Of course she did.
You're probably seeing the clips, but Erica has gone off on conspiracy theorists. Obviously, every journalist out there is emailing me because it's about me. It's indirect, but it's also...
Oh, she loves it. She fucking loves it, dude. Oh my God. She's like, oh, thank God. Thank God I can keep it up for one extra day. Oh my God. Oh my God, dude. How many people in the waiting room now? Oh, 8K. Okay, it's real. She's not botting. She's not botting. I don't think she's botting. It's up to 8K waiting in the fucking room, dude. Oh my Lord. She's got something for everybody.
Also about
too.
me. And don't worry, in case you think it's not about me, she is going to name check me on stage with Barry Weiss on Saturday. How do we know? Because our mommy sleuths be everywhere. And they recorded the town hall today. And as soon as the town hall concluded, we got a flutter of emails. And what she says about the Egyptian planes, I'm sorry, not gonna lie, it's a little suspicious. It's weird. It's a weird response. So look, we got to go there. Join us at the link below.
Offliners and HasanAbi offliners and Candace Owens offliners have made a peace agreement.
Everything's going to change when Charlie Kirk gets to the college in Utah.
She is going to say Erica Kirk had a hand in this. Okay? You can bet on it. She's going to say maybe Erica Kirk played a role in Charlie Kirk's assassination, considering how much she's benefited from it. Oh my Lord. Oh my Lord. I don't know. Will she? Will she go that hard? Will she go that hard? I feel like this is a real test of how much people trust her and how little people trust Erica Kirk, I guess. Because if she just goes nuclear and says and implies, Yashar provides context that she once said she would stop if Erica told her to. After Charlie Kirk was assassinated, Candace Owens said if a number of times that the only person besides her husband who could get her to stop filming episodes about Charlie's assassination was Erica Kirk. Candace has not promised that in some time, but even if she had, I have always suspected that she would say she must continue because Erica is being controlled by Israel or France or whatever nonsensical conspiracy theory she wants to promote. Yo. Hey, yo. Of course she's not going to stop. Are you kidding me? 150,000 people tuning in every fucking day. 10,000 people waiting in the waiting room, including our 30,000. Technically, 40,000 people are waiting with bated breath for what Candace Owens is going to promote today. Okay? I open your stream and instantly hear Israel. Well, sorry to offend you, chatter. Clandanistas rise up. They call in your stream the Candace waiting room is true. Can't wait for that fucking ad read in between how devastated she is. She's going to talk about how devastated and how scared for her life she is and then instantly hit a fucking ad break. And the beauty of Candace Owens' grift is that because her audience is looking for potentially the dumbest type of commentary and the most insane type of commentary, they're not going to question it. They're not going to turn around and be like, wait a minute, why is she doing a BetterHelp ad in between talking about how she's about to get assassinated? This is the beauty of the right-wing grift in general, as opposed to as opposed to like quote unquote grifting to the left. You can always grift to the right because as long as you say the right things, you're basically farming an audience that has very little critical thinking skills, right? You are actively farming an audience that's saying, I'm stupid and I want to hear my stupid opinions reflected back to me. Therefore, it's the easiest audience to farm. It's the easiest audience to cultivate. It's the easiest audience to farm. They will never actually question you, okay? Until they find someone else that's more right-wing, I guess. Because remember, that's what happened. Because there's an endless demand, an endless appetite for dumber and more far-fetched conspiracies. And as long as Candace can continue upping the ante, you're just jealous of our audience? No, first of all, we are clandanistas. We are the Ku Klux Klandis fans, okay? Excuse me. We are Charlie Kirk, okay? We carry the flame. We honor the gospel, okay? Just understand that. And a part of being, as we are Charlie Kirk, we are also Candace Owens. Excuse me.
Okay.
So those people, I'm not saying they're a part of a conspiracy, but there's evidence that they had foreknowledge. Okay, so that's where you begin. And then I could go on. Like, tell me how this guy who seemed normal became a radical trans furry murderer? It's not enough to tell me, oh, trans. I'm not pro-trans, by the way.
But was that the guy or his boyfriend?
Well, exactly right. Tell me how this guy became so radicalized that he murdered a stranger. I'm not saying it didn't happen. I'm saying I want an explanation for how it happened. Why wouldn't I?
I agree.
Oh, we can't talk about that because it'll, prejudice the jury pool. Really, you've told the world that you have both a confession from him in his text to his boyfriend and the murder weapon with his fingerprints on it. I think you got a pretty solid case. So why is it so difficult to just explain, dude, 9/11, the rubble was still smoldering whenever I was on television on 9/11, so I remember this very well. People were instantly appeared. Oh, this is Islamic radicalism. Here's where it comes from.
Yeah, you were one of those guys, Tucker. Like, I like that he tries to distance himself from the instant we must bomb every Muslim country narrative that was the prevailing narrative on television at the time, when he was the guy doing that alongside everybody else. Oh, how quickly we forget, I guess. It's like, yeah, I was on television at the time. I was so shocked that everyone was saying, we got to bomb every Muslim country. I was like, what's going on? Let's hold on. Maybe Israel did this. Nope, you didn't say that. You said, let's bomb every Muslim country.
We're going to invite this guy in from Columbia who's just written a book about it. And like the whole explanation was ready to go.
Yeah.
There's no even attempt, which is both good and bad, but there's no attempt to explain how this happened. Like, that's the key question we all want to know. Yes, I know Charlie Kirk was murdered by gunshot. Got it. Saw it. Why? And they never want to tell you.
Yeah.
Was the kid on SSRI? Shut up. Are you a Scientologist? And they immediately start name calling you. Oh, you're Candace Owens now? No.
Yeah, but if you're just a curious person who wants to know why your friend got killed.
Well, that's kind of what I am. That's what I am.
Right, that's what I'm saying. It's a human person.
Well, that's what Candace is. So I have said from the beginning, if you don't like what Candace Owens is saying, why don't you call her and offer a more plausible explanation for what happened? Oh, she's bad. She's bad. Okay. I mean, I like her a lot. I don't think she's bad, but I love her actually. But let's just stipulate she's bad. But why wouldn't you do that? Because
I don't agree with some of the stuff that the rabbit hole she goes down, but I don't
even know.
But I like the fact that she likes to dig in the garden, So it's like, I like the fact that she's curious, and that obviously if people weren't resonating with what she's doing, then nobody would be paying attention. But you know how many places I go, people will come up to me and be like, and I don't think they want to say something to me. They'll be like, I love Candace Owens.
Dude, did I tell you what happened to me in Oslo this summer?
Mm-mm.
I was with my family, salmon fishing.
White Oslo.
This is why, dude, I was on the ball on this fucking Candace Rise post Charlie Kirk That's why when I did that interview with, was it Vanity Fair or Variety? And I was talking to the person and I was like, and I was telling her, I was talking to the journalist, I was telling her, like, you know, a lot of people think Israel killed Charlie Kirk, right? She was like, what? What do you mean? Really? That's the case? And I turned around and I was like, watch this. And I randomly asked the waiter, like, what do you think about the Charlie Kirk assassination? Who do you think did it? And he instantly said Israel. A lot of these people, yes, I was aura farming. A lot of these people were completely fucking, it was on Variety, yeah. They were so oblivious. This one did numbers, dude. This one did crazy numbers. I watch every Candace Owens, Piker says, referring to the new media star of the far right who has fanned the flames of the Israel theory. He nods in the direction of our waiter. It's the reason why I know exactly where he is coming from with the Charlie Israel thing. For me, no matter how far-fetched the conspiracy is, if it's getting 2 million views in 24 hours, that means a lot of people are tuning into it. That means a lot of people are paying attention to it. And in this day and age, I think a lot of people are believing in it. Best 20K spent? Yeah. Dude, that was such a crazy moment that people literally said that was fake. That I like planted the waiter or something. Yeah, this tweet from the article got 150,000 likes, the Gal Gadot one. I know you do your best and what you think is right, and believe what you believe. I'm sorry, dog. My name is from scam baiting and sarcasm. I don't hate you. My bad. I would take it back. Wait, what the fuck? I'm sorry for coming on your channel like that. Wait, what the fuck? Thanks for not taking it too personal. Just drama. I'm sorry, man. I'm feeling small. Oh my God. I'm sorry for coming on your channel like that. I believe you're doing what you think is right, and I shouldn't start drama. My name stems from scam baiting and sarcasm. I withdraw and don't hate you. I don't want anybody to feel bad about anything. I was overly opinionated. I think the dog shit is ridiculous. They should stop the harassment on that. You're good, bro. I overexpressed on that from what I've heard. My bad, dog. Have a good stream. I wasn't being sarcastic about that. God damn, dude. That was the quickest. Holy shit. That's an incredibly rare sight on the internet. Instant redemption. That's wild. What the fuck? I got whiplash. Thank you. All right, when is she going live, man? Oh, 1 minute and 38 seconds. 22,000 people waiting. Okay, her audience is real. Oh my God. Her audience is 100% real. Chat, the 150,000 is not botted. It is definitely real. Oh my God. Her audience is so real. It's not even funny. Holy shit. She literally is bigger than Kai Cenat. It doesn't matter if it's real because her impact is real. Yeah. I mean, no shit. Quick look at her IG mutual. She's in with the normies. Is she bigger than Tucker in terms of views? Oh, absolutely. She's also bigger than Tucker in terms of impact as well. Candace Owens, I think, is the most impactful right-wing content creator right now in the United States of America. I think that, like, she is probably, she's bigger than Asmongold too, I suspect. You're going to piss off Asmon with that kind of talk? No, Asmon is fucking small fry, dude. I mean, clearly her lives, she stopped doing videos because her lives bang so hard. Look at this, 2.2 million views, 2.1 million views, 1.6 million views. As soon as the controversy is dying, they immediately start yelling at her. Boom, 2.2 million views, 1.5 million views, 1.5 million views. 28K waiting right now. Asmongold without the bots is, you know, around the same level as someone like myself, but he has a lot of motion on YouTube. Okay? Like his live streaming audience is you know, that gets called into question every now and then, but the impact that Asmongold has is actually on his YouTube channel, where he has a fuck ton of real fans and real momentum. We don't get to experience it because none of his fans actually go outside or live in Europe, so we don't actually see it. Imagine telling your 2023 self that this was where her career was going. Yeah, I really didn't think that. Which I don't know how your views on YouTube are as low as they are. Seems like you should be doubling your numbers on any average video. It's because I have a fuck ton of fan accounts that are very quick to instantly post videos. This woman is not only dangerous in how she radicalizes people with no regard for the truth or anyone's safety, but she's also deeply unwell. Today on the show, Erica Kirk goes off on conspiracy theorists. Read me. Will this strategy work on the general public? We learned about what Erica told Barry Weiss about those pesky Egyptian planes. And to be honest, it's weird. You're getting way too close. They're now activating everyone. I just wish that they could see how obvious the psyop is. Like, they all post the exact same thing within minutes of each other, and it's always the exact same people that are doing it. I almost want to help them with this disastrous PR strategy. Oh my God. Yeah, I did accurately predict that Daily Wire fucked up big time by letting both Clandis and Fem Shabibo go. They're both more successful now that they're independent. I did call that. Candace Owens' waiting room has surpassed my real audience right now, my live audience right now, with 44,000 people waiting moments prior to her live broadcast. Oh my God. I mean, it's getting undeniable now, right? She's really taken over the Charlie Void and some. She's taken over the Charlie Void because of her closeness to Charlie Kirk, but also simultaneously moving them further and further into the reactionary, conspiratorial. Nick Fuentes had 60K after peers. Yeah, no, that's bullshit. It's on Rumble. That doesn't mean anything. Wait, why is there no audio? The fuck? Let's look at what the chat is saying. Sure, she's milking it. It's time. God protect Candace. Let go. Love you. Love you. Today gonna be fire.
Okay, you guys. Now, I wasn't sure about Erica. I was waiting, kind of a situation for her to be in, obviously having lost her husband, becoming the CEO and the chairman of a company. It's just a lot of transition, and it's nice to wait for more information before you prejudge or just make an assumption about somebody, and it maybe is not based in reality. Well, we are getting a lot more of Erica Kirk this week. I'll tell you that, because she has been doing the rounds in the media really over the last couple of weeks. And she just gave an interview live with Harris Faulkner on Fox News, where she finally addressed the quote unquote conspiracy theories. And I have to say this because 51K. It's true, but it completely missed the mark for me. I am sorry. It just has. But the good news is that she is now unmurkying the water in terms of her intentions with this massive political organization. That's good news, truly, because we knew Charlie, and now we are getting an opportunity to know Erica. Plus, later on in the show, it's Knives Out for Tucker Carlson. As always, he's trending right now because he has officially waded into the Who Killed Charlie Kirk narrative. And since he is not a bought and paid for Fed, he is
are they all Egyptian?
With not just the American people worldwide. And he says that he's not buying the official narrative. And there are some lingering questions. And he confirms what I told you about the Egyptian planes. So Let's jump right back into this. Welcome back to Candace.
Oh my God, 66,000.
Look, I have been very patient. I do tend to focus on the evidence that's in front of us. Obviously, asking questions when we come up across something that someone has said and it doesn't add up, or if they lied, create a list. And you guys were coming after me because I was saying, look, we can write into our imaginations how Erica is thinking or how she's feeling or what she should be wearing, but she hasn't actually said anything yet. Right?
She's
that
an
was my
amateur.
stance. She hasn't actually said anything yet.
She's an amateur. She doesn't have a personal news segment.
Chance, okay?
She cuts right
now
to it.
she is making the rounds in the press because Charlie's book, his
80,000.
Humus book, is coming out about the Sabbath, and she's speaking
HasanAbi
about
watching her?
the quote
No.
unquote conspiracies as she sits down with a lot of these news anchors. So first and foremost, she's sitting down here with Harris Faulkner, and I just want to show you a couple of clips
did blast
from
off.
this
She
sit
blasted
down,
off
which is
on
now
Twitter and
trending.
Instagram. She does the same thing that I do.
And she begins by addressing the question, which has been in the air, regarding where Charlie Kirk is buried. That question resurfaced this week in a big way because Milo Yiannopoulos and a few others have asserted with absolute certainty that Charlie has not yet been buried. That's what they're saying. They say they have proof of that. And at first, Harris Faulkner is asking about that claim. Take a listen.
Talk to me about this part of the conspiracies that are out there, this disturbing part that people are trying to guess where Charlie is.
Can I have one thing? Can I have one thing? Can my children have one thing? Everything was public. We will be building the most beautiful memorial for my husband at Turning Point USA, and it will be for the world to see, and it will be spectacular, and it will have basically museum style for our Charlie, for my Charlie. But can I have one thing? Can my babies have one thing where we hold it sacred, where my husband is laid to rest, where I don't have to be worried about some secular revolutionary coming and destroying my husband's grave while my daughter is sitting there praying? One thing. This is my husband. Yes, he was Charlie Kirk to the world, and I know so many people love my husband, and I am grateful for that. But this is my husband, and I want to be able to have one thing left that is sacred to our family, to my in-laws, to my babies, and to my parents. One thing.
Lavon affair. They just
Okay,
write
so
like
on its
random
face, I actually
unrelated
agree
Israel shit.
with that. I think that when people are being buried and where they're being buried and how their funerals are done, that is very private matter. Okay, so objectively,
I don't think it's
agree with
botted,
what
chat.
she's saying. Okay, but subjectively, because we are dealing with the subject of Erica Kirk and what transpired immediately following Charlie's assassination, this is going to be read as Meghan Markle syndrome, okay? Meghan Markle syndrome, where you want privacy when you want it, but you want publicity whenever you want it, and that just doesn't
Tying it back
work,
to popular
okay?
resentments
It doesn't work
that
that
people
way.
have.
I honestly think it was said
Towards
best
other
by Bethany
unfavorable
Frankel,
media
not related to
figures?
this situation. Bethany Frankel
Take
was on Real
notes.
Housewives, a show,
notes.
a reality show. And she was referring to one of the housewives who lived her life very publicly, showcased her marriage, was buying tons of Louis Vuitton bags,
Tying
and
it
they
to,
had
like,
tons of money.
pop culture
and then when the
references
relationship
of other
soured,
villains
the
from pop
housewife
culture.
basically asked the public for privacy. And Bethany was like, no, this isn't how it works. Like, we were riding with you on the way up. We're riding with you on the way out. You don't get to like pick and choose when you want privacy and when you don't want privacy. And subjectively, as it, in the matter of Erica Kirk, this is the same person who had somebody record her over Charlie Kirk's casket. That was not our business, truly. And I can say that decision was made by her. And there is, some credence to the claim that everybody grieves differently. I wouldn't even record myself over a casket ever, okay? Some people maybe perhaps want to have that memory. But the decision to publish that, you crying over your husband's casket, and to publish his dead body on Instagram was a decision that was made by Erica. And we can watch that. Take a look.
Oh, I love you. I love you. I love you. I know. I love you. I love you. God bless you.
That is an incredibly personal and an incredibly intimate moment, an intimate moment that you invited the public into. Okay, there was no reason to do that outside of wanting to share something that was very private with the public. And now you fast forward 3 months removed, and it's why does the public want to know where he's buried? It doesn't work like that. You have to make a decision. I want this always to be private, or I want this always to be public. That's my personal feedback there. Later on in this same interview, she launches into a strong defense of Turning Point USA employees who have, just as a matter of fact, told many lies, many inconsistencies. These are verifiable. So they are currently lying to the public, or they have lied to the public, but she is going to deliver quite an impassioned defense regarding these particular individuals and the organization as a whole. And I want you to hear her passion. Take a listen.
What are they taking from you right now?
Nothing. But I will tell you what they are doing. It reminds me so much of chapter 6 in the book of Nehemiah. He is building a wall, and the townspeople are at the base of that hill saying, Nehemiah, calling him all these names, saying all these things, come on down. Every single time he had the same message 4 times in a row. I cannot come down. I am busy building. That is how I feel. I do not have time to address the noise. My silence does not mean that I am complacent. My silence does not mean that somehow Turning Point USA and all of the handpicked staff that loved my husband and my husband loved them is somehow in on it. We are busy building. And you know what I thought? I thought these people are human. We are all grieving in our own way. And they are trying to find the answer to something that happened that was so evil. They are trying so hard. And I get that. We're doing the same. Anytime we hear a lead or anytime we hear anything, we send it to the authorities. Please dig into this. No rock will be unturned. I want justice for my husband, for myself, for my family, more than anyone else out there. So for me, you want to keep telling me to come down while we're building? I don't have time for that. But here's my breaking point on that.
Santa Claus is back, baby.
Come after me. Call me names. I don't care. Call me what you want. Go down that rabbit hole, whatever. But when you go after my family, my Turning Point USA family, my Charlie Kirk Show family, when you go after the people that I love, and you're making hundreds and thousands of dollars every single episode going after the people that I love because somehow they're in on this, no.
I'm sorry, but that whole thing right there is frustrating, and I'm going to explain to you why. I just do not accept any of that. First and foremost, the idea that she does not have time. Okay, she definitely has time, okay? She's done Hannity, she's done The Five, she's done Fox and Friends, she's done Outnumbered, she's done Megyn Kelly Live, she sat down with the New York Times, she made time,
cooking.
By the way, in case you don't remember, to fly to DC for Sergio Gore to be sworn into the ambassador to India, as the ambassador to India, which feels kind of obscure and not necessarily related to Turning Point USA affairs, building affairs, or whatever it is. But sure, that's fine. I mean, obviously, you're also allowed to be a person if that's the homie and that's what you want to do, sure. But we are indeed speaking about a coast-to-coast flight to stand up next to somebody and basically say, Charlie loved you. That was like the whatever 15-second speech that she gave, right? Here's actually, we have a clip of that speech that she gave.
Well, he was also very good friends with a guy named Charlie. We just knew him as Charlie. And his wife, who we love so much, is here with us. And maybe, you know how close they were together. Maybe, Erica, you could say a couple of words, please.
I'm honored to, sir. Charlie loved you. It's hard not to get emotional because I know that he would have been the first phone call when he found out that you were going to be taking this position. And the way that I was able to witness the two of you work together for years and to
grifters hating the grifter as if they grift off the same person. Yes,
was
The rate at which her
absolutely
viewership is
humbling to
growing,
witness, and I'm
this
so proud of
stream
you.
is like election
And Charlie
numbers for
is
you,
going
but it's
to be
just a
with you
regular
every
stream
single
for her.
day,
That's so wild. The most
in
powerful
spirit,
grift is absolutely
and I will be
conspiracy
praying
grift.
for you
Yes.
every day, because I know that this is just the beginning of an incredible opportunity for you. And sir, thank you for allowing Sergio to have this beautiful moment.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Dorothy.
She got
That's
scared.
just an
Guy got
ambassador to
scared 'cause
India
the Santa
swearing in
started
ceremony.
moving.
Again, if that's your friend and you want to be there, that makes sense. She's also a person, and she can decide what she wants to do there. But the point that I am making is that's a coastal flight that she made to be there to watch a paper get signed. She has also made time for an upcoming CBS News town hall sit down with Barry Weiss, which was filmed today. So Erica Kirk has time. She has time. It is just what she means to say, not her priority. Which
This is the most.
You are allowed to
This is the
prioritize
most.
things in
Normies
your own
have tapped into
But
Alex Jones
this is
style
not a
conspiracies,
matter
by
of
the
time
way.
constraint.
And the reason why she's capable of bringing in a normie audience to be more and more conspiratorial minded, I think, is because she ties it into pop culture so aggressively. Like, that's how she blew up. She didn't blow up because of her political commentary. She blew up because she baked in right-wing sentiment into all of the, Real Housewives drama and shit like that. And it's a combination of conspiracy theories. It's a combination of popular drama. It's a combination of gossip. And last but not least, she treats it like a true crime thing. It is this perfect, combination of things that normies can digest. And she's doing it not in an intellectual way at all. She's doing it in the most normie focused, just your friend giving you fucking gossip.
$100 million. That is separate from the $40 million they made at Mar-a-Lago the other night. So since Charlie has died, that organization has taken in $140 million. But gosh darn you people that are making hundreds of dollars every day on YouTube talking about Charlie Kirk's assassination and the BS narrative that is being fed and the very obvious psychological operation that is being employed to make you accept the BS that they are trying to sell to us. Gosh darn you. Did you make $1,000 today? Speaking about Charlie Kirk, well, you should be ashamed of yourself, says Turning Point USA, who in large part made that money because of those very people who gave to the organization immediately following Charlie Kirk's assassination.
Wow.
And the thing that is especially absurd about that is trying to
$128,000.
Almost I want to be clear that Turning Point USA is my family. The Charlie Kirk show is my family. She's just expanding the wings
for the fucking ad segue.
of people that we're not allowed to critique
when she peaks
because they're in the family. If you call them fam, you can't critique them, right? Oh, I'm sorry. We actually are showing a clip of Rob McCoy defending a pedophile or trying to launder the reputation of that's fam. That's the CK show fam. Oh, I'm sorry. We are actually pointing to the fact that we know for certain that this person in your organization is a sexual deviant. That's fam. That is my, don't you get me upset. I know that this is a now $150 million in the last 3-month organization and we employ tons of people, but you can't critique. You can't critique the fam. And I hate to say this, but I'm going to be very clear here. This is why there are many people who do not believe that women are equipped to lead companies, because what you are watching here is an unbelievably emotional response that is absent of any logic, okay? If you really care about your team, answer the questions, okay? Just demystify the entire event. Come out, sit down, answer the questions so people don't think Turning Point USA looks so suspicious. Don't try to mom the organization and say, well, mother's upset because people are coming after her kids and all of this multi-million-dollar subsidiaries. That's
She's
my
like,
children.
you're using...
Okay? The multi-million-dollar
subsidiaries.
She's
saying you're using the grieving wife card.
Those are my kids.
That's
so
a crazy thing to be able to say 3
Not
months
a good idea.
in.
Okay, it may work
3 months
in PR
after
world.
Charlie
You
Kirk
guys, I
got
know how it's
assassinated.
an obvious PR campaign. It's never been more obvious of a psychological operation. I actually wish they would put me on payroll so I could help them make these things look more organic than having every single person that has been telling us to stop asking questions all make the exact same video within 4 seconds of each other, being like, whoa, whoa, Erica Kirk shuts down the No, she didn't even respond to one of the conspiracies. She gave us emotion. She gave us emotion. She said, I'm a mother, I am a wife, and we never asked about whether she was mother or wife. We want to know if she is a CEO and a chairman. And a CEO and a chairman has to compartmentalize. A CEO and a chairman cannot respond to valid questions and critiques about finances, about shady actions that are being taken by people that require presidential pardons, people that are meaningfully asking why we are not getting a clear answer of what took place on September 10th. A CEO, okay, does not get to respond and say, that's my family. Okay, that's the energy of what I would expect.
I'm not looking at a YouTube chat again.
From a mother speaking to a teacher.
Would I call this a crash out? No, I'd call this a cash in.
That's my kid. Okay, and I'll shut this down right now. That's my child. This is not a child. Turning Point USA is an organization, and Erica already had an uphill battle to climb. Like that, she had to climb this because, by the way, just because if this was Goldman Sachs. And the president of Goldman Sachs or managing director over at Goldman Sachs died in a horrifically violent way, the Goldman Sachs family might mourn for a couple of months, but they would have instantly had someone to replace that individual. And beyond that, they would have never accepted the public and the people that are investing money. They would have never accepted, well, he's gone, but here's his wife. She already had a hill to climb here, right? Like, this does not make you qualified because you love someone to take on their job. I am not qualified to do what my husband does. That's why I said I wouldn't want to be the CEO and the chairman of a company. Actually, there's a great clip of Jordan Peterson asking that very question. Like, why do women want to be? Like, why would you want to have? It's actually a lot of work and it's very stressful and it's a lot of numbers and you're crunching numbers and you have to be everywhere, okay? If you want that, great. If you built the company and you're in the room like Charlie Kirk did, and you have proven to the public, like, hey, I built this company, I didn't even go to college, and I've been doing this for over a decade, as Charlie Kirk did, you've earned that street cred, okay? So she already had a hill to climb because now they're saying, well, this is his wife, and so, that's it. Well, now you're gonna have to prove that you have the ability to be a CEO and a chairman, and not just a wife who we expect emotion from, and you're rightful in that capacity. You are rightful to have emotion. You are rightful to be the aggrieved widow, but you don't get to just be widowed into the position of chairman and CEO. You don't get to respond to, well, in this case, investors, donors who have given money and are asking meaningful questions with, no, you don't get replies right now because this is the Charlie Kirk show, fam. Doesn't work this way, okay? And the broader point removed from Erica, which a lot of these mockingbird influencers seem to be making, is essentially they're saying to us that scientific inquiry and investigation in and of itself is now patently wrong, right? Essentially, we should just
scientific
trust
inquiry.
States. Don't
That's
believe
what
your
she's
own
calling what
instincts.
she's
Don't
doing
believe your
every
own
day.
eyes. Don't ask any questions. And I really want to stress to you guys how utterly ridiculous that logic is, right? Because if we followed that logic in any other situation, there would never be a crime solved ever, okay? If we just ascribe to the idea that scientific investigation is on its face wrong, it would not work. I'll give you a crappy analogy here, but imagine if there's like some young mother and she dies suddenly in the middle of the night, presumably in the middle of the night, and her husband is the first one to report it in the morning, and the cops show up who happen to be his buddies. They get there, and then they dramatically close the case in 48 hours. And neighbors are like, wait a minute. Excuse me, officers. Actually, you might want to know some other facts here about this guy. Like, he's in the mafia.
Erica did it.
These people would be like, how dare you question the people closest to, he loved her. That's his wife. Being a gang member is not evidence. Why are you saying he's a gang member? It's not evidence. And you get another nosy neighbor.
The analogy means
evidence
Erica
in the
did
middle
it,
of the night before she died. They
and
saw
is a part of the gang
the guy
that killed Charlie.
outside, the husband outside removing cameras in the front yard. That's not evidence. Yeah, but I saw him go out in the middle. He put something in his car in the trunk. He was looking shady. That's not evidence. How dare you find that to be suspicious? More nosy neighbors start discussing, and they were like, hey, we heard them. They were having actually a heated argument before she was found dead. I think it was about money. All of a sudden, the next thing you know, you got Allie Stuckey from the HOA. She blasts out an email and she says, it's unbiblical Some biblical to gossip. Hearing an argument is not hard evidence. You have no right to discuss it. Yeah, we're the nosy neighbors, okay? We put together a list of 20 verifiable lies that have been told in the weeks following this sudden death event. And yeah, we have some questions. So we're not going to accept Tim Pool jumping on the airwaves with big estrogen energy telling us we're evil because we have like school board elections next Thursday. We're the nosy neighbors. We don't care about the elections coming up. We want to know whether or not we are in bed with people who are capable of murder,
Yeah, Tim
people that
Pool's
are
a
capable
woman.
of covering up murders. Actually, we, the nosy neighbors, feel a little bit less safe in this neighborhood until we know whether or not there are some psychopathic killers in our midst. How about that? That's how I feel. I think that's how a lot of people feel right now. So I want to express that. And this psychological campaign filled with emotional manipulation and how dare you and the aggrieved widow speaks and so you're not allowed to question a $150 million organization. No, I reject it. I reject that 100%. Which is why I will say it has arrived as a blast of fresh air that on this very same day, Tucker Carlson is standing up to the nonsense. He's not speaking about Erica, obviously. He is friends with Erica. But just the nonsense of what the FBI is saying, he's wading in and saying, yeah, the FBI is not being clear in what happened. And I have questions because, and I think it feels like a blast of fresh air because and I know many people at home, are seeing all of these people that we followed and we thought that they were heroes. And suddenly this assassination has exposed them all to be frauds. You know, like for the right price, they will join Operation Mockingbird. For me personally, that is how I feel, okay? Like people in the military that I thought were forthright, people that were journalists that I thought were forthright. I just am so let down. And I don't think I would have been able to handle if Tucker Carlson was among those people. You need hard evidence. As if the killer's going to walk in and be like, okay, here's how I did it, okay? I'm going to give you the hard evidence. I was here, there. Like, what? Instead, Tucker Carlson is coming out and he is blasting the corporate and the Fed narrative with common sense. He joined Theo Vaughn, and here is what he had to say. Take a listen.
I don't understand the official story at all.
Of his assassination,
I don't understand it, and I want to make sure that there is a truly rigorous and honest federal investigation of it, and I'm definitely concerned about that. A, B, I think that I don't know many of the details, but I know that recently Candace said that Egyptian registered aircraft were following Erica Kirk Charlie's widow around for a number of years in different places in the world. That's one of the weirdest things I've ever heard, and I just want to say that is factually true. That's true. So that's like the one data point that I happen to know is true. What does that mean? I have literally no idea. I can't even guess, but that's very, very strange.
And what is Egyptian? It could mean aircrafts from Egypt. Who knows?
I think that they were registered in Egypt.
Got it.
And but that fact is true. So enough. And it also her claim that there were kind of a disproportionately large number of foreign registered cell phones at the event. That's also true. So what does that add up to? I don't know, but it means that, the FBI has a moral and legal obligation to look in every direction and to be open-minded as you would in any investigation, in journalism, in science. It's all the same process. I don't know the answer, and I'm going to sift through everything as open-mindedly as I can, as honestly as I can to get to what the truth is. That's science, that's law enforcement, that's journalism. It's all the same. That's justice. And I just want to make sure that is happening. And I just don't have a ton of confidence in the FBI or the men who run it. And I'm not saying that out of ignorance at all.
That's a scary part too.
I'm not alleging anything. I'm just saying I think it's really important that we have that.
That is what authenticity sounds like. And that's what we're doing here. We are investigating, right? Sometimes you get something wrong, you correct it. But I was right about the Egyptian plane.
Yeah, we're so tapped in.
When you hear Tucker Carlson say that he's confirming that part is true, what I take from that Tucker Carlson has been very clear. He grew up with CIA agents, okay? This is a guy who grew up in Virginia. His father, he learned after his father died, he thought he was just working with the CIA. No, his father was on the payroll of the CIA. So Tucker's friends are in the state. So you should take it as a concrete fact that there's something up with these Egyptian planes, and they were in fact following around Charlie, and they were following around Erica, as I told you. And that means people in the NSA, the CIA, are confirming that that is real. And yet, just last week, what we got from Blake Neff, and I know he's untouchable, he's in the fam, but I'm going to go ahead and touch that and say, like, this is not okay, the vibe is not right, is making a mockery of it. That is what we mean when we say none of this is passing the vibe check with Turning Point USA. There's no clear answers. There's mockery, there's laughter, but there's no clear answers. And the mockery and the laughter is not working. Neither is this idea that, well, now the widow has spoken. We're not dealing with the widow. We want the CEO and the chairman of Turning Point USA to answer. Okay? If you can't compartmentalize, then I don't see how you're going to be able to lead this organization in the future, because Charlie worked. We knew who Charlie was because he was authentic. Okay? He didn't just go, well, I only make time for like big pocket donors. Okay? He was sitting college campuses. He was speaking to people, understanding people. He was changing his ideas and he was changing minds. And you are not changing my mind about the fact that something weird happened that day and that TPUSA is acting funny because you give it an impassioned plea and speak about Nehemiah on Fox News. Okay? None of it makes any sense. Anyways, Tucker then goes on and states the obvious predicament further, which is that we just don't have any faith in the government. Take a listen to him discussing some of these lingering questions.
Here's what I am concerned about. A lot of things. One, he acted alone. Tell me how that worked. I don't, none of us really act alone.
It's hard to go anywhere by yourself, too.
Thank you. Exactly. You acted totally alone. Okay. You're going to have to prove that to me. It's totally possible. Anything is possible. Weird things have happened. We'll continue to. But that's not my default assumption, and it shouldn't be yours. And their default assumption was we acted alone. Really? Why do you think that? What about life suggests that people typically act alone? When was the last time you acted alone in anything? I don't know. Right?
Brilliant.
So, A. B, we know that people had foreknowledge of this because they posted about it on X and said Charlie Kirk is going to be killed on this date, and he was.
Is that true?
Yes, it's true.
But were they just guessing? Was it a guessing thing where every day they posted that?
Maybe. Have those people been interviewed? Have they been hauled into FBI HQ and had a long conversation with how they knew that? Like, let's get really specific. Why did you post that? Who have you talked to? Like, if I were doing this investigation, because I spent my whole life doing non-criminal investigations called journalism, like, what do we know is true? How do we find out? Call everybody. Be open-minded. It's like it's the same process. If I was doing this investigation, they would be at the very top of the list.
Going to
Tell
prison.
me how this guy who seemed normal became a radical trans furry murderer?
It's not enough to tell me, will shock the world memes.
I'm not pro-trans, by the way.
But was that the guy or his boyfriend?
Well, exactly right. Tell me how this guy became so radicalized that he murdered a stranger. I'm not saying it didn't happen. I'm saying I want an explanation for how it happened. Why wouldn't I?
I agree.
Oh, we can't talk about that because it'll prejudice the jury pool. Really, you've told the world that you have both a confession from him in his text to his boyfriend and the murder weapon with his fingerprints on it. I think you got a pretty solid case. So why is it so difficult to just explain? So I have said from the beginning, if you don't like what Candace Owens is saying, why don't you call her and offer a more plausible explanation for what happened? Oh, she's bad. She's bad. Okay. I mean, I like her a lot. I don't think she's bad, but I love her actually. But let's just stipulate she's bad. But why wouldn't you do that?
Because I don't agree with some of the stuff that the rabbit hole she goes down, but I don't
even know.
But I like the fact that she likes to dig in the garden,
Theo, we are in this garden, okay? And we're not getting out of this garden with the Fed slop narrative. We're just not getting out of the garden with trying to emotionally manipulate us and say it's not. This feels like COVID, right? It's not like COVID-19. It's like Candace 19. It's another fake. They're pretending it's a fake virus. Like, oh, you got infected. You just can't do it. 6 feet social distancing from Candace Owens. We're gonna get every influencer on social media. 6 feet social distancing. Save lives. What are you, a grandma killer? What, you just don't like what? And then Tim's all fired up. She's a C word. People are going to die if you don't get this vaccine. And I'm like, I feel like maybe the government's not telling us the truth. We're right back to that, but it's Candace 19. It's Candace 19. That's what it is. And they think that maybe if they put the little 6 feet social distancing pads in the grocery store, that the PSYOP will win and make us believe that this is like common sense is the virus. I'm the common sense virus. It's coming around. It's so evil. Stay at home, wear a mask, save lives. You don't want to catch it. You don't want to catch the common sense, you guys. You don't want to catch it. Anyways, I dare. I'm sorry, I dare. And I have been very careful because I wasn't sure what direction she was going to go. If she was like, I was like, look, she's got a whole business that she's got to figure out. There's a lot of people in her ear. Maybe they like did this transition too quickly and she's just like keeping her head like, no, what she's saying is Turning Point USA is untouchable. And it's a no from me. But you know me. I'm just out here saying what needs to be said. We'll be right back after a brief message from our sponsors.
Oh, it's out.
All right, you guys, when they double down on abortion, we know that we have to double down on supporting life. Through our partnership with Preborn, we can help save babies and support mothers in need.
What the fuck is
Every day, Preborn's clinics rescue hundreds of babies because when a mother sees her baby on an ultrasound and hears that tiny heartbeat, her chance of choosing life doubles. And now, thanks to a generous match program, your gift can be doubled as well. That means twice as many ultrasounds, twice as many lives saved, and twice as many mothers that are given hope. They're also provided diapers, car seats, counseling, and care for up to 2 years. If you've heard about Preborn before and have not yet taken action, there is no better time than right now. Their work is some of the most important work to help heal our country. One ultrasound costs just $28, but you can, of course, give 10 times that amount if you're able to. Head to preborn.com/Candace to give. Again, that's preborn.com/Candace. Also reminding you guys about American financing because what if you could delay your next 2 mortgage payments? That's right. Now in the 20s, even the 30s.
You can't believe these are our ops. What do you mean, brother? Have you not been paying attention to American politics and political discourse in general for the last like 4 or 5 years that I've been doing this? Of course, this is fucking what our ops are going to turn into eventually. This is the market demand. If you are by nature as an independent content creator with no like real worldview, with no real interest in changing the world in any direction, you're very malleable by definition.
Okay, I'm worried.
She's back.
You trust the influencers. You know, people over in the chat say we need some Candace 19 merch. Yeah. Don't go Max, get the Vax. That's what Mark is saying. We're gonna get some gear for you guys. Don't go Max, get the Vax. That's the vibe right now. How many influencers is it going to take to get everyone to roll up their sleeves and not go Max? That's where we're at right now. How many people do you have to send out to tell them? Please do it. Wild. Okay. I didn't get the Vax. I didn't get the COVID-19 Vax. And I'm not getting whatever the heck this is. Okay. Which is honestly on its face, federal stupidity is what it is. Now, I can also tell you that because my mommy sleuths, they're so fast before stuff even ends, I get tips about things. And Erica literally today sat down with Barry Weiss. It's been marketed all over. They're going to have this big sit down, a conversation moderated by Barry. It's going to feature voices from across the political spectrum. They're going to talk about grief. And I got this email after, and it's interesting. I got actually a couple of emails, but I'm going to read this one to you because it was a town hall-ish event. Here's what they said went down. This person writes, I just came from the CVS. By the way, whoever wrote this email, I love you. I just love all of the mommy sleuths that are this quick. They wrote, I just came from the CVS Times Erica Kirk town hall, and this is what she said about the conspiracies and Candace. 1, Erica said she was pregnant when the Egyptian planes were flying and following her, so she wasn't on them. She said she has photo proof. Huh? I'm sorry. Did I ever accuse Erica of being on Egyptian planes? When I found the Egyptian planes, I was concerned that they were following Charlie because I thought, wow, Has
Wait.
there been a foreign government that has been tracking his events?
Egyptian
maybe,
planes have been tracking
I don't know,
Charlie?
like
That's real? What the
running through
fuck?
the operation early, and then we broadened it when someone clued us into the fact that actually these planes have been following Erica. You just heard Tucker Carlson confirm that. I thought she'd be concerned. Instead, she's gonna tell us on Saturday that she wasn't on the planes. I never said you were on the planes. Why would I think you were on the Egyptian planes? I don't like. Well, that would be.
I have no idea
I don't
what
think
this
that you
Egyptian
took off
planes thing is referencing.
and went to
for the
Wilmington,
record.
Delaware. I know you didn't go to Wilmington, Delaware on the day of Charlie Kirk's assassination. I find that answer to be lacking. Okay, that is weird to me. It's a weird answer to give. And by the way, you can fly when you're pregnant. Even if you were on the Egyptian plane, that's a possibility when you're pregnant. So I don't understand that part at all. 2, when Barry asked her about the conspiracies and what she had to say to those saying them, Erica said, stop. No. 3, not about Candace, but she talked about Israel and said good things about Jews and how TPUSA is having Shabbat dinner. No, I didn't read that before we went live at AmFest. Okay. Okay. You guys, I want you to know, in addition to the fact that Charlie, in the last couple of days, wanted people to know that Mikey is fantastic and supercalifragilisticexpialidocious, and he had this whole vision, and that Rob McCoy was his favorite pastor, and that you should buy Josh Hammer's book. He also wants you to know to just be a Jew. I think we get it. We get it. Those were his last words. Okay? We get it. Just like... Okay.
The
okay.
shade.
Anyways, moving on from that. I want to say to the 39 bajillion of you who were in the military who emailed us to let me know that I misspoke yesterday. Okay, I even said to you ahead of time. I said, I don't know military vernacular. I don't know these terms. It's like another language. And you guys are not aware of yourselves. Okay, so you critiqued me for saying E4, E3 when I should have said 06. I'm jotting down these notes. I'm having a conversation. I'm trying to fact check things. And for me, I was focusing on the timeline of where he was. I was like getting all of the proof from our military guy who was there for this meeting on September 9th and it's also on September 8th as well. And I misspeak, okay? Because you guys basically speak Japanese. You don't realize you do, but you do. You speak Japanese. And I said E4, E3, and I went back and I checked my notes, and actually he said 06s. Thank you. Thank you for your 26 billion
She also
emails
has
to
the
let me
fucking
know
chat
that I don't know
pedantry.
ish about the military. Okay? It was a human error. I made it very clear that I am ignorant when it comes to the military. I will own that. And so please just be nice to me sometimes, where it's a lot of information, a lot of researching. And I just wanted to confirm he said he was where he said he was and take those notes. But no, he did not. He was very
It's so
clear. I
funny
checked the
that
notes that he
the
had said
military
06.
guys in
I
my
think
chat
I
are
made the
going,
mistake when
"It's
I
actually
transcribed
a
my
huge
notes
difference."
because he said colonels or captains. Then I Googled it and then I edited
It's
it
so
thinking
funny.
that maybe I heard him
Everybody,
wrong.
no matter what,
It was
all
over a
audiences
1 hour
are the
phone
same.
call. Anyways, regarding him, for those of you guys that emailed us, I told you, you can trust that we are not just taking a thumbs up from someone. There's a lot of research that goes into all of these things, and we were able to confirm
definitely don't
everything
think
he
that.
said was real. He gave us his card that he swiped onto the base, and now, because you guys sent so many emails, and actually people who were on that base in Arizona, the Huachuca base in Arizona, adding further credence to his claim, is we've been able to since verify 2 more things from other people that are currently stationed there. First and foremost, I should tell you, we have a positive ID on Captain Neff. He was not sure what Captain Neff's first name was. It was, in fact, Adam Neff, and I'm sure captains have different names, but Adam Neff of the 10th Mountain Division is the individual. I sent picture options to him as your emails were coming in, and then someone said Adam Neff. I sent it, and he confirmed that that is the correct person.
This is the most annoying thing. The
There were
chat
several,
goes,
obviously, but Adam Neff was leading the interrogation
William's
of him.
brother?
And it checks out because
Damn,
that
dude, you guys
is
are
the
so
division
funny.
from New York. Also,
every time
we
someone
have
says
now
Neff, you go,
confirmed, and this is exciting because we got a lot of emails going, oh, like if
Shut the
this was
fuck
really
up.
this like meeting, people wouldn't have known it was taking place. They would have used a empty building or something like that. Well, guess what? We have confirmed from people currently stationed on the base that JTF is indeed using a building.
No, jokes
I'm
are
not going to
allowed.
name the
Just
building. I
stop
know the
fucking
exact
spamming
one
the same shit
because
over and over
I
again.
don't want to, I don't know, accidentally violate national security. But
Jokes
effectively,
are
they
allowed.
are
Just be
borrowing a
funny.
building, so it's effectively unmarked in that sense, and that building has been turned into, please forgive me if I get this wrong, but I'm reading it direct from the email, SCIF, which stands for a sensitive compartmented information facility, okay? So they have since added barbed wire around that facility for additional security. Cell phones and other electronics are not allowed. This is where he saw the meeting, by the way.
Which is normal.
Unless they are
That's
government issued, they are not allowed in that building. And it requires top clearance to be granted access into that building. Again, we have now verified this outside of
if
this
it's a
individual
skiff,
who has
that's
been able to
like,
tell the truth.
that's not a new
He sent
thing.
me so much documentation that it was like I could have showed you everything. His old passport, his new passport, his military ID card, hotels, it's books, times, text messages, phone call logs with his wife. It just really is a circumstance that this man has either the worst or the best luck ever when it comes to him sort of stumbling upon military operations, right? First, he finds this cartel tunnel when he's 20. Now we fast forward, he's 56, and he just was getting some coffee, and someone's like, "Here, actually, yeah, no, that's the old boys are getting back together in this unmarked building," and he stumbles in there. It also, by the way, does provide an explanation for why they panicked when he just walked in there, because they were like, he should not have known that this building was here. They didn't buy his excuse. It's 7 hours later, they allowed him to leave, or Captain Neff allowed him to leave. Now, we can also give you some more information that gets really interesting, okay? Remember, Harry who told me that seeing that many, I hope it's 06. Is it 06? Do not email me, okay? He said it is not common unless, and he specifically said, there were some high-ranking congressional member or someone close to the president, like the vice president. Well, we received another tip that makes things especially compelling. So I'm going to just read you this email in its entirety. We have fact-checked it. It is true. Trust us to fact-check stuff, by the way, guys, we would not just randomly be like, thumbs up. We're just going to go with that.
That's literally what you're doing.
Writes, I just wanted to bring to your attention that on September 8th,
that's so dumb. That is what she's doing.
A U.S. government plane, a special air
Have her
mission
numbers
plane
gone down?
caught my
Fuck
eye.
no. It's
This
higher
is
than
what I
ever
found
before.
about that particular plane that is
174,000.
based out of Andrews Air Force Base, shown as Camp Springs below. U.S. Air Force C-37A Gulfstream is Gulfstream 5 is a VIP jet. Part of a unit that caters to senior members of the executive branch and Congress. Plane number is 99-0404, as you'll see on the screenshot below. On September 7th, the plane flew from Andrews to Colorado Springs. On September 8th, it flew from Colorado Springs to Tucson. Then, 5 hours later, from Tucson, and then the transponder appears to be turned off. However, at 12:31 p.m. on September 9th, it flies from Fort Huachuca to El Paso, and then El Paso back to St. Andrews. Now, why is that interesting? Okay. Because that means the timeline that he gave us is exactly right. This meeting took place early in the morning. I think it was 7:37 where all this happened. And then he said he assumed it was like a high-ranking congressional person or somebody that potentially could be in the cabinet. This guy is saying that's what that plane is used for. And he also brings in El Paso. Remember, El Paso, Texas, is where all those weird flights were coming from on the day of Charlie Kirk's assassination. So that is extremely compelling. And like I said, having spoken to this individual who is planning to come out and do podcasts and speak about that, he's trying to figure it out, which I'm going to help him with this weekend to figure out whose show he can go on and speak more. It's lining up. Like this is actually tracking. I had a sense when I spoke to him that his memory could be trusted. Okay. He was very forthright. Then. He was very honest. I mean, he was so honest that he was like, when I said, oh, is it maybe this Captain Neff? He was like, ma'am, like I don't want to give you any information that's wrong. I would put that at about maybe 60 to 65% that it could be this person, until I gave him the correct Neff. And he was like, 100% that's the guy. that questioned me. So I trust him. And by the way,
so he was 65%
when I
invested in the wrong guy then, by your own admission.
That were in the military currently were very moved by his story. People who have had the experience of doing the right thing in the military and being treated as though they did something wrong for doing their job.
This is literally, trust me, bro, journalism. It is so fucking crazy.
And to all the service members that sent those emails, I want you to know that he was.
I can't believe how many people are tuning into this. Oh my God.
Knees, him and his wife just thanking God, because they never thought their story was ever going to come out about what happened to him when he was 20. And that is just something that is really, that's why I said there's so much God in this, because like he either has the best or worst luck, but he just happens to be in the wrong place at the right time, maybe in the right place at the wrong time. Who knows? History will tell us. Continuing the rest of that email from the person who gave us that tip about this plane, he concludes it by saying, "This is the only time that I have noticed that this plane was in Fort Huachuca. If your contact..."
From a true clandestine fan, here's the lore for the Egyptian planes. The Egyptian airplane turned off its GPS while in the sky moments after takeoff, which is against international law, and it took off like 30 minutes after Kirk was assassinated from the airport in the city Kirk was killed in. The Egyptian jet is 100% true, and nobody can explain why that happened. Wait, what? Wasn't it the PJ? I thought it was the PJ that took off 30 minutes after, and the explanation was actually pretty simple, which was that area specifically actually ends up, because all of the not the transponders necessarily, but like all of the websites that actually track this stuff are just like independent trackers in general. The PJ that flew for a little bit and then ended up landing in Provost was no, she proved why that is wrong. Yeah, it was like bad signal.
In question, or towards the center of the screen, you can see it goes from Tucson, the transponder goes dark. That's what that dash means there. But what really stood out to me were the call signs, which are basically the fourth column from the left. So you can see it's using RCH, which is reach. That's a standard Air Force call sign designator. But when someone important is on the plane, it switches their call sign to SAM, which stands, as you said, for Special Air Mission, which is typically reserved for people like the vice president, cabinet secretaries, senior officials of the executive branch, congressional delegations, and other senior political leaders. So what that tells me is the call sign from Tucson to Fort Huachuca is a standard reach. Everything before that is as well. But once it gets to Fort Huachuca and takes off, it switches to SAM. So that tells me they picked up someone of that stature in Fort Huachuca. And then, just to avoid confusion, the Venus call sign is just when the plane is empty, it doesn't have anyone on it.
It's actually very, very helpful. And I think, like I said, there's something here. There is definitely something here. And I do believe that God put that man again. He has the worst luck. Our
what are you
guy
going to do when this
has the worst
dumb
luck
shit is actually
down,
true?
best
I don't
luck down
know.
in Fort Huachuca. But I'm certainly
This does
glad he's
nothing
there.
for me. I don't give a
So
shit.
you'll definitely be hearing from him directly. I would assume next week.
I'd be
gonna help him
shocked,
figure
I
things out.
guess.
He's like, I don't know how to work these podcasts and computers and how to get my message out there. We will definitely assist. We'll take a brief break and come back after some sponsors. All right, you guys, want to tell you about Pure Talk, because as a consumer, you carry the success or the failure of businesses in the palm of your hand. Their success depends on your decision to spend money with them or their competitor. Well, my friends at Pure Talk would like to
I
say
think the
thank you
funniest
from the bottom
outcome
of
is
their
if
hearts for
Cash
choosing
Patel
Pure
low-key
Talk
kinda
for your
did it.
wireless needs. Because of you, they had a
Which was my
record-breaking year.
initial
Because of their generosity
joke
through their
response.
Roundup for Charity program, they've been able to donate over $500,000 to America's Warrior Partnership, who stands
And
on
it fucking turns out it wasn't a joke at all. Like, I don't know what she's even getting at. Yeah, I think we're not as invested in the Clandis lore to know, because like this is multiple layers into the conspiracy, I think. So I don't even fully understand what's going on here. Like what the what the skiff that she's talking about, where it is, what the significance of it is. I'm curious, why don't you have ads on your stream? Is it a Twitch thing or a personal decision? It's a personal decision. The Piker Broadcasting Service is sponsored by you, the viewers, for you, the viewers. That's why you don't see ads like PurgeStore.com on the broadcast, unless you're watching Candace Owens. Or Preborn.com. That was a crazy one. The Piker Broadcasting Service is sponsored by you. Your voluntary contributions allow me to maintain my editorial independence. And like I said, the subscriptions are completely voluntary. You do get some amenities like being able to rewind on a stream. And you get wonderful emotes that you can use all across the platform. Oh, this is for you to shit. You purge out the fucking parasites out of you shit out of your doo-doo ass. I do marketing for Preborn. I've been trying to reach out for a sponsor segment. Please get back to me. I would love to do a sponsor segment for Preborn. I hate abortions. Another amenity for subscribing is also the fact that you can send me links. There's no guarantee that I will actually watch said links, but you can send them to me regardless. All right.
Man, I love that it is so faithful. And, you know, we're always talking about biblical characters, but nobody want to address Jesus. Remember?
Nah, bro, wild,
he was
weird.
Betrayed.
We're joking about that? What? About abortion?
The story might be relevant. We're going to be out here acting like it's a conspiracy. Yeah, it was a conspiracy when Judas betrayed him. And it was for money. Like, that might be a relevant narrative when you're out here, like, trying to make it seem like it's never happened in the history of the world. It has happened. And, yeah, I don't know.
The Egyptian plan just means Israel, for the record. It's not, it has nothing to do with the actual nation state of Egypt.
So I want to just be clear that it is, of course, plausible. It is very plausible. Is more than plausible. Or maybe
CIA, I don't know.
That when a company grows that size, there are people that become motivated by things that are not just truth and justice and things that feel sparkly and sprinkly and like make you feel good on the inside. Okay. The reality is life is ugly. Okay. Many people have to deal with deceit and dishonesty the bigger they get. And we heard that from Charlie's own mouth, what he was going through. Okay. I wouldn't have guessed his last words were effectively as if we're all getting the vibes here, like, you know, just like
counting or not counting gang violence.
But no, I feel like he was under pressure actually from a lot of his Jewish quote unquote friends.
Wait, what do you mean? His last words were counting or not counting gang violence?
Provided from Turning Point USA in that regard. It's like we're getting no honesty at all. And I'm wondering why, because this feels like a very poorly run
she did not
PR
say,
show.
She did not just imply that Charlie Kirk's last words coming out of his mouth were anything but counting or not counting gang violence.
You can head to CandaceOwens.com.
I watched the video. I know.
Promise you we will get you Candace 19 merch.
What the fuck? Amazing. That's another ad? What is happening? What is bro? Okay, y'all don't appreciate me enough. Can I just say, there was someone in the chat the other day that was saying like, hey, I never actually realized how fucking dope you are for not doing ads on your stream until I went to someone else's stream and I was pummeled with ads nonstop.
People understand. MakeHimASandwich.com if you'd like to buy it from us directly. You can also head to Amazon now, throw it in your cart.
Another ad? Bro, what the fuck? She wasn't talking about Charlie in that moment. She's talking about someone's last words to Charlie. Facts, they said spoiled, referring to us. Yes. You are spoiled.
Top comment from yesterday is they want us to believe that Charlie's neck was made of steel and the Twin Towers were made of neck bones. Got it. Yeah, we're at that stage of a psychological operation. That's it. None of it's making sense.
Isn't that kind of gratuitous? Like the way that you're talking about your bestie's death is pretty strange. Like that's crazy.
Vital to separate flaws from race. We can criticize corrupt Jews without blanket anti-Semitism. Critiquing George Floyd because he died of fentanyl
we read this
in the
before.
hospital isn't hating black people. Stop equating criticism of Israel, Soros, etc., with Jew hating or self-hating. If you're Jewish and critical of all governments, including Israel, most people are not racist. And then this person is making the joke, maybe Blake Neff. I didn't look into the Blake Neff thing or why he left Fox News.
Yeah, I know why. I read the Blake Neff thing.
Surprise, but you are absolutely on the money.
And he said, we're not racist like Blake Neff. That's what the dono said.
This sort of cheap
and she won't even fucking
like,
cop to it
it's
because
kind of the same thing
she
talking
she
about.
can't be
It's
too
emotional
woke
manipulation.
now.
It's like, whoa, what are you saying? And it's like, no, there is corruption everywhere.
Legal
And
heretic,
you
thank
are
you for
not
the
removed
50
from corruption
bones.
because of who you work for, what you look like, what sex you are. It is always plausible and actually highly plausible. Typically, when money is involved.
This obsession with Clandis
Lulu
is
Mallory
wild.
writes, the more I watch, the more fake and gay
Bro,
things
I don't
are.
understand.
We all have been given the light of.
I don't understand. Like, we can't have any fucking fun on this broadcast. Like, this is, whether you like it or not, this is literally the most poppin' thing in the conservative media ecosystem right now. There is a major fissure on the right. And I can't even make jokes about it without some dumb fuck being like, oh, I guess you're obsessed now. Bro, she has 175,000 people watching. And honestly, she's making better content than me. You want to know why? Because she doesn't have to fucking constantly respond to chirpers in the chat. I'm realizing that she can do all of the fucking conspiracies that she wants to do without any interruptions because she doesn't have 30,000 bitches in his ear yelling about how fucking annoying this shit is. Kaya! You made the Santa wake up! Kaya! Kaya, you made the Santa wake up quick! No, watch out. Don't step on the food. Yeah, she has 175,000 bitches in her ear telling her how dope she is. They're saying, yes, queen.
There's something not right with that. Like making jokes about something that you should be concerned at the very least about. Even
This
if
isn't
it turned
fun.
out.
It's boring. You have more integrity than dealing with anti-Semites. We know she's scum of the earth. First of all, check out these thighs. I think you need to recognize that we will be dealing with anti-Semites a lot more frequently in American politics because the most popular motion right now is heading in that direction on the American right. You are currently staring down the barrel of the future of the right-wing movement. Okay? 100%. If you're thinking like, oh, well, these guys are anti-Semitic, why are you dealing with them? Literally wake up to the reality that the entirety of the right-wing movement is going to be geared around these kinds of conspiracies. No matter how dumb, no matter how stupid, this is what they're going to fucking say and do. Yeah, I know. This is so funny. We live in an era where they're trying to normalize Islamism, Nazism, and communism. Reject it. And of course, El Jacobi, the number one Israel Nazi, posted that. And then Carl Shaw posted, we want to kill black people. I'd like to have nice infrastructure like China has. You're both equally bad. Liberalism needs to die. This guy isn't a liberal, for the record. This guy is a one-issue person. Liberal people in TikTok comments are praising her as if she's a Wendy Williams with all the tea just because she's coming up with conspiracies for everything. I'm afraid they don't know much of her. Shaking my head. I don't think they know much of her. I think she has the same exact clipping structure that Nick Fuentes has. It's the clip culture. Once again, all of the Clipper accounts that are up my asshole with regular frequency, consistently clipping everything that I say out of context in an effort to fucking trash whatever point of view that I have, to constantly present me as a villain, have been noticeably absent from any Candace Owens coverage, despite the fact that Candace Owens is infinitely more popular than I am. Same with Nick Fuentes. So when you don't have that level of fucking haters consistently trying to warn everyone about you, then you got a person who talks about Yahweh, a servant of Yahweh,
has that
like
security
this.
footage. Please get it to Candace before it gets deleted.
Wait, where was
Biz
it?
writes, who was the woman in the pickup truck?
That's what
I
she just
don't
said.
know who the
before
woman
I
was in the
tuned
pickup
in.
truck. You're referring to what Harry, I mean, Harry thinks he has an idea and he should come out and he should share his story. I would be interested to see if he is, like I said, I can tell you he was factually there, that the meeting happened now exactly as he said it happened at exactly what time he says it happened. I cannot confirm his own eyes. I can't confirm his memory of who he believes he saw. We can't confirm that it was Brian Harpole. We can't, you know, was it a Brian Harpole lookalike? Do a lot of military men look the same? He is certain he saw Brian Harpole. Give him time to come out and tell his story. Servant of Yahweh writes, who was the young woman in the Candlewood Suites Hotel with the special ops guy? They left in the green truck on September 8th. If you or anyone you know
How is
works at
Clan is
that...
anti-Semitic? I mean, she has in the past and consistently chooses to entertain a lot of anti-Semitic conspiracy theories about how, you know, she's not as out about it, I would say, as Nick Fuentes is.
If you work for the Candlewood Suites Hotel at the military base...
I mean, she's praised Hitler.
Please for us on September 8th.
That's a
More
pretty
tips at CandiceOwens.com is who you can
indication
send
that you might
tip
be
to. What you
anti-Semitic.
doing? Staying at the Candlewood Suites Hotel.
She said Hitler was actually just trying to make Germany great again. But it was because she became, or he became a globalist by invading other countries. That's when he got bad.
And I am going to keep on this, see what comes of
She
this.
also won Anti-Semite of the Year.
We'll see
Okay,
you
she
guys
defeated me to win Anti-Semite of the Year. That doesn't really mean anything. Winning Anti-Semite of the Year, yeah, sometimes they get it right, but that doesn't really mean much, you know? Sir Aquinas talking is true. I can't believe we just watched it. Oh my God. She dunked on you? Okay, calm down. Yeah, so she just does like, I guess, an hour-long stream. And then that's it. 150,000 people tune in for the hour. She gets like 2 million views on the VOD. And then that's it. She kind of mogged you? Yeah. An hour stream, 40 minutes of ads. Yeah, half of it is ads. It is pretty crazy. 180,000 peak. You could learn from a woman like Candace? No, I don't think it's botting. I think it's real. I thought it was botting. I don't think it's botting anymore. Because that shit jumped up organically. Like it didn't just like go from 1,000 people waiting to like 150K. It straight up went from, first it was like 20K, 30K, 40K in the waiting room, 50K when she starts, and then 50K, 60K, 70K, 80K. We watched it happen. And it peaked at 180K. The audience expansion was organic. There was no like noticeable big jumps. Why the fuck do so many people think what she's saying is interesting? Great question. I explained it already, but I think she already cultivated a massive fan base doing pop culture commentary and pop culture critique. And she was doing pop culture critique while also still doing like right-wing commentary, or even doing like right-wing framing on pop culture critique. Having said that, however, she bakes all of that stuff into this. This is obviously like a very this is a very big story, and there's a lot of attention on it. There's a lot of interest in it. There's also the official. There's also a lot more suspicion on official narratives nowadays than ever before. So she is farming the shit out of people who want answers. And she also has a very good approach to covering it, where she'll basically cover the shit like it's a true crime story for the conspiracy girlies, baking in a bunch of pop culture references, associating her enemies in this story with common tropes and common enemies that people know from the pop culture stories that she's covered. And she makes it very palatable, very easy to consume, while also simultaneously like leaving little breadcrumbs every now and then. So it's almost like a like a universal investigation that everyone is engaging in, not dissimilar to the initial interest in QAnon. QAnon was interesting because a lot of bored people they felt like they were playing a role in this. They felt like they were playing a role in this investigation. And that's what Candace Owens is doing as well with the tip line and all this shit. So that's the reason why she is the most successful right-wing commentary person, just the most successful political commentator in the country right now. Do I think she believes any of this stuff? Abso-fucking-lutely not. I think she's always been a grifter from the start. It's not a crusade. I think she's 100% grifting. And she is not shy about like baking in her own personal, like she's not shy about putting herself in the story, consistently talking about how she's under attack for saying the truth. And she's definitely developed a lot of goodwill from her audience at this point. So it's a very successful grift for her. How do white supremacists take her seriously? I think white supremacists are much more open-minded towards DEI than ever before. I mean, after all, the number one white supremacist in the country is a Mexican man, right? A gay Mexican guy by the name of Nicolas Fuentes. So that's like they're already used to listening to a non-white person. Anyway, this is Nick Fuentes' take on Candace Owens.
I saw on her Instagram today, Candace Owens did a multi-part story. She said, "Oh my gosh, you're never going to believe it. I just found something that changes everything. I got a new tip. God gave it to me, and it's brand new."
What are you doing? Don't wag your tail. I almost killed you. Why are you laying right behind me? It's crazy. All right, yeah, take her out. Can you take this too? Yeah. Bear fact, bears can actually run faster than horses in short bursts. They're fast as fuck. I hate how your Santa randomly moves. Don't hate the player, hate the game. And secondly, the Santa is not randomly moving. The Santa moves with movement. Yeah, Santa has a motion tracker in him. So whenever Kaya passes in front of the Santa, he starts dancing.
And this is the evidence I needed. It's the final piece of the puzzle. Anybody watch the show? Did she get it? Is that the final piece? Did she prove it's a U.S., France, Israel conspiracy yet? Did she get the final piece of the puzzle? I didn't catch it. I saw the clips, and I saw a couple of tweets summarizing it. So I guess some guy from like the 80s was in Mexico and saw some other guy that had the same name as a guy at Turning Point. And that proves that Brigitte Macron is a guy or something. I don't know. I didn't see it. When will it end? Blake Neff, if you can hear us, please save us. Tyler Boyer, please. Erica Kirk, can you finish this bitch off?
Yeah, he's fucking sauceless. He's motionless. He's sauceless, and he's mad that the Candace conspiracies that tie this back to Israel are much more captivating to his audience, and it's pissing him off. This is coming from a place of jealousy. Me, on the other hand, I'm coming at it from a place of admiration. Let's be real.
Figuratively, in the battle of ideas. Honestly, I was very
no motion, outmeted by Candace.
Critical of Erica Kirk. Now, it's like...
Why doesn't he lean into it? Oh, that's also part of the grift. Partially because I assume he thinks it's too far-fetched and too stupid, but also partially because he wants normalcy and legitimacy. He wants to be normalized by more... he's constantly in a battle. On the one hand, he wants to be as edgy as possible and like say Nazi shit. But on the other hand, he also recognizes that like there is a void in the space for someone who is crafty, someone who is clever, and someone who can be somewhat charismatic as like a major conservative commentary person. So in order to do this, like he's trying to win favor from more establishment conservatives about this, like, you know, by presenting himself as an antidote to Candace Owens' like crazy conspiracy theories. He lacks all these qualities, though. No, I would say Nick Fuentes is I think, is more telegenic than the average conservative commentary person. Like that's not far-fetched. The reason why I say that is because like the average conservative commentary person is just awful. Like think about it. Think about where he's coming from versus like Tim Pool. Also, if he had nothing, if he had no motion whatsoever, he wouldn't have been able to claw himself back into relevance over the years after he got deplatformed from everything. There is a reality there that you have to understand, that you have to recognize. Like many of the conservative commentary sphere have actually been propped up. Okay, they've been propped up, and they get institutional help. They're constantly getting a leg up from mainstream outlets. They're constantly being promoted through the conservative machine. He didn't do that at all. He had to do it on his own because his opinions were his opinions, especially on Israel, especially on Jews, was considered too scary for the interests of the conservative movement in general. So once he was deplatformed from every fucking outlet, he had to basically claw himself back up. Yeah, Fuentes is dangerous specifically because he's smarter than most of them versus Dimpool being functionally illiterate. Exactly. But the reality of the matter is his comparably higher intellect is actually a burden in this situation because people are not looking for someone to do intelligent assessment. They're looking for someone who's dumb as fuck, just like they are. And that is precisely the reason why people who are even smarter than the way they present themselves, like Asmongold, which isn't saying much, are able to captivate such massive audiences. And you kind of see the vibes of the audiences in general. Whenever I bring his name up, there's like at least 5 or 6 people that come in here and they try to talk shit. And you can kind of tell, like DGGers, for example, are at least a little bit more sophisticated in their smear operations, a little bit more sophisticated in the way that they present themselves as liberals from time to time. Asmongold audience members are very, you know, what you see is what you get. They come in here and they go, "Duh, you're a Muslim man, rat. Oh, I can't wait to do a holy crusade on you." Like they're very clearly mouth breeders. But the reality is there are more mouth breeders now, especially on the right, especially on the far right, than there are people who are even demanding intelligent commentary. And that's precisely the reason why people like Nick Fuentes are losing their audiences to people like Candace Owens, who actually appeal to the broadest base of support. Yes, mouth breathers. English is my second language. You barely speak one. Okay, don't give me that fucking bullshit right now. Breathers. Yes. Ugh. There's still a guy. Look at this. What is a mouth breather? What is a mouth breather? 60 seconds after I already addressed it, there's still people fucking writing in the chat. God damn it. We do fancy ourselves to be much smarter than the average conservative audience, but honestly, we're a bunch of fucking hive-minded morons too in here as well.
Like, can she please silence the idiot, like, because it's got to stop. The Candace mania has gotten out of control. It has become a mania. It has become a psychosis and paranoia. She's a completely malicious actor, a compulsive liar, a disingenuous person. And I just can't wait for December 15th when Turning Point, they better bring their A game. They got a lot riding on this. And I'll say this much. I'm looking forward to the Turning Point live stream where they respond to everything. I plan on live streaming that. And depending on how they do, if they don't do a good enough job, I think I'm going to have to step up. And I think I'm going to have to expose Candace Owens for what she really is.
Oh, yeah. Okay. No, that's yeah, you can tell exactly what's going on here. He's like, oh, man, it's just Turning Point USA couldn't get the job done, but I'll be the real champion. I'll be the real champion. Yeah. Also, there was the Brett Cooper part of this conversation that I was going to be talking about, which is like a testament to how much things have changed about, you know, certain things that conservatives broadly consider to be indefensible. Now they are defending it.
I'm going to give them, they have the opportunity because they are involved in all this. But I am so frustrated with how people are handling it. They're losing. If Turning Point doesn't do a good enough job on December 15th, I'm going to have to step up. And just like I exposed Tucker Carlson and just like I exposed J.D. Vance, I'm going to have to step up and I'm going to have to blow the lid and expose everything about Candace Owens and reveal who she really is, who her husband is, who her donor.
I think it's pretty crazy that the current meta in 2025 in the conservative movement is like, who's a better white supremacist? Is it the gay Mexican guy or is it the black woman married to a gay British dude? That's pretty crazy. Like, who will be the most loyal soldier to white supremacy? What a fucking strange turn of events.
Are. And unlike her, I will be naming names. I will be coming with receipts. I will blow the lid on the whole thing, and I'll give her the Tucker Carlson treatment.
You are so homophobic. What's wrong with you? What? What do you want me to say? That Nick Fuentes is not a closeted gay man? Like, what? How is that homophobic? Yes, Candace Owens' husband, there is suspicion that Candace Owens' husband is also. Candace Owens is a beard. Oh, shit. CBS released a snippet of the Barry Weiss town hall. Oh, my God. Knowing Barry Weiss, this shit's going to suck ass, by the way. Because while she's, you know, while her job is basically to do propaganda for Israel and all this shit, she's so bad at her other job, which is to make things more impactful, make things more interesting. So, lucky for us, I guess, if this is the best they're going to get for people who are doing propaganda for Israel, it's not looking too good.
Most alarming things about Charlie's murder was the way that some people in this country reacted to it.
Yeah.
And not just online. This was an idea that you encountered a lot. And the idea was this: they kind of justified it. They basically said that because Charlie said or believed things that they believed were controversial or even hateful, that he somehow had it coming. What do you say to people
Nope, that's the old meta. Now they're saying Israel killed him and Erica Kirk is involved. That's the old meta, Barry. You can't go back to the old meta. Nobody gives a fuck about that no more. See, this is what I mean when I said, like, she's motionless. She's 3 months behind on the... God, what a fucking fossil she is. She is desperately trying to whip the mainstream discourse back to, like, remember how fucked up it was? Remember how messed up it was when everybody was collectively making fun of, or not making fun of, sorry, when everyone was collectively saying Charlie Kirk deserved it? Remember when the left was doing the violence? Remember the left was celebrating the violence? We're so far beyond that, where Kirkification is already run amok. Like the whole, and it's not even, the Kirkification is not even coming from just the left in general. It's coming from everybody. You can't get back to conversations that were immediately, the conversations that went stale instantly 3 months ago.
Justified his death.
You're sick. He's a human being. You think he deserved that? Tell that to my 3-year-old daughter.
That'd be kind of fucked up to say that to any 3-year-old, honestly. It's just like a strange demand from Erica, honestly. No, I will not be doing that. Also, every time I see this lady on camera, it's just so bad. And then the slow camera pan, too, with the slow zoom, it's just like, oh, this is going to be an impactful moment. Get this,
that he
get
somehow had it coming. What do you say to people who justified his death?
Look at this.
You're sick. He's a human being. You think he deserved that?
I don't know. It's just hard. It's fucking hard to feel sympathetic to Erica Kirk. I don't know what it is. It's just every time I see her on camera, I'm like, okay, you want to know when I checked out of this stuff? When I saw that fucking immediate post that she had on her Instagram stories where she was like touching Charlie Kirk's hand or something. And that's when I was like, this is a little strange, no? And if you recall, I said on stream, I was like, maybe it's like a Christian thing. I don't fully understand it. But I thought it was a very weird thing to do. Because like everything is a performance. When you're doing it on camera, especially, it's a performance. So you're choosing to put that out there. And I don't know why. I thought that was like a very strange thing where she was like crying over his body. And I couldn't understand it. But I just chalked it up to, I don't know, like maybe this is a Christian type of grievance. And this is a Christian grieving method and I don't understand it potentially. But that was my like, there's something that's not adding up moment. And ever since then, like the memorial with the fucking WWF flares or WWE flares, like the aggressive posturing from the administration trying to punish people for even in certain instances, like saying this is what Charlie Kirk believed. And they're like, how dare you say that? You can only say that he was a father to children. Like, trying to control what people say and don't say about Charlie Kirk. Like, all of that stuff, Benjamin Netanyahu coming out and saying, we did not kill Charlie Kirk. Like, every part of that is so perfectly concocted to brick the brains and make everyone experience collective psychosis that it's not that surprising that a lot of Americans are tuning into what Candace Owens has to say about this stuff. I see her on the Candace train. I'm not. I still don't know exactly what happened. There's some weird some weird information out there about the events that transpired. The only part of this story that I can convincingly tell you is that he was not turning on Israel, okay? That's been like the number one meta from a lot of people that, oh, he was turning on Israel, that's why they killed him. It's like, I know for a fucking fact that he was not turning on Israel because I was supposed to debate him on that, okay? I was specifically supposed to debate Charlie Kirk 2 weeks after his assassination, so it never happened, on the issue of Israel and how young conservatives were turning on Israel. And so I know for a fact that he was taking the pro-Israel position because I had seen enough of his work. I'd read enough of his stuff. I knew what his attitude was on the matter. To be fair, he did start turning towards the left near the end. No, he didn't. No, he did not. I know for a fact he did not, because all of the evidence supposedly that people had of, like, you know, his private conversations and things of that nature about Israel or about like Jewish donors at Turning Point USA, every single statement that he made in private still did not mean that he was publicly going to turn on Israel. And the only reason why he was never going to do that. Oh, they were making a neck joke. Oh, I didn't even understand it. Okay. Well, regardless, the reason why I know that is because although he was a big Epstein guy, right? He was a big Epstein truther. He got a boss call one day from Donald Trump, and he very publicly said, I'm done with Epstein. And that was a huge thing for him. He had talked about Jeffrey Epstein quite a bit. But the moment that Donald Trump said, no more Jeffrey Epstein talk, he said, I'm done with Jeffrey Epstein talk. I trust my friends in the administration. That, to me, is a perfect example of how Charlie Kirk operated. He didn't have like this integrity that people claim he had. He didn't have his own personal beliefs that he would express from time to time. He was whatever Trump is. He was an obedient servant of Donald Trump. So because Donald Trump was not turning on Israel, he was not turning on Israel anytime soon. Now, if Donald Trump had turned on Israel, that would have been a different story. Okay? That's the only part of the Charlie Kirk was turning on Israel saga that I disagree with, the major part, I guess. And also, I have not seen enough evidence that Israel, I'm not even saying that Israel would not conduct a high-profile assassination on U.S. soil, for the record. I'm not saying that at all. I'm just saying that I haven't seen enough evidence that Israel has assassinated Charlie Kirk. And I certainly know for a fact that he wasn't publicly going to turn on Israel. Okay? That's it. I have enough evidence and enough analysis on why he was not going to turn publicly on Israel. Privately, it doesn't matter. These are people who are not, these are These are people who are like empty vessels, okay? You have to treat them like they're empty vessels. They have their grand ambitions, and they have, like, what they say outwardly is very different than what they might think. Okay? There is no integrity there. They can express frustrations with Zionist donors, Turning Point USA, demanding more and more. That's perfectly understandable. It's no different than Bill Clinton saying, "Who the fuck do you think is the superpower here?" to Benjamin Netanyahu during the so-called peace process summits that took place, and then literally doing the bidding of Israel unconditionally. Being annoyed at Benjamin Netanyahu doesn't mean, or even hating Jews doesn't mean, that you are going to publicly say those things. Okay? Privately, and even worse, because he was going to debate you about things you don't believe in. Yeah, I mean, they're conservative commentators. It's kind of like people seeing you shit on annoying leftists and saying that you're right-wing now. Yeah, I mean, I shit on annoying leftists all the time. I've done so my entire professional media career. Annoying leftists are very fucking annoying and poisonous to the cause of movement building. The difference for me is I, perhaps to a fault, don't actually shelter you from my actual opinion. I just say it instantly. Maybe sometimes I shouldn't, but I can't shut the fuck up.
That to my 3-year-old daughter. Excuse me. You want to watch in high res the video of my husband being murdered?
No.
And laugh? And say he deserves it?
Also
There's
a little
something
crazy.
very sick in your soul, and I pray that God...
Oh, the reason why I went on this fucking tangent was because I was going to say, like, Erica Kirk on camera is unironically her worst enemy. Like, whatever the goals of Erica Kirk may be, when she goes on camera, every single time, it just comes across as disingenuous. And I don't think I'm alone in saying this. I feel like there's a lot of people who just genuinely, not even like enemies of Charlie Kirk. I mean, like, even fucking people who like Charlie Kirk or liked Charlie Kirk don't really like the vibes that she's putting out. I don't know what it is. There's just something about it that just comes across as so performative. There's some about it that comes across as fake and phony. I don't know.
Saves you. I pray. Because that is what is so wrong. The internet in this world has dehumanized us.
Yo, if there's a person that was, you know, maybe not single-handedly, but if there was a person that participated in the dehumanization of entire swaths of the population, it was fucking Charlie Kirk. Like, let's be real. This song and dance is also very frustrating because it's like, as long as you lean into you lean into violence that's coming from the state, whether it be police or military, then you're not seen as though you are demanding more violence. Charlie Kirk didn't just shit on every marginalized community with regular frequency and also justify the violence that they were experiencing. He demanded more of it. But he also quite literally was shitting on the concept of empathy as well. He was doing that classic, like, suicidal empathy narrative as well. He demanded televised executions of political leaders. Like, I don't know what we're fucking talking about. Anyway, this is the last thing I'm going to get to about Yeah, I mean, the last thing I'm going to get to about where the right-wing media is headed, one sign, Will Summers says, of where the right-wing media is headed, Ben Shapiro protege Brett Cooper desperately trying to avoid criticizing Nick Fuentes in an NPR interview. That's pretty crazy.
Take for granted as part of this conversation that people have a right to say what they want to say.
Yes.
There is then the matter of what Nick Fuentes and some other people have.
I can't believe she was on Morning Edition, dude. That's crazy. That's my show. Okay? That's my show. Fuck she doing on Morning Edition?
Said. Fuentes, this is a quote from a video in an interview with Alex Jones. Jewish elite gangsters that run our country. And in the Tucker Carlson interview, he talks about how he feels that Jews are extremely organized across borders and more loyal to Israel than to their home countries, which is a long-time anti-Semitic.
It's so weird. I've been listening to that guy. I've never seen that guy's face, and I've been listening to him for like 15 years. Yeah. I'm Steve Inskeep. I'm Steve Inskeep looking ass. He doesn't have a face for radio, by the way. He's a handsome guy. I didn't realize. He has a face for television.
Kind of idea. When we get down to the substance of what Nick Fuentes says, do you agree with it?
You know, I don't agree with Nick Fuentes on everything. I don't agree with anybody on everything.
Okay, there's a difference between saying I don't agree with everybody on everything versus Nick Fuentes specifically on his opinion on, you know, the international Jewry and how their loyalties lie with Israel first and foremost and primarily. That's a crazy cop-out answer. But the very fact that Brett Cooper is making that fucking crazy cop-out answer in this situation implies that she is too afraid to actually to criticize Nick Fuentes openly on NPR. That's crazy.
I think that what especially older generations need to learn about Nick Fuentes is that he says it himself, he's an edgelord. He says things that are intentionally inflammatory. He knows that a lot of people are not going to agree with him. He knows that it is incredibly inflammatory. And honestly, I don't pay much attention to it.
Do you think that Jewish gangsters are controlling the country?
No, not really. I am concerned about the impact of Israel in our country. I think that a lot of young people are, and I'm concerned about it in the way of, you know, young people's biggest concern right now on both sides of the aisle is the economy. We are concerned about being able to buy homes. We are concerned about affordability. And so when we see the news, when we see how much money is being sent.
I mean, Loki, this is how I would answer if I wanted to defend Nick Fuentes. Like, if I wanted to sidestep the Nick Fuentes condemnation, this is exactly how I would answer this question. So, yeah, she's very deliberately trying to sidestep criticism of Nick Fuentes in this.
Overseas, to Ukraine, to Israel, whatever it may be, my generation is concerned. We are upset. It's not because of anti-Semitism. It is not because we, dislike people because of their race or their beliefs or their creed. It is simply like, this is what we're focusing on. Like, at the end of the day, I think I and so much of my generation is just tired of it. Like, I want to focus on American.
There's more Brett Cooper, Nick Fuentes clips. That's crazy.
Issues. And so when we spend all day talking and bickering about, foreign affairs and where all the money is going, it's like, I want to get back to how are we going to make life affordable for my generation? And if you're going to be focusing on what's going on overseas and making that your big priority, like, I honestly.
Yeah, she's talking about Nick Fuentes like Zoran was talking about me. It's crazy. Oh, I don't agree with everything he says, but we got to talk to everybody.
To be totally transparent, and I think most of my generation would agree, I don't care. And so as a result, I don't pay much attention to it. I direct my attention to American issues, to positive things. I amplify voices that I believe are good and truthful and wholesome. And that is what I focus on.
With the kinds of things that he says continuously about Jews?
Number one, because So many people have said not to listen to him. And they've said that, you know, he is the equivalent of the Antichrist. And again, when you point at something, you are directing attention to it. And secondly, because he's become a meme, he is huge on social media. People are not watching his show in its entirety. We are seeing clips of him. They're seeing the jokes that he made. I saw a thread on X recently, and it was a person who is Jewish, I actually believe lives in Israel, is a Zionist, and said, you know, I sat down and I watched a Nick Fuentes stream in its entirety. And he was like, I am so embarrassed to say that I laughed. He's like, he's a good communicator, he's funny, and I obviously disagree with a lot of the things that he says, and it goes against my, you know, my religion and my beliefs as a Zionist, whatever it is. But he said, but I kind of got it because...
Yeah, because if you're a Zionist in Israel, you are also a fascist. It makes sense. Yeah, wow, I can't believe it. Jewish Nazi likes anti-Jewish Nazi. This is shocking.
He's funny. And so I think a lot of people are not actually watching his show in its entirety, but they are consuming his memes and the, you know, the TikToks that people make of him. And that is incredibly, incredibly powerful when it comes to my generation. Because if you can get social media, if you can bring people in through comedy and relatability, that will speak to them.
It's just... like, this is another problem with the expanding permission structure for unlimited white supremacist commentary, right? This is the power of the bully pulpit. The problem with Charlottesville wasn't that they came out and marched and said Jews will not replace us. They just did it too early. It turns out you had to let it cool a little bit. You had to give it a little bit of time. You know what I mean? Because in like 2016, 2017, it seems like Americans were not ready for it. But in 2025, I think Americans are ready for it. And what I mean by that is something that even Zaid Jilani talked about right here. The president outright banned people from 17 countries from coming to America and expresses Hitler-esque rhetoric towards entire ethnic groups. And we are supposed to be obsessed with some streamer. Fuentes is a sideshow at best. What I'm getting from all of this is that if he just picked on brown people, maybe he could even be president. And while I don't agree with Zaid all the time, this is one of those moments where he actually has a fucking banger, I'm afraid. Because it's true. It's so true that it's something that even Nick Fuentes brings up sometimes, where he says like, oh, if I when I talk about Jews the way Randy Fine talks about Muslims, all of a sudden I'm the villain. But you guys don't have any issue with Randy Fine talking that way about Muslims in general. Now, Nick Fuentes talks about Muslims like that too, for the record. Okay? But the difference is, it's who you're not allowed to talk about that way. And that's what the problem is here. So many of these guys in mainstream outlets and so many of these people are basically creating this weird environment. This weird ass environment, this weird like rule in the media that you can say whatever the fuck you want about any other group, right? As long as you're not saying those things about Jewish people, you're fine. You can get away with it. That's where we're at right now. And what a lot of people don't understand, about this dangerous landscape is that it is actually inappropriate to talk about all groups like that. But because they've completely dropped the ball on dealing with that shit, completely dropped the ball on Islamophobia, and as a matter of fact, promoted Islamophobia over and over again, of course that's going to feed into the cycle of anti-Semitism as well. Because people are going to say, well, we've been saying this about Muslims nonstop. Why can't I say this about Jews? That's it. And that's a big part. That is a big part of why a lot of people tune into Nick Fuentes, because they go, well, this is the logical endpoint of my worldview. You called this on October 7th, by the way. Someone has to have a clip. I'm sure it's out there. I mean, I've said it a lot. I've said it over and over again. I kept saying that, like, the normalization of Islamophobia, the normalization of these kinds of, like, racial and ethnic grievances as though they're legitimate things to say without any sort of fucking social stigma associated with them is going to inevitably explode into anti-Semitism as well. When the president is talking about how people are coming from shithole countries openly in an unapologetic manner, why the fuck would anybody care when there's a Nazi out there saying that the international Jewry is actually dominating American politics? No average person that thinks what Trump is saying is like kind of offensive, but ultimately seemingly fine, is going to look at what Nick Fuentes is saying and go, well, that's a bridge too far. They're not going to do that. Why the fuck would they do that? To them, especially if they're not Jewish or haven't been around Jewish people, but have been, but have believed that, like, Jews are in actual positions of power in America. Isn't that a little strange? If they have that kind of like nascent anti-Semitic tendency, then all of a sudden this is just the last puzzle piece that falls apart. Falls into place. Sorry, not falls apart. That's it. If you have spent years and years talking about mass migration has been propped up by a secretive group of people, liberal elites, going from that to that secretive group of liberal elites are all Jews is a very, very quick trip. Okay? Wouldn't you agree that there actually was outrage when Trump first started talking about this, way about other groups, and it's just been eroding over time? No, absolutely. That is what I'm saying. You're right. That's why when Donald Trump said behind closed doors in a private meeting, according to witnesses in the room, why can't America get migrants from places, good places like Norway and many other white countries, instead of getting migrants from shithole countries that live in mud huts like Nigeria and all these other places and Somalia in like 2017 or 2018, that was a big part of the fucking media cycle for like a week. And Donald Trump had to come out and say, no, I actually didn't say that. This is fake news. In 2025, Donald Trump said that yesterday in his Pennsylvania rally publicly in front of a fucking crowd. He said those exact same words publicly at a fucking rally. If that doesn't prove to you that the overall attitude, the social stigma associated with racism is fucking eroded, I don't know what to tell you. Why'd you duck the Ben Shapiro debate and don't make up lies like last time? I didn't. I still said I would do it. I'm still down to do it. I don't know why you think that this is like, I don't know why. Is this the new meta coming from the haters? Ben Shapiro has ducked me multiple times at this point. He was supposed to be the person that took on the role of Charlie Kirk in the Charlie Kirk debate that I was supposed to do. One more. Also wild how you discuss the permission structure currently disallowing anti-Semitism as we experience the shift of that exact structure to one of allowance. No, I'm saying that the reason why the anti-Semitism, the institutional stigma of anti-Semitism is eroding because every other type of bigotry being openly expressed is completely permissible now. So for many other people, they're going to be like, why the fuck wouldn't we say this about Jews too? You can't have it one way. You can't just be like, we fuck DEI, but also we have to do DEI and woke for Jews only. That doesn't work that way. For most people on the right, they look at that and go, yeah, I don't give a shit about this. Why would I care about this? Fuck these guys. You said you didn't want to because he chose something you didn't want to talk about? No, I just said that the capitalism conversation is not as interesting, and I actually wanted to do it on Israel-Palestine, which they refused to do. Don't you find that interesting that CBS refused to make Ben Shapiro the champion of Israel? Shouldn't that be the main point of contention here? The actually interesting part of this conversation? So why not do it anyway? I said I would. I'm not the one who fucking went on television and said, I'm not the one who went on television and said Hasan needs to be deplatformed while they were in the process of trying to fucking schedule a debate with me. Ironically enough, sitting next to Ben Shapiro on the same fucking panel. Anyway.
And I think that's the part that a lot of conservatives have not been able to keep up with.
And when Ted Cruz says, this senator who had this exchange with you says, now is a time for choosing.
Crazy Ben still has shooters? No, that chatter is not a Ben Shapiro shooter. I know exactly what community that chatter is coming from. I assume that this kind of rhetoric only exists in one community and one community. I'll be honest, how much of Destiny's... Isn't that ducking though? Wait, what? I said I would do it. What the fuck are you guys talking about? The person who is the fucking chief editor of CBS News, while they were in talks with me, went and made a public stance about deplatforming me. And you guys are like, well, it seems like Hasan is ducking this conversation. What's next? You're going to ask me why I ducked Charlie Kirk debate too? Like, is that what we're going to do? Yeah, it's the debate pedophile community. That is the community that this is coming from.
Either you call out this guy or you're a coward and you're complicit. Is he right at all?
I think that as Americans, you should be allowed to listen to whoever you want to listen to. I don't think that I need to sit here and condemn anyone either way. There are things that Nick says that I don't agree with. There are things that Ted Cruz says that I don't agree with. I'm not going to sit here and condemn either of them. I don't know if either of them actually like me. Nick has said that he does not like me at certain times and then he loves me. I was in a movie with Ted Cruz and we have had conversations and then he calls me an angry woman on X. Like I don't take it personally. I'm not concerned. I'm not going to condemn anyone. And I don't think that we should be sitting here telling people what they need to believe or who they need to condemn. We should be focused on positive solutions, on driving a positive future for Gen Z. We're about to be the hugest, most significant voting bloc. And you need to get Gen Z and hold on and provide solutions for them to have a better life.
About this controversy among conservatives about Tucker Carlson, Nick Fuentes, anti-Semitism, the Heritage Foundation. We could go on and on. I guess broadly, more specifically, the question is what to do about Nick Fuentes, if anything. And more broadly, the question is what to do about anti-Semitism in the Republican Party. What have you thought about that?
I think at the end of the day, my issue is with free speech. You should be allowed to say whatever you want. And we should encourage people to share their ideas. And if you don't like them, ignore them. I think that that is a major problem, honestly, on both sides of the aisle. I think that we have forgotten the Streisand effect and forgotten how important that is. And we've gotten into the habit of, if we don't like something, if we think that something is incredibly morally wrong and backwards, we don't just, it's a balance here. You should talk about it and share your opinions and share something that is positive and empowering. What is your solution? What is the alternative that you are providing that is good and wholesome that people should adopt? And then there's a side of people.
I don't think that you can, I don't know, like deplatforming is successful as long as you remain committed to deplatforming. In this day and age, though, now that Nick Fuentes does have a platform, I don't think you can actually stop it by trying to deplatform him. That's it. Like, it's just once someone does have a sizable enough platform, it's over. It's fucking done. Any kind of attempt or any kind of conversation around deplatforming that person is only going to feed more into their fan base. He's already been deplatformed. That's why he's on Rumble. No, but that's my point. He was deplatformed on every major platform. He was not on YouTube. He was not on Twitter. He was not on TikTok. And then Twitter deliberately unbanned him. Elon Musk deliberately unbanned him. And even though he wasn't allowed to have a YouTube channel, there were other content creators who were actually offering him a platform even before he got unbanned on Twitter. Of course, I'm talking about Destiny. And then slowly but surely, he was able to claw himself back to relevancy. But the major blow was when Twitter unbanned him. And then after that, it was off to the races, especially when paired up with. At one point, you were trying to keep clips of him off your streams, right? Do you think that that held any of this off, or did it not really matter in the end? I mean, there's only so much I can do personally. But yes, that was the reason. Hey, you weirdos that came in here to say Hasan was stuck in the Shapiro debate. How do you feel about Destiny banning so much of his community because he tried to wash Fuentes' image by claiming he wasn't a Nazi? Yeah, he did do that. And then complained that he wasn't actually sucking him off in return hard enough after giving him a platform. His words, not mine.
Who just point fingers and scream at things and just draw more attention to things. And I think that for Gen Z, what people on both sides of the political aisle need to realize is the more that you tell my generation not to watch something, not to look into something, not to listen to something, that something is bad, or censor somebody, we're going to go look for that content because we're interested. I think that's just normal human nature, but especially for my generation that's a bit more rebellious as young people are. So I think that that is part of it. Again, the free speech issue is incredibly important to me. You know, we have conservatives who have been banging the drum about cancel culture for 10 years at this point.
True.
Saying, you know, you should be allowed to say whatever you want. You should not lose your job over your beliefs. You should not be canceled or ostracized because of the things that you say. Say whatever you want. Sunlight is the best disinfectant. Move on if you don't like it. And suddenly we have huge conservative figures, people like Mark Levin, going on air and saying, we will cancel you. We will deplatform you. That's not like that. That does not align with my values. If it aligns with theirs, that's totally fine. But the thing that I wanted to call out was you've built a career saying one thing. You've gained people's trust by saying we will fight against cancel culture. We will not deplatform people. Say whatever you want and we will duke it out on the stage through debates. And now you're saying, I don't like your ideas, so I'm going to cancel you.
No, if you say the N-word at work, you should lose your job. That's not the same thing as being fired for being a right-winger law. What if the person saying the N-word at work is most likely a right-winger, though? And then they package that up as, I'm being fired for my right-wing beliefs. What was Brett Cooper's take on people doing mean Charlie Kirk memes? I wonder how she felt about free speech at the moment. Oh, yeah. I wonder. I wonder what it was. Amanda Seyfried refuses to... Amanda Seyfried says, I'm not fucking apologizing for calling Charlie Kirk hateful. I mean, for fuck's sake. I commented on one thing. I said something that was based on actual reality, actual footage, and actual quotes. What I said was pretty damn factual, and I'm free to have an opinion. Oh, hell yes. Fuck yeah. It's true. I'm telling you, that was part of the reason why there is so much fucking your people are shameless.
Oh my God, my Shayla.
When I look at you, I can't believe it's true. All I ever dreamed of, and you love me.
Your people are shameless. And he doesn't even give it to her in the end. Let's go. Let's go. Defend that now. Respect. He did the right thing. I feel like you've made a joke about this before.
Oh, because they did the acquisition. So it's like Warner Brothers and Netflix. I guess Paramount too. And HBO. Oh. Oh. Also Pixar.
Jared Kushner helped out with this one too.
You know, this might not be the best. Yeah, let's turn this off.
A Woody Allen movie. Oh, that's so good. Yeah, I'll be watching the Z-Way Vince Staples collab in a second. Yishai Fleischer, international spokesman, Hebron, says, I have no problem with Nick Fuentes' words here. Oh my God.
As far as the Jews are concerned, I think that you cannot actually divorce Israel and the neocons and all those things that you talk about from Jewishness, ethnicity.
That's Ben Gavir's advisor.
Religion, identity. And let me give you like a perfect example. You say on your show that we need to treat Israel like any other country. And I sort of understand that in principle because Israel is another foreign country.
Yeah.
But Israel is unlike every other country in the sense that because
he doesn't know Nick is saying this anti-Semitically. No, I'm sure he knows that he's saying it anti-Semitically. He's just saying he doesn't give a fuck. Again, this is why I always say there is very little daylight between what Nick Fuentes says about Zionism and its conflations to Judaism and fucking Jake Tapper. Okay? Or Ethan Klein or any number of different people that turn around and say, oh, how dare you criticize Israel? You are a Jew hater. When they say that, that's basically what Nick Fuentes is saying. Because the other side of that fucking argument is Israel is connected to Judaism. So when you shit on Israel, you're shitting on all Jews. And for Nick Fuentes, he's like, yeah, of course I'm shitting on Israel and I'm shitting on all Jews.
the Jewish people are in a diaspora all over the world. They're significant numbers of Jews in Europe, but also in the United States, because of their unique heritage and story, which is that they're a stateless people. They're unassimilable. They resist assimilation for thousands of years, and I think that's a good thing. And now they have this territory in Israel. There's a deep religious affection for the state. It's bound up in their identity, the story of the Exodus from Egypt, the promise of the land, all these things. Let's say in the United States, for example, somebody like a Sheldon Adelson, he's not Israeli. Is he an ideological neocon? Does he believe in the promise of democratic globalism? I don't think necessarily. His heart is in Israel. And it's because he is a proud Jewish person. And I guess what I'm saying is that if you are a Jewish person in America, you're sort of, and again, it's not because they're born, but it's sort of a rational self-interest politically to say, I'm a minority. I'm a religious ethnic minority. This is not really my home. My ancestral home is in Israel. There's like a natural affinity that Jews have for Israel.
He right on this one? No, he's not. The reason why he's not right on this one is because no group of people are monolithic. Okay? It's especially funny to say this about Jews in general. You know, the classic trope of 2 Jews, 3 opinions comes to mind. But the notion that all Jews are invested in Israel across the board is so stupid, because if that was the case, Israel would not invest billions of dollars in trying to fucking brainwash every young American Jew and every Jew in the West into this unforgiving, unconditional loyalty to Israel year over year. And if that was also the case, there wouldn't be a crack in the dam that has caused the Jonathan Greenblatt's of the world to fucking panic, because there is a major generational divide now amongst young American Jews. Sure, young American Jews, by and large, still probably have more affinity towards Israel than young American non-Jews do, but the percentages are in the margins at this point. And if that was the case, if there was this automatic predisposition towards Israel that came from birth, then there would be no necessity for all of the associations with Israel from the start. There would be no need for birthright, for example. Like there is an entire, ironically enough, Christian-funded movement in this country, okay, called Birthright. The whole purpose of Birthright is to get young American Jews to go to Israel. It's an entire propaganda tour, and then pair them up with Israeli women and Israeli men so they fucking stay in Israel. There would be no need for that if people were just like, oh, no, I'm the most loyal to Israel from the start. I'm Jewish. I love Israel. If that was the case, there would be no reason to do such things.
And I would say on top of that, for the international Jewish community, they're extremely organized. And many of them are critical of Israel or Israel's current government or the project of Israel. But I guess what they have in common, unlike, let's say, like Singapore, for example, is that they have this international community across borders, extremely organized, that is putting the interests of themselves before the interests of their home country. And there's no other country that has a similar arrangement like that. No other country has a strong identity like that, this religious blood and soil conviction, this history of being in the diaspora, stateless, wandering, persecuted, and in particular, the historic animosity between the Jewish people and the Europeans. They hate the Romans because the Romans destroyed the temple. That's why Eric Weinstein goes to the arch.
Come on, man. It's just, yeah, modern Jews fucking hate the Romans, bro. Yeah, they hate that. They hate the Romans all the time. They're constantly chirping about the Romans.
Of Titus and gives it the finger and takes a picture. We don't think like that as Americans and white people. We don't think about the Roman Empire in 2,000 years ago. They do.
No, they don't. That's one example that you took so sincerely and got butthurt over. Who gives a fuck, dude? I do. Shut up, Jewish bag. My evangelical dentist used to ask my mom about Israel whenever we went in Lamau. Ugh. Ay, ay, ay. The problem with Hasbara and Zionism in general is that it is actually signaling what Nick Fuentes is saying, okay? I despise it because it's a fascist movement built around ethno-religious supremacy that is exterminationist, just like the Nazis also believed in the same exact things. But also beyond that, Zionist Hasbara does revolve around creating these kinds of attitudes. So if someone fucking actually sees this dangerous conflation in broad daylight, and now all of a sudden they have a negative association with Israel, well, then they're going to have a negative association with Jews as well. And this dangerous conflation is not helped by the likes of fucking ADL CEO Jonathan Greenblatt that says that even anti-Zionist Jews are anti-Semitic. Let's take a look.
We have people on the far left justifying like a biblical catastrophe or cataclysm like October the 7th, literally justifying it, literally describing some of the perpetrators who were caught and captured as hostages, which is so profane, I hesitate to even say it out loud. It's just so disgraceful and amoral. But the reality is there are segments of the far left which have been consumed by this anti-Zionist ideology. And we've talked on your show before, and I'm pretty out there saying anti-Zionism is anti-Semitism because it is. I also think the sky is blue. You know, I also think that the world is not flat. I mean, anti-Zionism is simply the latest way that anti-Jewish hate is.
You're really ignoring what Benny Blanco? Wait, what? What the fuck did Benny Blanco say? Why are people spamming Benny Blanco in my chat? When the fuck have I ever talked about Benny Blanco? What is... There's like a bunch of people that are like, dude, you have to talk about Benny Blanco. I don't know what the fuck he said, bro.
Is normalized and legitimized with a pseudo-scientific or pseudo-political veneer. But if you look at the tropes and if you listen to the words and you see them for who they are, like the rabid anti-Zionist is just an anti-Semite by any other name. By the way, even if they come from our Jewish community, we need to recognize that as well.
I did Birthright many years ago, and it was one of the things that led me away from Zionism. The way you explain Birthright is exactly correct. At the end of the trip, the head of that Birthright chapter demanded everyone break up with their non-Jewish spouses back home and come back and marry Jewish. He's talking mad crazy about you. I swear to God, your chat makes up names. No, Benny Blanco is Selena Gomez's husband. But yeah, the point is when you got, I keep explaining over and over again to people that seem to not listen to what I have to say here. I keep warning that these guys are still operating like it's fucking 2003, okay? As though there is complete control over what kind of message gets said in polite society about Israel. That's not the case anymore. People don't fuck with Israel. And the more you associate Jews with Israel, the more enmity you create around Jews. It doesn't actually create the same line of defense it once did to say, oh, if you criticize Israel, then you're basically trying to do the Holocaust again or whatever. Anyway, Donald Trump commanded the theft of an oil tanker off the coast of Venezuela. I believe America has done this before as well. Let's take a look.
Well, thank you very much. It's been an interesting day from the standpoint of news. As you probably know, we've just seized a tanker on the coast of Venezuela, a large tanker, very large. Largest one ever seized, actually. And other things are happening, so you'll be seeing that later, and you'll be talking about that later with some other people. Well, thank you very much.
Chuck Schumer won't say if he opposes regime change in Venezuela. Oh my fucking God. This is who we got. This is who we fucking got, dude.
Disagree with President Trump's ultimate goal of regime change?
This is the guy leading the charge against Donald Trump, dude. Fuck me.
In Venezuela?
Look, the bottom line is President Trump throws out so many different things in so many different ways. You don't even know what the heck he's talking about. You know, obviously, if Maduro would just flee on his own, everyone would like that. But we don't know what the heck he's up to when he...
Hello? What? Obviously, if Maduro would just flee... What are you talking about, brother? That's the... Ugh.
talks about that. So it's very, very, you cannot say, I endorse this, I endorse that, when Trump is all over the lot, not very specific, and very worrisome at how far he might escalate.
Do you disagree?
Careful, last time you watched a video like this, you got accused of being a terrorist propagandist. Yeah. Remember when we watched the Ansar Allah movement take over a fucking tanker? Yeah, they were doing that to implement a blockade against the state of Israel that was at the time committing a genocide. America's doing this because they can, and that's it. Because they want to do their very own, they want to do their own potential genocide in Venezuela. Fantastic. The Ansar Allah movement did this off the coastline of Yemen. America's doing this off the coastline of Venezuela, a different country, a sovereign nation. Oh, but of course, I watch one and say they're doing right. I'm a terrorist. I watch this and I say this is fucked up. I'm a terrorist again.
What happened? I mean, I know exactly what happened. It got it started a little bit, but we'll see if we can put it out.
We're interested in the seizure of this tanker. Well, what happens to the oil on this ship?
Well, we keep it, I guess.
Where does it go? What port does it go to?
Well, you have to follow the tanker. You know, you're a good newsman. Just follow the tanker.
Do you know where
follow,
it's going? Was it going
follow
to
it.
China?
Get a helicopter and follow the tanker.
Is it true it's going to
But we're
Cuba?
going to, I assume we're going to keep the oil. It's unfortunate what happened.
I am universally pro seizing ships no matter who's doing it. We need to bring back old school pirates. Trump looks like shit, talks like shit, is talking shit. Today, the Federal Bureau of Investigation, Homeland Security Investigations, and the United States Coast Guard, with support from the Department of War, executed a seizure warrant for a crude oil tanker used to transport sanctioned oil from Venezuela and Iran. For multiple years, the oil tanker has been sanctioned by the United States due to his involvement in an illicit oil shipping network supporting foreign terrorist organizations. I love that. It's just, it's illegal for other countries that we don't want to do trade with one another to actually end up doing trade with one another. So we're just going to steal it. This seizure, completed off the coast of Venezuela, was conducted safely and securely, and our investigation alongside the Department of Homeland Security to prevent the transport of sanctioned oil continues. Yeah, try this with Russia, man. Come on, get bold. Yeah, this is the, this was a 20-year-old oil tanker called the Skipper. I believe it was sanctioned years prior to this actual incident. The seizure was initially announced by President Trump. Operation to seize the tanker began at 6 a.m. Yeah, tanker was sanctioned by the Treasury 3 years ago. Isn't that awesome? We could just like decide. That we can just decide that, you know, you're not allowed to engage in any trade whatsoever. Two countries that we decided are bad are engaging in trade with one another? Nope, not allowed. It's all might makes right. Law of the jungle. For the record, for the Treasury to sanction something like this requires pretty much nothing, okay? That's why the sanctions process controlled by the Treasury is unfortunately one of the most used and abused tools that we have in our arsenal. And if you're wondering how the cable news is reporting the U.S. seizure of a Venezuelan oil tanker, here's CNN saying this is absolutely normal.
Seeing a tanker. How could this escalate the conflict with Venezuela?
Well, you know, we've had sanctions on Venezuelan oil since the first Trump administration. And
Biden kept them.
Kept them.
Yeah.
So to me, this is absolutely normal. I mean...
Seizing an oil tanker?
Yeah. We've been seizing Iranian oil tankers in the past. We also...
Are you seriously excusing Venezuela filling an oil tanker with Fent and shipping it to America? That could kill every cop in America 200 times over? Yeah, that would have been like even a better lie to tell if they were like, this is not really an oil tanker. There's fentanyl in it or something. Nope, they were just like, no, it has oil and it's going to Iran and we don't like that. It's our oil now. Yeah. They could have tried and at least lied and said like it's filled to the brim with fentanyl, you know? Nope. Why would they need to even do that when this is what is coming from liberal news? This is the liberal newscast, okay, at CNN, Clinton News Network, Centrism News Network. They're like, no, absolutely, it's perfectly valid. Why is it perfectly valid? Because we've been doing it. We've done it before. Okay, it was not valid when you did it before either. What the fuck?
According to the law that I've read, that oil is up for forfeiture. So we could keep that. We've kept Iranian oil in the past. So I actually think that this is...
Remember, one of the things that Biden did was unfreeze assets, or not unfreeze assets, but unfreeze payments that Korea owed Iran for purchasing Iranian oil. And that was a big deal at the time in the media. They were like, how dare Biden do this? They're funding Iran. They're giving Iran $1 billion. And if you recall, at the time, I said, it is ridiculous that we froze those assets to begin with. It was ridiculous that we stopped the trade between two foreign nations because we don't like one of those nations. It's fucking insane. It's ridiculous. It was $6.8 billion. It was Iran's own money that we froze, that we did not allow Korea to send to Iran for the oil that they sold to Korea. Do you feel the same about Russian frozen assets and sanctions? I don't. And the reason why I don't is because, unlike Iran, at least Russia is doing shit, okay? There's a difference between deciding at the behest of Israel that Iran is this fucking enemy state that we have to destroy, okay? Or Venezuela, because of our own fucking foreign interests, a nation state that we have to destroy, is a little different than like one sovereign nation invading another one in an act of irredentism. There is a difference there. Like, I'm not saying across the board that you shouldn't try to leverage negotiations when other countries actually decide to act out or do something that's ultimately harmful. The American justification for Iran and the Iranian sanctions, in my opinion, are fucking bullshit. Okay? They'll say, oh, they're funding terror networks. They're funding the network of resistance with the funds that they're getting from selling oil. There would be no need for a resistance network in the region if America wasn't dominating the fucking region to begin with. That's the difference. That's why I think it's fucking bullshit. Piracy should be allowed, but only if you use your old equipment. If Trump took out that tanker with flintlock cannons on a sailing ship, it would be A-OK. Same for the Houthis. Hoist the sails, me hearties. The issue here is that only America gets to do this because they dominate the planet.
Less controversial in terms of law and sanctions and what has been, disputed or not disputed. Like, I think this is actually a pretty, check the box case. Now, what will this mean in terms of escalation? What is he going to do? What is Maduro going to do? Is he going to step aside?
That's the analysis? Oh my God. I mean, this is just might is right. We're just the fucking bullies. What is he going to do? What are they going to do? Do something about it. Okay, thanks. Great take from CNN. I mean, this is fucking ridiculous, dude. There will come a day. Hopefully I won't be alive to see it, but there will come a day. Eventually, American power on the global stage is already waning, and it's going to diminish to a degree where people will no longer consider America to be this like invulnerable nation. Okay? America has already done enough damage on the global stage post-World War II to invite a lot of enmity anyway. The Treasury sanctions are so pervasive and so vast that it quite literally forced a secondary market to be created. They created it out of necessity. If you sanction everybody, technically, the only person you're sanctioning is yourselves, right? One day, a flip will switch. This kind of attitude cannot continue forever. A switch will flip. Did I say a flip will switch? Oh, God. Oh, embarrassing. I had 8 hours of sleep last night, too. Why don't you want to be around when it happens? Because I think it'll be very, very deadly.
Side because we're sanctioning this oil. I mean, we pick up this oil tanker. It's one oil tanker, probably not.
And it's unlikely.
You got a Fed accent? The fuck does that mean? I don't care about this FIFA shit. Where's the Iraq comparison? Oh, here. Oh. How can you look at all this and not feel like we're fucking villains, dude? It's also like a lot of liberals who look to, even like the liberal Zionists in America, they look to like what Netanyahu did, the continuation of the genocide in an effort to make sure that he's not unseated, or look to what Vladimir Putin did about like solidifying his legacy and invading Ukraine. How do they not see similarities here with Donald Trump? It's so crazy that they just look at when Donald Trump does it, it's the American government doing it. So therefore, automatically, we must be in agreement. It must be for good reason.
And good afternoon, everyone. I'm Kira Phillips. Breaking news to bring to you. President.
Like, this is why I'm more frustrated with like the Chuck Schumers of the world that are just letting this fucking hang, you know?
Donald Trump confirming that the United States has seized an oil tanker off the coast of Venezuela.
As you probably know, we've just seized a tanker on the coast of Venezuela, large tanker, very large. Largest one ever seized, actually. And other things are happening, so you'll be seeing that later, and you'll be talking about that later with some other people.
Senior White House correspondent.
Are you fucking kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me? Did you hear about the oil tanker?
Correspondent Selena Wang, also retired Lieutenant Colonel Rachel Van Landingham, joining me now for more. So, Selena, what more do we know about the seizure?
Yeah, Kira, well, we're just learning from a U.S. official that the U.S. Coast Guard seized that oil tanker off the coast of Venezuela, but we didn't get any further details from the president or the White House beyond that soundbite you just played there. The president calling this the, quote, largest one ever seized. But again, no further information on this. But the bigger context here is that all this comes as the president has been escalating pressure on Venezuela's government, particularly the president, Nicolas Maduro. In recent weeks, the U.S. has launched more than 20 strikes on suspected drug boats, killing more than 80 people. And just yesterday, the president said that Maduro's days are numbered, and he has repeatedly said that strikes on land in Venezuela could be coming soon. We have also in recent weeks, Kira, seen a pretty massive show of military force in the region, a big U.S. military buildup, including deploying the massive aircraft carrier, the USS Gerald Ford, into the Caribbean Sea.
All right. Well, Rachel, clearly this is a major escalation between the U.S. and Venezuela. What's your reaction?
Well, this will definitely inflame tensions. And President Trump was on the phone with President Maduro last week, asking him to step down. Since the President Maduro isn't going anywhere, it definitely seems like we are inching closer to actually war with.
Like, you guys realize that all of this unbiased news coverage, right? In air quotes, unbiased news coverage, is basically just saying like Maduro's so selfish for not handing off the country to our puppet. Like, that's all this is. It's like, wow, how selfish of him. Does he want Venezuelans to die? Bitch, who's killing the Venezuelans? We are. Like, what do you mean? It's so insane. It's like, wow. I can't believe he just won't fucking step away and allow our puppet to actually be the rightful leader of Venezuela because we decided so. Obviously, we're an unstoppable force. We're an unstoppable force. There's nothing we can do about it. Also, once again, just like Israel, America is demonstrating that it does have the capabilities of restraint or overtaking a boat without actually lasering it from the sky. So that's the other side of this story as well. You know? It turns out we can do that. Just didn't realize that we could do that with the fucking 80 plus boaters that we have killed off the coastline of Venezuela already. But I guess it's because it's an oil tanker. No, oil tankers are slow. Yeah, okay. Coast Guard is not fast enough to catch fucking go fast boats. Get out of here. No, the reason why we didn't blow up the boat is because it is an oil tanker, and we love the oil. Oil is more important to us than human lives are. If those other little boats were also shipping a fuck ton of oil, then, you know, we probably would be much nicer to the boats as well. It would have caught fire? What are you talking? It would have caught fire. Brother, we're blowing up entire boats. Who gives a shit if it caught fire? The reason why they didn't blow up the oil tanker is because we wanted to steal the oil. You think these guys care about death and destruction? What do you think missiles do when they make contact with a boat?
Venezuela.
Okay, so, I mean, how's that going to look? How do you think Venezuela is going to respond?
Yeah, they didn't want to pollute the environment. That's what it is. What happened to the oil on the tanker? Well, Donald Trump said it's ours now.
Do you think the U.S. Is going to start moving in, in country?
Well, I would sure hope that the president would seek congressional approval before he invaded Venezuela.
What do you mean? That's not the main point of contention. That's not. Oh my God. Oh my God. Hold on.
But I mean, he did meet members of his administration, including the Secretary of Defense and State, met with top members of the House and Senate Armed Services Committee yesterday. So I don't think they're planning a true land invasion with U.S. forces. I do think we may see missile strikes against particular drug storage facilities. But if
I like that the counter from liberals is like, well, do it the right way, please. Like, hello, I know you're fucking seizing oil of two foreign sovereign nations doing trade with one another. But can you please do it the right way? Do it by the book, please. Like, we'll give you that allowance. You just got to do it the right way. And Trump's like, no, I'm not going to do it the right way. I'm going to do it the wrong way. Who gives a fuck? It's awesome.
he really wants to pressure Maduro to go away, he's going to need to do more than just missile strikes against some random drug facilities. And Kira, I do want to highlight that if the United States Coast Guard is able to interdict successfully, which it apparently has, a huge oil tanker, why isn't it interdicting the small drug boats that it's instead been, the Navy's been told to just blow out of the water since September? So it really seems that this really isn't about the drugs. This is about regime change against Nicolas Maduro. So this is dangerous, and we have U.S. forces and potentially going in.
Yeah. What could it be about, chat? I know this news coverage is about interdicting an oil tanker, but what could this be about? Potentially regime change, right? Not about the drugs. Okay, correct. But what else could it be about aside from the regime change? I wonder, even the regime change itself, I wonder if that could also, I don't know, lead to the extraction of some kind of natural resource that I just can't seem to put my finger on in the news coverage that I'm doing about fucking oil tankers being seized by the American government. I wonder.
Harm's way. There are over 15,000 U.S. troops and the United States' largest aircraft carrier poised off of Venezuela.
So then, Rachel, just from your experience as a JAG officer, active military, how do you see this playing out? Is this, when you say headed to war, what does Maduro have to go back at U.S. assets, out in the waterways? Do you see this by air, by sea?
Well, I mean, I think the United States, there's, overwhelming superiority by the United States military against Venezuela. But as we saw with Iraq, we can't just expect to take folks out and for regime change to happen overnight. We do have the woman that just won the Nobel Peace Prize, right? Who was an opposition figure against Nicolas Maduro, but she's not even in country as far as I know right now, because she was accepting her Nobel Peace Prize. But it usually requires U.S. troops on the ground for something like regime change, which is something President Trump promised during his campaign that he wasn't going to do. We were done with overseas long involved engagements with the U.S. military. So it's really going to be interesting to see just what kind of military pressure the administration.
Guyana sold oil rights to Cisco for pennies on the dollar in a region that Venezuela made a sovereignty claim over. Obviously, regime change is bad, but what do you think about Guyana's claim to the oil? I don't think Venezuela has claim to the oil in Guyana, for the record. And it's not up to them. It's not up to Maduro. It's not up to anybody else. I know that Maduro was trying to lay claim, which was also very frustrating for a lot of the other regional actors as well. I mean, it's definitely not up to the U.S. It is up to the U.S. Let's be real. Obviously, Guyana gets to have very little say on this, or at least the population gets to have very little say on this. But just because I think it's silly to say like, oh, Venezuela's doing this in an anti-imperialist manner or something. What is the significance of Venezuela's naval incursion in the Guyana? No, I'm familiar with what was going on at the time. Guyana was stolen from Venezuela. There's definitely a fair claim. At this stage, it's up to the population. The issue, of course, is that a lot of smaller countries that were former European colonies end up not really having the best interests of their population in mind. So it ends up becoming the claim of ExxonMobil. Anyway, I'm not going to get into this. This is irrelevant to the point of contention here, unless liberals are using it to justify war with Venezuela. There's no reason to talk about it at the moment.
Things they can bring to bear to actually force regime change without actually putting troops on the ground.
All right, stay tuned. We'll keep tracking it. Selena, Rachel, thank you both.
First, we have the special chicken.
While the few private companies can hire the entire U.S. military, what are you talking about? That's literally the entire history of the U.S. military. All right. I think the end all be all is to gatekeep the oil from China because China figured out a way to refine Venezuela's hard to refine oil, and it seems like Venezuela wants to keep playing ball with China. I don't think America has direct use for Venezuelan oil because it's considered sour and not sweet. I think this is Nixon madman theory on steroids. To get at China all the way from Venezuela. Oh, shit. The Australian social media ban. I don't disagree with you. I do think that a lot of the ways that the American government is currently moving is directly trying to undermine any sort of regional influence or aspirations that China might have. China has increasingly China has increased its alliances in Latin America. Many American refiners are configured to handle Venezuelan oil. For your information, mostly West Coast. I took a screenshot on my Twitch page where it says this. Well, how the fuck are you in here right now? Australians. I assume from VPNs, but in compliance with Australia's social media minimum age law, Twitch will no longer allow Australian users under the age of 16 to have an account. Starting today, new users in Australia under the age of 16 will not be allowed to create a Twitch account. And existing Australian Twitch users under the age of 16 will have their accounts deactivated on January 9th, 2026. Oh my God. Maybe the chatter's over the age of 16, actually. That's true. And yes, it's because Australia has launched the world's first social media ban for kids under 16.
For 15-year-old Demi, social media is more than just a hobby or a place for mindless scrolling.
I upload my daily routines on social media so that many viewers on Instagram, TikTok can see what I do.
Demi owns a food stall at a market in Sydney, Australia, where he posts videos online showing off his cooking skills and signature chicken noodle dish.
And the order is done. I do find customers coming in and they're like, oh, I've seen you on TikTok. Some people even get photos with me here and there, selfies. But I I can't feel the impact of social media with my business.
But growing his fan base will have to wait. Starting today, Australia's ban on social media for anyone under the age of 16 is now in effect. The law, the first of its kind in the world, means potentially 1 million accounts across nearly every major social media platform, TikTok.
I cannot believe he's a balding business owner at the age of 15. No disrespect to that kid, but that's crazy.
Instagram, YouTube, Reddit, Facebook, X, and Snapchat are being deactivated. A shocking change for so many kids. The sweeping ban was first passed last.
Like that kid's not getting carded when he's purchasing alcohol, and now he can't even go on the fucking social media apps.
Year with bipartisan support.
Resolved in the affirmative.
It requires tech companies to take what they call reasonable steps to prevent kids from creating accounts or else face up to $32 million in fines. How the tech companies will do this has been the big
Don't worry, he can't see you now. Well, until January 9th, he could still tune in. No, Eyvallah. Okay, here's the thing. My controversial opinion on this is I don't think this is to protect children. I think just like every other law that is tailored around protecting children, it's just not to protect children at all. It's absolutely to implement ID measures so that you have to put your fucking ID. You have to put your ID on a database anytime you go on any website whatsoever. Okay? I think that's what's going on. Bro, please look at my messages. I had this... Dude, please look at my messages. This ban is fucking bullshit, by the way. Kids need to be protected, but this is not the way. Kids will figure out shadier ways to get out of this. There's no effort to protect kids who are isolated without social media. There's no ban on Roblox, which is notorious for child predators, as I'm sure you're aware. It's so fucking infuriating because this doesn't actually protect kids. There's no laws against AI or deepfakes, with the exception of musicians being protected recently. Yeah. I don't think this is I don't think this is actually to stop children from getting on the internet. I think it's more so, or social media. I think it's more so just to do ID verification so that anyone and everyone that wants to use any social media platform has their actual legitimate ID associated. It's a tool for mass surveillance. And most of these companies that do the age verification are going to be like Palantir and shit. And they're going to do everything in their power to use this for evil. And yeah, I think bye-bye to anonymity on the internet. The thing is, like, I just got back from China. And this is how the Chinese net operates, right? Everything in China operates like this. Everything that you do online in China is directly associated with your actual ID, right? Everything is connected to your ID. The difference is it's not like a fun process to go through to begin with, but you just kind of play ball if you want to literally go to China, right? I will, however, say, I do not trust the American government. I would go so far as to say I trust the American government less than I trust the Chinese government. Okay? I don't know if that's like a controversial opinion for any of you guys, but I've seen what the American government has been doing. Okay? And I do not believe, even for a brief moment, that this will be used, this kind of mass surveillance will be used for good. You are spreading misinformation. Nothing involved with this has anything to do with providing your IDs. You don't have to put your ID unless you're identified as a child on the platform. Oh, yeah? Really? So it has something to do with IDs. What about when you start a new account? And it asks you what your age is. How will they know? And even if that's the case in the interim, to get you to be comfortable with this, if you think that it's not going to lead to IDs across the board, IDs having to be uploaded for usage of any website across the board, you are silly. Elon Musk shaped COSA. Meta is lobbying for ID verification. Thiel's age verification tech. Co stands to make billions. Progressives in all forms are about to be deplatformed and will have a level of mass surveillance akin to authoritarian states, and leftists are cheering it. But it doesn't matter if you're not doing anything wrong, right? What the fuck do you mean? Dude, that's the point. Do you feel like this government knows right from wrong? I mean, look at the last 2 years. Oh, you're joking. Okay, because that is a very common thing that I hear from people. It's like the classic dumb guy take. Not only is ID uploads going to be an issue with data breaches, but also on top of that, do you trust this government to decide what's right and wrong? I don't. Maybe I'm crazy. Yeah, Peter Thiel is like the Kash Patel of the tech world in terms of trustworthiness, dude. Anytime he's on camera, I'm like, that's not a human. That's a lizard. That's like a literal lizard. How has nobody realized that this is a lizard person wearing a human skin and not even doing a good job with it? Look at how much he's sweating. The human skin that he is wearing is not reacting positively to his lizard skin underneath the human skin. Yeah, the U.S. government is literally talking about how they're going to monitor, how they've directed the FBI to monitor citizens for anti-capitalist, anti-American, and anti-Christian, anti-family value sentiment. I'm 25. I've not been asked on any platform to verify it. I'm not even pro this policy. I'm just confident this perspective is overblown. I'm not. And I think it's that attitude that will cause stuff like this to basically go through. Do we even have anonymity now? To a certain degree, you do. I don't, right? I don't. I could if I wanted to, if I started new accounts elsewhere. So I should be the first person to advocate for this. Every single anonymous account, instead of pulling them to the public square, I literally pull them to the public square, you know? Think about that. So I should be on board. This will make it much harder for cyber stalking initiatives to take place. All of a sudden, if you are trying to do all the troll ops that many people do, all of a sudden they're associated with their actual identity. Makes it much easier for federal law enforcement to tackle people who are engaging in death threats and whatnot. And I still, even though it would make my life a fuck ton easier, I still don't trust the government. Yeah, make it much easier to press charges on people. All of a sudden, the things that you are doing on the internet, you're doing with your actual identity. Imagine you're beefing with Hasan and he pulls up a live view of your driveway. Yeah, with cops coming in and arresting you. If you agree that kids should not be on social media, what is your solution? I mean, I think a safeguarded, a walled garden social media approach to children is probably a little bit better than whatever the fuck this is. And even then, who gets to decide what is seen and what's not seen? Yeah, reverse swatting. Oh, you swatted me? Well, guess what? There's an actual SWAT unit coming your way right now. Anyway. Oh, I feel like shit.
Known. The platforms may ask to verify a user's age with their bank account, a government photo ID, or by using what's called age inference technology, which estimates a user's age based on their other online activity. Tools that may also raise other privacy concerns. But supporters of the measure say the law will help protect young people from the negative developmental and mental effects of social media.
Things like unrealistic body image, for example, or exposure to bullying or predators online.
In Australia, Wayne Holsworth says his son died by suicide after a sextortion scam.
Anyone that says that this is not a good idea has not lived through my life.
As the ban went into effect, Australia's Prime Minister urging children to find other activities.
Start a new sport, learn a new instrument, or read that book that's been sitting there on your shelf.
But some teens are pushing back.
I think they should be removing.
That's crazy. Yeah, start by reading a book. Crikey. Fucking hell. Read a fucking book, damn it. Or no. Are you bored?
The harmful content instead of just keeping it there and removing us.
Two 15-year-olds are now challenging the law in the country's highest court.
As a young Australian, we as a whole will have our constitutional right taken away from us, and we will also be invisible with this ban.
Some critics also say the ban may push kids to join unregulated apps that take them to darker corners of the internet. Elon Musk, who owns X, previously slamming the law, saying it seems like a backdoor way to control access to the internet by all Australians. According to a national study commissioned by the Australian government, 96% of children ages 10 to 15 were using social media, and 7 out of 10 had been exposed to harmful content.
That shit's crazy too, though. Because, like, I mean, I feel like this doesn't harm me at all. Let's be real. My audience is way past that point anyway. I'm just still thinking about it broadly as a bad thing. I feel like a strong regulatory control over, like, implementing some sort of safeguard measure against teens on the internet and what they get up to on the internet is probably a better way to do this than just, like, I don't know. Forcing everybody to upload their ID to verify whether they're underage or not. How? I think forcing parents to have control over what like any sort of limitation will automatically cut a big chunk of people from accessing these sorts of websites. You know what I mean? Like maybe you could force the parents, like hold them accountable to ensure that they make sure that their children are not using like the adult internet. Of course, people will still find a way, but there's a reason for drinking ages, right? Do you understand? Like, because if there was no drinking age, then there would even be no necessity to find a way. So ultimately, it's not a bad thing. Good, you have yet to explain why this is bad. Social media is extremely bad for teens. Yes and no. I think social media is bad for teenagers, yes, especially the heavy consumption of it. But it's also pretty good for teenagers because it causes them to socialize with one another. I think it's the algorithm and the things that they see on social media that is bad, not the fact that they utilize some kind of social media. Yeah, it's kind of like with China and VPNs. It's not like the government is cracking down on VPNs. And if you know how to use a VPN, you're fine. And many people do, but not everyone. You know, it eliminates a decent chunk of people from using a decent chunk of people from accessing the rest of the internet because they just don't use VPNs. It's the security theater of the TSA. It's the fake camera that people place outside of their businesses. Like all of that, it doesn't completely stop crime from happening, for example, but it makes it more difficult for people to do crime. Sometimes a little fence that you put in front of these sorts of things actually cuts the problem in half.
And behavior. Australia's e-safety commissioner says she believes the country's law will serve as a template for other countries. And the European Union, which despite pushback from big tech, is now eyeing a similar ban.
I've always referred to this as the first domino, which is why they push back.
For Dimmy, he's now counting down the days until he turns 16.
For people that are still 12 years old, 13 years old, they're going to restart their whole journey again once they turn 16. I think that's a bit of a pain point.
A live experiment that the world is watching.
And Liz Kreutz joins us now in the studio. Okay, so clearly the entire country there thinks that this is harmful enough for this ban. But if there's one thing that kids are good at, and, you know, I'm guilty of this when I was a kid too, like ways around this. Yeah. I imagine there are a lot of creative ways already circulating that could circumvent this whole ban, right?
Yeah, I mean, that's a huge part of the conversation. Just to point out, like 77% of Australians surveyed say that they support this. So there really is widespread support there. But you are seeing so many young people, ironically, go on Reddit before the ban even happened, chatting about, okay, how are we going to get around this? And they're coming up with all these different ways. One of the ones that I think is quite notable is some of them are talking about ordering face masks that resemble adults. They're like a mesh face mask for adults to be able to like use, you know, basically a selfie or whatever of that and use that to access the app. Some are saying maybe a VPN will work, so it would make your phone trick it into thinking that you're in a different country where there isn't the ban. Some are saying, can we just like request adults to help us out? Kind of like, hey, you set up an account for me. So they're all trying to get around it.
Kind of like kids would go to a liquor store and then try to get adults to buy. This is wild. Ripple effects here. Do you see this as like a domino? In that woman's interview, she described Australia as potentially being the first, and then everybody else might follow suit.
Yeah, I mean, we are somewhat seeing that, actually. Starting January 1st, Malaysia is going to implement a similar ban. New Zealand is discussing it right now. Denmark is far along in discussing this, and you heard the EU has also proposed a similar.
What the fuck? Platforms excluded from the Australia social media ban is Discord and Roblox? Where do you think the radicalization happens? What? I mean, I'm not even touching LinkedIn because, like, No one should be on LinkedIn, let alone children or adults, honestly. But Roblox, that's the worst one. No, LinkedIn is great. What do you mean? Oh my God. Ew, gross.
Idea. So we are.
I don't even know what fucking lemonade is. I guess I understand WhatsApp, kind of.
Seeing other countries follow suit. We have not seen that same discussion to that same extent here in the United States, but we are seeing some different changes with some of these social media apps putting in more restrictions for children and teens. Like Reddit recently did this to kind of prevent how many direct messages minors can have with adults on that app, in sort of anticipating, you know, a little bit more of
We'll
this.
see what happens next. Liz Kreutz, fascinating. Thank you so very much.
We thank you for watching, and remember, stay updated on breaking news and top stories on the NBC News app or watch live on our YouTube channel.
Lemonade was a TikTok alternative when the ban was first announced. No one used it. What, did they not let you fucking speak on Israel on there?
What just happened, Grace?
I just got banned off Instagram.
On Instagram, the second I log in, it just comes up with this page. I can't access anything whatsoever.
I've opened TikTok and I'm still able to scroll without anything popping up about the ban, and same with Instagram.
Now, to go onto my other account that is 16 and over, or 16 years old, it's absolutely normal.
Got a message this morning. If you're 16 or older, verify your age to unlock your account. I did try, and I tried to sign up, but it says, sorry, it looks like you're not eligible for Snapchat.
I'm going into Snapchat. They emailed me, but I didn't open their emails, and I can just go straight on.
This morning, I went to use TikTok, and I have 3 accounts. 2 of them have my real age, and they pretty much showed something like this. Like, they pretty much just got deleted.
Okay, I'm opening YouTube. I can still see everything, and I'm still logged in. Going to Instagram, it tells me all this stuff about why I can't be on Instagram anymore. Sad, because I love Instagram.
Across Australia, those under 16 are starting their day.
Fuck you, Albo!
A little differently, without social media.
I believe that as a young Australian, we as a whole will have our constitutional right taken away from us, and we will also be invisible with this ban. We won't be able to share our views or opinions, and we won't be able to hear others' views and opinions, political or just about anything.
My biggest thing is that if somebody can go get a piercing, can go get a job, can go get their own Medicare card, can get a tax file number, can go take their driver's knowledge test before the age of 16, and they can do all of these things with the trust that they're responsible enough to handle it and advocate for themselves if it becomes too much. How can we then say they can't hold a social media account?
It's going to be worse for like queer people and like people with like niche interests, I guess, because like that's the only way they can find their community. And
okay, my conspiracy theory is literally this is because of Israel. Like, it's not that like Israel is directly doing this, but governments in the Western world saw what it looks like when people have unrestricted access to the social media platforms at a young age, and how quickly their attitude shifted because it wasn't coming from like controlled institutions that were disseminating information in the right way. And they have no more narrative control capabilities. They were like, we have to do something about it. Everything is not Israel, you weirdo. It will save lives. I think, well, first of all, the TikTok ban was directly because of Israel. They said it, right? The TikTok sale was directly because of Israel. And they openly said it, so we don't even have to speculate on that front. Right? Like, you agree with me on that, right? At least? I'm just saying that my suspicion is that they're trying to sell this as like a good thing to protect children. But I think the reason is because, and it's not just Israel. Like Israel is the canary in the coal mine, if you will. Because obviously their goals are to at least have some semblance of control over what kind of information people are seeing, especially at their most malleable, right? When they're young children. So Israel is more so a catalyst rather than the only reason. The actual reason is that they want to control the dissemination of information, especially when kids are young. And because of the impossible to ignore generational divide on this issue, I think it made it much easier for people in power to basically take action when they were probably fearful beforehand, fearful of the backlash. One way that you can tell these age verification laws are not about fighting against big tech is that big tech money stooge is promoting them. He didn't have a come to Jesus moment. On this, these laws are censorious off-ramp that misconstrues the problem. Oh, yeah, Rahm Emanuel. Oh.
Australia is banning all TikTok, Instagram, and all social media from kids that are 16 and younger. I think it's time for America to pick up.
I love you, bro, but these are some of your worst arguments. What would like children do about Israel regardless of their awareness of it? Wait, what? Brother, you know children don't stay children, right? What are you talking about? You know kids grow up, right? Like they eventually grow up and they become adults. Do you think they stay children? Yeah, and then they don't participate once they're adults. Okay. Clearly, other people don't seem to think so. Oh, they can participate once they're adults. Okay. I don't understand the point.
Its game and do the same. Look, when it comes to our adolescents, it's either going to be adults or the algorithms. One of them is going to raise the kids. And I think we need to help parents. It's too much for a parent to push against Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, all the other Snapchat, all the other social medias apps. Our kids are way too vulnerable. It's too addictive, too alluring, that a parent should face off against these powerful companies that are trying to influence their children. Now, when it came to taking telephones out of classrooms, we've seen progress. When it came to restricting tobacco from our kids, we've seen progress. When it came to the designated driver, we've seen progress in protecting the safety and the development of our children. So today I'm calling for the United States to follow suit, come up with its own plan, but protect our children, help our parents, strengthen our families, and restrict all the social media when it comes to access to kids and adolescents 16 and younger.
Yeah, I mean, Hillary Clinton blamed TikTok on the
smart, well-educated young people from our own country, from around the world. Where were they getting their information? They were getting their information from social media, particularly TikTok. That is where they were learning about what happened on October 7th, what happened in the days, weeks, and months to follow. That's a serious problem. It's a serious problem for democracy, whether it's Israel or the United States, and it's a serious problem for our young people. And it was frankly shocking to me how little the students we were encountering, not only in this class we teach, which is a very large class, international relations about crisis decision making, but students more generally. And that's why I mentioned the social media piece of it, because when you would try to talk to them to engage in some kind of reasonable discussion, it was very difficult because they did not know history, they had very little context, and what they were being told on social media was not just one-sided, it was pure propaganda. And so when you think about how to tell Israel's story, and it's important, it's not just looking internally, it's looking externally, and particularly looking at young people, because, you know, it's not just the usual suspects, it is a lot of young Jewish Americans who don't know the history and don't understand. I was talking to Condi Rice, and, you know, she said in an interview that I did after the 20-point plan came out, she and I were on CB.
Australia isn't America. Australian domestic and foreign policy isn't Israel first. Australia doesn't put migrants into supermaxes for saying mean things about Israel. I think it's really funny that you say that, because Australia is the one other fucking British penal colony that closely resembles the United States of America in both its history and its also current domestic and foreign policy. And yes, they don't put them into supermaxes. They have a fucking island for that. They have an entire island for that, as a matter of fact. Australia is one of the closest examples to the United States of America. Sure, they have like better social democracy. But that's pretty crazy to say that about Australia. From its very own indigenous genocide.
Yes, and she said, you know, when people were chanting from the river to the sea, she would ask the students, what river, what sea? They didn't know. I had the same experience. A lot of the challenge is with younger people. More than 50% of young people in America get their news from social media. So just pause on that for a second. They are seeing short-form videos, some of them totally made up, some of them not at all representing what they claim to be showing, and that's where they get their information. And
who's this person talking? Is she relevant? Nah, you don't have to worry about her. Oh, yeah. I don't fucking know, man. I feel like this sucks.
Some people also use it to like vent their feelings and like talk to people.
By banning social media for those under 16, we're giving children a childhood and parents more peace of mind.
It's just kind of like pointless. Like, it's just like, we're just going to create like new ways to get on these platforms. So, like, what's the point, you know?
I kind of see where they're coming from, but also I think if you can get a job at 14, I think you should be able to, like, have...
I think they're also low-key kind of fucked up by putting the age at 16. Because I feel like if they had done, like, 10 or something, there would be much less resistance to this. Because, like, past that point, or, like, 12, you know what I mean? But when you do 16, all of a sudden, like, these are people who are 2 years away from being seen as adults. These are people who are already, like, capable of getting a job, capable of driving a car. Obviously, they shouldn't be treated like adults, and they shouldn't be seen as adults. But as far as like allowing them to, operate on social media, I don't know. I get your point, but you honestly think seeing a genocide at 15 in HD is healthy? Wait, what? I don't think seeing a genocide at any age is healthy. Yeah, even 14 is like more reasonable than 16, I think. Like when you're getting into high school, I guess. I just think the younger they made the age limit, the less resistance there would be. So why would you want a kid to see it if it's terrible for adults? You're right. I think we should close a blind eye to genocide that's taking place. This will fix the problem. Why do you lie, Hasan? Where is the gaming? Okay. Like, this is probably a child. You know what I mean? So if this guy got banned off social media, I'd be fine with it. By the way, it's really funny. It's really funny for this one chatter to be like, well, why should they see it? Chatter is anti-Holocaust education. You know what I mean? Chatter is going to go up at the next parent-teachers conference and stand up and be like, I don't think they should teach children about the Holocaust. It's too mean. Excuse me. Are we teaching our children about slavery? Chattel slavery? Do you know how gruesome of a practice that was? Why would you ever teach our children about such gruesome practices? They will get the wrong lessons. Yeah, it's crazy that you can get a job at 14, but you can't be on social media for 2 extra years.
Be able to have social media, and I think they will just use their phones on different apps. Like, you can still watch Netflix, you can still go on Pinterest, like, you can do a lot more different things on similar kind of apps, but yeah, maybe it will make people go outside more, but not really.
Everyone's going to find a way around really easily.
How?
Just do other people's IDs, although that does have to match with your date of birth and name. Just VPNs, getting your parents to do it for you, anything.
I think that the ban is good that like social media is banned, but there's ways to get around it, and they could have gotten around it a better way. Like they should have put restrictions, like you can't post and you can't comment or subscribe, and you can just view things, or put restrictions on certain videos.
There's a loss of social interactions, especially when you're like meeting new people and trying to communicate with your friends, because I know a lot of people nowadays use social media to interact, so it's definitely got its positives and negatives.
I've been on social media since I was about 10 years old, so I've definitely grown up on it, and it's how I've developed a lot of social connection. But I feel like for younger ages, it would be like a big improvement.
I just feel like there's a lack of trust. Like, I mostly think that the social media should be up to the parents to decide whether their children should be allowed it or not. I don't think it should be a government thing. A lot of us expected that it was going to be delayed, so we didn't realize it would be this sudden. So we're all a bit...
That one fat Australian kid who hates China won't be able to go on social media. I hope you're happy. I'm in favor of banning Drew Pavlov from the internet. I will say, if this law, if Albo only made it so that Drew Pavlov was not allowed to post on the internet, I'd be happy with that ban. Unfortunately, while he does resemble the intellectual capabilities of a 12-year-old with intellectual disabilities, he's actually like probably in his 30s at this point. I don't know. Most fat child-coded 40-year-old man.
Shock still, but since some of us still have our accounts, we're just unsure what's going to happen and how they're going to...
Honestly, they should just throw him in prison. Like, just find a way and put him in jail. It would make everybody's lives better.
ensure that we're not going to be able to access social media. Mainly right now, well before the ban, everyone used to talk to each other through Snapchat, which is one of the apps getting banned. And everyone seems to be freaking out and giving their phone numbers out since we don't have that mode of communication anymore.
I think they will just use their phones on different apps. You can still watch Netflix, you can still go on Pinterest, like you can do a lot more different things on similar kind of apps, but yeah, maybe we'll make people go outside more, but
soon we will have to ID verify to watch porn. I know. Whenever I go to a country or a state that has ID verification to watch porn, I instantly hit the VPN. I hit the VPN so fast, your head will spin. Okay? Ain't no fucking way. I'm on incognito, bitch. I'm not trying to put my fucking ID on there. Or you just find a shadier website, I guess, where you don't have to do that. Out of your dang mind, dude. Are you out of your dang mind? That's craziness. Where are you going in China? VPN. VPN. The fuck do you mean? VPN to Hong Kong. Or Chinese Taipei. Hello. You're not beating the freaky unk accusations right now? Oh my God. Newsflash. Yes, a 34-year-old man watches porn sometimes. Like, what the fuck? Has society gotten this puritanical that this revelation is mind-boggling? What the fuck? Yeah, I'm so freaky. The fuck, dude? Don't say that in front of your child and ethnic Santa. My child doesn't understand the English language. It's fine. Is Dancing Santa making Kaya ponder the meaning of life? Yeah, she don't fuck with Dancing Santa. Us 34-year-old gooners walk so they can run. Watching porn while abroad is the most pure thing you can. Not gonna lie. Thank you. Exactly. Hasan, I had a dream about you last night swimming in the Gulf of Mexico and a shark bit your left leg off. It was nuts. Well, that's never going to happen because I'm worried about that. Bro, you jerked it in China. I'm reporting you to Xi.
not really. It's just kind of like pointless. Like, it's just like we're just gonna create like new ways to get on these platforms. So, like, what's the point? I feel like it's kind of unfair because they do give us like a really short notice to prepare and all that. I feel like it should be like maybe like 14 or 15, have an exception because they can like start to get a job and start to get like their learner's permit and stuff. And I feel like, yeah, that's kind of unfair that they can't use their socials.
As young Australians, we will be completely silenced and cut off.
I don't know why they don't do this off like the, I don't know, off ISPs or something. Like ISPs, your phone provider knows how old you are. Like, that's the other thing. Like, why do they have to do this from the point of, why do they have to do this at, with age, like shitty ass age verification? Computers don't really work that way. I mean, you could make it so that they do work that way. like IP lock everything that is handled by children. Make the parents reinforce it. And even then, I don't think that they should just like stop kids from going on social media in general. I just think that like IP locking certain devices and shit like that, and then allowing them to use like a walled garden social media platform would probably be a better idea. You know? The worst part is they didn't even ban the Epstein game Roblox, so this won't do shit. Also, my nephews already have like 5 ways around this shit. They scan random things or watch through embeds and things. Yeah, if they didn't even ban Discord, so they could just like go on. I feel like you can use Discord as an entry point into all these other platforms almost. Discord group viewership of YouTube videos. In Europe, you can just buy a SIM card at a tobacco stand. No ID required, so the ISP do not know your name or anything. Okay. Put a fucking age verification on that. If this was not about censorship and about child safety, they would 1, phase it out like they do all other things. 2, have a much lower cutoff point. It's censorship. Yeah. When they bring that shit to America for gooners, I will give up gooning instead of giving them my ID. Let's be real. If you're calling jorking your shit off, jorking your peanuts, you're gonna, if you call that gooning, you're definitely gonna keep gooning. You're just saying that in the chat and maybe even lying to yourself. Okay, 63-month subscriber. You're gonna be kirking your shit real fucking hard. Okay, you're not gonna stop it. You're just saying that you're gonna stop it, but you'll find a way around it. Let's be fucking real. Don't act like you won't be. Kirkle jerk. Yeah.
From our country and the rest of the world with this ban. It's like we just grown up with this our entire lives, and now it's just being taken away from us all of a sudden. We wouldn't even know what else we could do. I've already heard of these like different apps that kids are going to jump to because like this social media is being taken away. But I believe once this social media is taken away, these platforms, the main ones, they're not like perfectly regulated, but we can like control them, and like they're more regulated than other social media platforms. And when kids like jump to these less regulated social media platforms, that's when like they're shown more things, or they're more like vulnerable to online bullying or predators. It's when it's less regulated.
And Noah engages social media in so many positive, wholesome ways. The things that Noah's generation learns, we dreamed of. We were so limited to libraries and single
Is this the mom in the same car? What the fuck's going on?
pages of encyclopedia. My parents would never have
Did they just like, what the fuck is happening? They first asked the kid and then they asked the mom?
dreamed that my children could be so fortunate to have this library of knowledge. But I really credit Noah as a young person who recognizes the dangers of social media. It's not all sunshine and lollipops.
Mayor-elect Zoran Mamdani is addressing the affordability.
I think she pulled over to do her bit. My son Noah. Yeah, in Australia, by the way, they don't call it gooning. They call it gurning. Gurning. I'm gurning. Oh, no. I'm gurning. I didn't laugh. Bad bit. Fart smeller. We on Gab down here now. I hope you're still playing Dispatch. Yes, I will be. Yeah, before I dive into the gaming segment, tourists to the United States would have to submit 5 years of social media history under the new Customs and Border Protection plans. So if you're 16 years old in Australia, you're cooked. You are not allowed into the country because you will have no social media to show, and they just won't let you in. So there's that too. Okay. How are the Aussies going to get in to the United States of America in the absence of social media if they are under the age of 16? Notice how the ban didn't ban. Notice how it didn't ban Truth Social. The Patriots are in control. Yes. It's for ESTA, not B2 visas yet. Visitors on the ESTA program would also need to submit a selfie. Do you think we will have less gaming frogs with Aussie kids getting banned? Probably not. 5 years? Ain't nobody doing that shit to go to LA? Anyway. Yeah, the famously large contingent of 14-year-olds on Truth Social. Yeah, they will be. Now that the ban is implemented everywhere else, they're going to go on LinkedIn and they're going to go on Truth Social and they're going to goon on Truth Social. As God intended, brother. Real patriots. Truth Social is more like Goon Social. That's where I go when there's whenever there's any sort of issues with bans of that sort in any of the countries I visit. I go to Goon Social to kirk my shit. Anyway, we're resuming. Hopefully,
you've all probably heard some version of what happened. Let's get to it. Main takeaways are that Invisigal has been suspended, so we're a person down the shift, and that Chase is in the infirmary. And he's in pretty rough shape. Despite his disposition, he really likes you all. Just don't tell him I told you that. I've found doing something good always helps.
AI
when
voice
I'm
law? What do you
feeling
mean AI
bad.
voice, bro? What the fuck are you talking about? It's Aaron
We're
Paul.
fortunate to have that opportunity. Something Chase never took for granted. So, let's get to work.
Uh-oh. 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 What's happening? You made the Santa move. Ty, you made the Santa move. All right.
Hey, we've got a fuck ton of beached whales off the coast. Could really use some help getting them back in the ocean.
What did I do last time that was fucked up? I used Golem and it didn't work. I'm not gonna res Golem, but wait, why can't I send Golem? What the fuck? Oh. Isak is in Vizzy's band. Okay, well, I'm cooked, kind of, because I need a vitality. So, Waterboy move.
Upchuck's rugby team lost, and he's throwing a very toxic tantrum.
Huh?
What did...
Oh, sure.
Use necessary force. Acid vomit. Villain Upchuck is using the... Okay, I'll Flom go at it.
Oh, shite. I know this guy. He used to have more hair.
Rain's causing those Volta Virtue cars. Oh, dude, it's Hacker Man time. Easy peasy. Don't send water, bitch, to the flood. Shut up. Easy. Hacker Man. Hacker Man. Easy peasy. Easy. Easiest hack of my life. Left, right, right, left. Left, right, right, left. What'd you do to Invisigo? Sexo too hard. Left, right, right, left. Come on, baby. Get to it. Boom. You can't just say that? Why? Hacker Man. Boom. We're in. Do you see? I'm a speedrunner, dude. Who's thirsty for Waterboy chatter because I need to be friends with them? Yeah, they're
right.
Waterboy chatter is dead to me right now, okay? After what Waterboy did and the other
Yeah, happy to. What if you ever got around to adopting that dog?
Honey Lace. Asthma attack Sexo. Why did he kill Invisibae? I didn't. Waterboy made me text my ex unironically. I'm sorry. Are you fucking serious? She's suspended. Because she did a job that she did a bad job. Oh my God, I thought, wait, what? Oh, that almost didn't make it. That's crazy. That's crazy at 71%. Throat game tighter.
Shitface, I think he's about to piss mud on the high school.
Yeah, you know, I saw him pulling over a beer truck earlier. I did think that was weird.
Come on, buddy. Spit it out.
A lot of vomiting this shift.
Golem, I get it. I want to get shit-faced right now more than anything, but we got a job to do, and I need all of you to just hang in there until the end of the shift. After that, you can do whatever the fuck you want. Cool?
Cool.
Can someone please go get Golem before he does more property damage?
He's only 20, lol. Chill on Goatlam.
If there's no one else.
Prism and Flambe. Oh, I fucking should have sent Prism in the center. Yeah, whatever. They'll still do it.
We've got a super down here who controls bugs. Apparently they have beef with one of our farmers using pesticides. It's getting real biblical down here.
Take down the bug controlling asylum, save the former. What did I do with this? Oh no. Fuck.
Sure, yeah.
Hate the fucking rain. Flying's a bitch, you can't see shit.
I think Flambe solos that, but it's fine.
Goddamn slip and slide.
I fucking love slip and slides, bro.
I haven't seen it come down this bad in a while.
I like it. Feels right for today.
Fucking cool it, emo boy.
Oh, what the fuck? 58%. No!
Doesn't even matter.
It was a mobility play.
Too much.
Why would that be a mobility play? Dude, it's crazy. I already fucking literally played this mission. At least Punch Up doesn't get injured.
Not so tough with the bees in another dimension.
I'm doing better than last time. It wasn't mobility, it just needed a little.
Hey. Bone Zone pissed off the wrong gang, and they're holding him hostage.
Rescue Bone Zone and his employees from a
Listen,
deadly
I know
dozen
he
band of villains
sucks,
break through the
but he
barricades of the
writes my
radio
checks.
station.
Can you please just rescue him?
How are you almost as bad as last time? Okay, calm down. As long as I don't just like fuck this up. Okay. Punch Up and Coop.
If we must.
Hi, just calling to confirm one of your Z Team heroes for our interview this afternoon to discuss the Phoenix program.
Bro, I did Prism on this and it didn't work. Last time. I remember. So I'm gonna do Waterboy instead. And I'm gonna use Brain.
Hello?
Let's see if it works.
Is this thing working?
I'm sorry.
Oh, fuck. I used Coop on this, but I don't have Coop. Oh, I guess I could use Flambe. He's got mobility. Flam Goat
Red
can
Wings coordinating
solo.
strikes across Torrance. Looks like they're hitting the port next.
Let's see if his int will. Oh, int will clear. He's got 7 int. Oh no, it demands 8 int. So I couldn't have done it anyway. Both of them would have failed. Fucking L, dude. Jesus Christ. No, Coop wouldn't have done it either. Max synergy reach. Let's go. And that's why you specialize them and stop living at 8 for everything. Okay, let's see if he let's see if my goat did this. Okay, 88%. Ain't no way we're failing this one. All right, I'll hit 8. I'll hit 8. I'll hit 8 for their top levels. I was shy about that because I was worried that it would like, you know, I was worried that it would like max out too hard and then it would fuck up.
Now's our chance to get payback for Chase.
Your chat agrees with me. They're sending me Waterboy fan art. No, I can't train anybody here except for Malevola. I was going to train Waterboy, but I don't want to train Malevola right now because I need her for this. Can these two actually... Can they actually... Oh, yeah, I think they can.
Fine, I'll fucking say it. What if Chase dies?
If you don't shut your mouth. What are you on about?
Oh, wait, I can't even train Waterboy. I have to train Malevola.
That's, why? Even... Not talking about it won't make it go away.
No,
okay?
Fuck.
Fucking babies.
If he dies, he'll be taken care of. That I can promise.
How do you know?
I just do. Trust me.
Girl, what the fuck even are you?
Oh, Flambe and Punch Up can be trained too. Should I do... Who should I train? Punch Up? Or Flambeezy? I'm gonna do Punch Up. Fuck it. I don't know what Flambe does, but I should have done probably Flambe, but I did Punch Up instead. While Punch Up is injured, he receives 2 combat, 2 vigor, reduces rest time. On a call with less than 4 slots, Punch Up creates a slot exclusively for him to join. Wait, what? That's not even that good. This is, I guess, better, but neither is good. Whatever. Extra slot for solo missions? When the fuck do you need an extra slot for solo missions, chatter? Oh, fuck. 66%. Oh, thank God. Damn, they're so goated. It's crazy. 8 intellect, even though it's too late now. 8 charisma. 8. Well, she already has 8 charisma. Let's level up her intellect more. She has 7 charisma. You know what I mean. Shut up, shut up, shut up.
This fucking rain is flooding our neighborhood. We need this water gone.
Okay.
Of course.
Do not send Waterboy again? No, fuck no, I'm not sending Waterboy. But I don't have an investigator at all. Shut the fuck up. We're not sending Water Goat. Water Goat is an auto fail. You guys suck so much ass. You're literally wrong. Maybe this will work. Why not send Flambe? Because I have no one that can do it. No one can do a job now. Fetch the buckets. Oh, that's mobility, right? It's gotta be. Please tell me that's mobility. Yes. Oh, thank God. Yeah, maxed out on the mobility. Let's fucking go. Easy peasy. Flood under control.
We need backup down here. There's a mass pileup and the tanker caught fire.
Rescue trapped civilians and cars. Fire is growing despite the rain. Put it out quick. Hold on. Who was Water Goat and Malevola are matched up, right? Who has synergy? Was it Malevola and Waterboy? Finally, something that he can fucking do. Yeah, but I think... Oh, fuck. But they won't get double XP on this. Or wait, they might. Just throw Punch Up in there too? Fuck it.
Somebody's got it.
That way, they'll all double up on the XP.
Oh, boys, I'm raring to go.
And he gets
The room's
healed.
booked, yeah?
Yeah, confirmed it this morning. We're all good.
Like we don't have enough fucking problems.
Whatever. See you all
Why
later.
do you hate Water Goat? Because he's a fucking failure. He failed my last mission. It pissed me off. Oh my God, there's a chatter that said revive Golem. Hold on. Hold on, where is it? Where is that fucking bitch? Where's the chatter that said revive Golem? Control F, revive Go. You motherfucker. Revive Golem, you say, huh? Revive Golem, you say. Perhaps I did do that yesterday because everyone in the chat was spamming it. And then it bricked the entire game. Perhaps the game wasn't smart enough for the smarty pants chatters in here that were backseat gaming. Perhaps it literally broke the game in its entirety. Take 30 seconds off and think about that. He didn't know that would happen, bro. Bitch, what do you mean he didn't know that would happen, bro? Then don't say it. Perhaps intervening with pre-existing game mechanics is the easiest way to break the game. Chatter abuse, max synergy, let's go. Only 2 failures. Let's go. I maxed out on my career.
Team.
Oh my God, I'm gonna
Good
have to have
shift, all
sex
things
with
considered.
Blonde Blazer.
See you tomorrow.
This is. She's
Hopefully
gonna have
with
to.
some
She's gonna have to
goodness.
sex me up as a gift for maxing out my career, I think. She's old-fashioned, you nerd. What's more old-fashioned than having sex with a lower employee as a reward for good behavior, for excellent behavior in the workplace? You're saying that as your best friend is dying? My best friend would want me to have sex with Blonde Blazer.
Damn, you want farther than I thought. What are y'all looking at?
You've got a little.
Oh, cheers, lad. Good looking out.
Hello, everyone. What's going on?
What's it look like? This dumbass kicked that dumbass out the fucking door.
Okay, cool. Now that we got all of the details clear, why?
That's just a difference of opinion. I got heated, got in Golem's face. He had every right to punt me through the wall.
Right, it's a door, and I doubt you were actually in his face.
More like ankle, which made him easier to kick.
What the fuck is going on?
We want her out.
We voted. It was nearly unanimous.
She shouldn't have done what she did. I think she should go, sir.
That's crazy.
Boss.
That's crazy.
Robert.
Bitch, shut your water bitch ass up. You don't get to have a vote. You don't even get to have half of a vote. You've only been here for like, what, 2 days? The fuck do you think this is? There's a constitutional republic, okay? This is not a direct democracy. This is not, we're not doing anarchism. We're not abolishing unjustifiable hierarchies. You go back and you sit in that water bucket, water bitch, before I fucking waterboard you.
Who wants her to stay?
Just me.
I got you, Golem.
But
you solo.
The team is more important than any one of us, so I won't stand in the way.
You could have led with that.
I feel the same as Golem. You all let me back in when you didn't have to. But I won't make you keep someone you want gone.
We heard about the suspension bullshit.
Hi.
It ain't enough, Robert. Not for what she did.
Hello.
To put everything we've been building at risk, and for what?
Hello.
I like the bitch, but she gotta go.
And by go, we mean cut. Just like you cut Sona. No one here wants to say it's also her, but that's what it is.
Okay. Bye.
Look, I probably don't say this enough, but I'm proud of all of you.
One frame. Not even a question.
How far you've come.
And it's not even on some simp shit, even though that kind of does play a role, because so far the only sexo we've had is in the vivid imaginations of Invisigal. But the other reason is because I'm thinking about it like a capitalist, okay? I am not cutting an employee right now. We already are lacking in manpower and woman power, okay? It's not happening. It's going to lower your burden. It's going to lower your workload. And honestly, if I get a higher success rate, Blonde Baddie's going to have sex with me. So, sorry, not going to happen today. Also, we're cutting Waterboy.
A few months ago, you wouldn't have been in a room like this discussing the needs of the Z team, and if you did, There'd be a lot more than one broken door. But I'm not cutting Invisigal. We don't kick people when they're down. We lift them up, and I believe of her what I believe of all of you, that her heart is in the right place. It's what took us from being a team to being this weird, fucked up family. Look, you're hurting. Okay, I get it. I'm hurting. We are all hurting. Now isn't the time to cast blame.
Gaia, please.
It's the time to come together and heal.
Z-Team won't forget this. Morale has dropped. Okay, Z-Team are a bunch of fucking fakes, dude. Let me have my work wife with my other work wife, okay? That's crazy that they're like, they're fucking cock blocking me like this. Nah, they're valid. You a bitch. Why would I fucking cut Invisigal? Are you insane? She literally put her body on the line for me, almost died. It's crazy. Yes, she has a hard time listening to leadership, but she was doing the right thing, okay? She thought she was doing the right thing at least. And it was also Chase's own personal decision to expend what remains of his life force to save her, okay? Some of y'all are being misogynistic. It's okay. Also, I'm suspicious. She's always invisible, so maybe she was invisibly listening, and maybe, you know, she might throw some work my way. Who knows? Okay, sue me. Sue me. I always talk like Invisigal is in the room, you know? You missed it? Won't even defend chatters like that? Oh.
Busy?
Oh,
Sorry,
come on now.
I can come back.
Why? First time we met, you were in your underwear.
Damn.
Fitting, right? Last time you see me, that I'd be in mine? I really do appreciate you defending me, but you shouldn't. Listen
care
to your
about you.
team. They don't want me here.
Courtney, look, you went in knowing the risks.
I want
What
you.
you were willing to put on the line to help me. What you didn't know was what Chase was willing to put on the line for you. Because he cares about you. And he's not the only one, so please don't throw all of that away by walking away from this. From us. Fuck, from me. Please.
They're right. I don't deserve anyone's forgiveness. Anyone's help, anyone's
Oh my
love.
God. Brother, are you kidding me? This is the second time we see invisit titties? Brother, for someone who's otherwise supposed to be invisible, her titties are so visible in this game. I love it. Game of the year, dude. Holy fuck. Dude, give this all the awards. Jeff Knightley. Give this all the award. It needs more sex, but that's why I'm docking a point. It's a 9 out of 10. You just called her family? Okay, what's up? We live in Trump's America, okay? Donald Trump literally talked about marrying his sister the other day, like yesterday in Pennsylvania, and the crowd cheered. That's the type of timing we're on right now, okay? If your family is hot, you can be horny for them now. That's just, I don't make the rules. Trump makes the rules.
Because I can never repay it. Nothing I do will ever make up for what I've already done to you. I'd hoped getting the astral pulse back would help, but I couldn't even do that.
Vizzy, you don't owe anyone anything, okay? Least of all me.
She just has
I
her
was there
tits
that
hanging
night.
out? That's crazy. While
What
we're
are you
having this
saying?
conversation. Whoa! Oh!
I never ran with crews. Always did my own thing, but
Oh!
my asthma was getting worse, and they had an augment that could increase my lung capacity. Only catch is I'd have to work for them.
Hey, yo! That's crazy. That's crazy. She didn't have to show me her titties for that. That's crazy. Game of the year, game of the year, game of the year. No, she was there. She was there, tits out and all, invisible in the background. I'm peeing glue. That's crazy, Chatter.
Now!
Then one day Shroud came to me and said I could have the whole deck cleared if I was able to do one thing. Place a bomb on the back of Mecha Man undetected.
Good news, buddy. Shroud says he just wants the Astral Pulse, which we all know isn't really yours anyway.
Damn. She wasn't showing you her titty, she was showing the augments from the Shroud. Okay, first of all, in my head canon, she was showing me her titty.
I quit the moment I placed it.
Secondly, I forgive her. Obviously, redemption.
I walked out before it even blew.
And no, it's not because she showed me her titties.
My augments
saying that.
conveniently stopped working. So I signed up for the Phoenix program the next day. Which gave me the chance to fuck your
No,
wife
it's
up
fine. You don't have to
twice.
put it.
Well, I forgive you.
I'm a simp.
So there. Will you fucking chill out now?
You can't fucking forgive me? You haven't even, like, processed what's going on.
You did villain shit while you were a villain.
I'm woke. It's called restorative justice. Okay, rehabilitative justice. And by that I mean you showed me your titties. And now I forgive you. It's that simple. If you showed me anything else, I would, you know, sell the fucking family house. I'd sell the Mecca.
Does it change things that you directed at me? No.
Give you the money.
It doesn't. That's in the past. You're not the same person that was there that night. Neither am I.
That's sweet, but I feel numb.
You are such a pig. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry that I'm a feminist, okay? I will not apologize for being forgiving of women's rights and women's wrongs, okay? It's not just that many of you just care about women's rights. Not enough of you care about women's wrongs. Excuse me. Excuse me, everybody.
Hey, stop making this feel like a goodbye. Okay, you're suspended. It's temporary. I'm not letting anyone cut you.
All I wanted from this was for you to look at me the same way you look at Blazer.
Oh!
Even if it was just once, you know? That'd have been enough.
I don't know what you mean by that.
Yes. You do.
Oh my God. Am I busting? Do we get the twofer? Is this a harem anime? Is that allowed? Chat, do not fuck me for this. Do not fuck this up for me. Is it a fumble? If you lose, do you lose both? Do you lose both? Be honest, be honest. No, I'm not. I will not entertain this. Because this game is a little prudish for all of the titty showing that we've seen so far. There's no sexo. Is there a double sexo route or not? What do you think, bro? I think she just friend zoned you because you chose Blazer. Yo, we're not in a fucking relationship. Blazer never actually defined she never DTR'd. Okay? She never hit me with a DTR. There is no exclusivity agreement. I didn't sign the dotted line. It's not cheating. We went on a date, but we're not official. It's not cheating. A titty in the hand is worth 2 in the bush. Is that what the saying is? Bro, the titty is in my hand right now. What are you talking about? At this point, I feel like I've seen, well, I guess I did see areolas with blonde blazer too, but that was an accident. So it doesn't, this is a really complicated decision, a real Sophie's choice, if you will. I don't know. I've never watched that movie or read the book or anything, so I just have no idea what that's about. I feel like this might be the most difficult choice I've ever had to make while gaming. This might be one of the more difficult games of all time. Choose Waterboy or you're fake. Okay, it's time to dish out bans. I'm done with you. She cares about you and you're going to use her, some feminist? What do you mean? If she wants to use my penis, then she can, because I am a feminist and a giver, okay? Excuse me for wanting to share. Sharing is caring. Some socialist you are. So we can't do both. Sex or run, really important skill check before last chapter. Girl, I can't notice but to notice you. Noticing me from across the room, I can see it and can't stop myself from looking and noticing you, noticing me. What? Girl, I can't notice but to notice you. I have to ban more people in this fucking chat. I swear to God. She's LeBron and you're Rui in the corner. Sink that 3. Can we go for the double play or not, dude? Because I feel like I'm going to try to go for the double play, and then Blondie is going to get mad, and then Blazer is going to get mad, and then I'm going to lose both. You can't. Romance both is a Vizzy ending, but you need to be really nice to her the whole game for it to work. Greed is a sin. This is the greed they was talking about in the Bible. Brother, this isn't greed, okay? Greed would be if I try to fuck Malevola, okay? And Coupe, which I think it's inappropriate that those are not options. Okay? That would be kind of greedy. Not like too greedy, but kind of. Biblical levels of lust and greed. Fuck it. No prism, anti-black. Okay, Coupe is black. Wait, I didn't even do this. She did it. She did me. No, I gotta lean out.
Courtney.
Still got the kiss. I leaned out and I got the kiss. That's what we call a double whammy in this business, okay? This way, I don't lose Blonde Blazer, but Invisigal is out. I'm min-maxing. I'm min-maxing. I'm min-maxing. Chatters, you don't understand how min-maxing works, okay? I know for a fact now, my conscience is pure, my soul is pure, okay? When Blonde Blazer's like, oh, did you get it on with Invisigal in the locker rooms? I'm gonna be like, no, she kissed me, remember? Like how I kissed you?
All right, boy, you boys don't stay up too late.
You fumbled Invisigal, brother. I'm unmodding myself. I still got the kiss, though. Press up a story that an SDN hero got hurt last night asking for a statement. Can I tell them it was Trackstar? I want people to know what Chase did, but I don't know how he'd feel. Or I could just say it was Invisigal. She was pretty messed up when we got to her. So it wouldn't be a lie. I just feel like I don't know. Chase can reveal his identity if he wants to when he wakes up. Wait, wrong choice. Wait, why is that fucking wrong choice double fumble big L? I'm disgusted in your decision, Hasan. Okay, first of all, I can just save scum. But also, what the fuck are you guys saying? You lowered the team's morale for a kiss? You basically said she killed Chase? What was I supposed to do? Fuck Chase too? I don't understand. Like, I thought we're protecting his anonymity. I am turning into a right-wing extremist. This has low-key been the worst playthrough I've watched. What the fuck? I really never should listen to chat. It's so dumb of me to even listen to chat. I'm gonna pick Invisigal again. Fuck you guys.
Alright, well, you boys don't stay up too late.
Yeah, I'm picking Invisigal again because I'm a fucking simp. Okay? Because she's a hero in my heart. And some of you don't appreciate her as much as I do. You're blaming her, dumbass? I don't want to fucking... Okay, so I'm blaming Chase? Tell the world how much of a hero Trackstar is. It's the least we can do. No! God damn it, Hasan, stop listening to these idiots. How is picking Invisigal blaming her, but picking Chase makes him out to be a fucking hero? This doesn't make any sense to me. You guys are so fucking stupid. Half the chat literally just spams no matter what decision I make. Fuck you guys, okay? Whatever, Chase in the hospital. He won't know any better anyway. Fuck you, chat.
I mean... I hope they all die. I'm serious. Any dumbass walking into a trap that fucking stupid should have the plug pulled right now. Just pillows over faces.
Oh man, have you seen what the poison does to their faces? They get all red and puffy and... God damn. All right. Somebody's a little fucking impatient.
I'm sorry. It's my fault. I've been distracting you.
I'd appreciate it if you changed the fucking subject.
Would you?
Fuck. I know what's going on. Kid probably lost someone there. That's why he's been staring at that shit all night. Get him a drink on me.
I bet that guy with the glasses is Shroud.
Nah, this one's on me.
I can clock it from a mile away.
Oh my.
Trackstar. That guy sucks. I was fast, but now I'm old. Get fucked.
Cheers, fellas, to the fucking dream. To 5 minutes with the tightest ass in all of LA County.
This guy sucks, dude. That's my girlfriend you're talking about.
Can you motorboat an ass? Probably not, right? End up blowing air right up her butthole. What's up? You don't like acid?
I'm sorry, I have to.
Oh, not as far as I was gonna take it, but good on you, kid. Let me replace that drink.
He has a lazy eye that's ableist, man. Yeah, he should have seen it coming from 2 different angles. Oh my God! He said not as far as I was gonna take it.
Her. Blazer. Real fucking superhero.
Shroud.
I know
Called
we're
it.
in a villain bar, but have some class, you know. If you're gonna blow some fucker's brains out, non-slip mats are a must. Need some for the hideout. Feels silly calling it a hideout. Can you take care of him for me? Obviously, you two don't need an introduction.
I've been waiting for this.
No! No! Of course, Moist Critical would do me like this.
Chase.
Classic.
A little team of turncoats.
Classic Moist Critical move.
Beat the bad by being good. But there's no solving human
At least he
nature.
got off the fucking fence on that one to bust my ass, dude.
Evil. All you can do is control it.
He's been plotting.
This isn't working.
Yeah, he took Collargate way too far, dude. It's fucked up.
This was your father's gun. Kept it in his locker, fully loaded. 6 shots. He couldn't have predicted I'd use it to kill him. The first bullet grazed his shoulder. I hadn't adjusted to the adrenaline spike. The second hit his upper chest. The third burst his heart. He was lying on the floor, eyes full of fear, when I put the fourth through his face. Bit of a waste to put the fifth through that idiot's skull, but I wanted to make sure it worked after all these years. Your father was the last person to touch this bullet. And now, there's a 16.5% chance it touches you next. Your invisible girlfriend stole my astral pulse to give it to you. Where the fuck is it? Mega Man. Heroes are the past.
Oh, God
Bro.
damn it. Fucking generational aura loss. You couldn't get it off? I don't want to redo. I don't want to save scum that, but that's so bad. That's so fucking... Oh my God. I just spat on my own face. God.
This is why I hate luck. Runs out.
If I had it wide, I'd let you string me up like a fucking piñata. She didn't get the pulse.
You actually believe that? Show him. Invisibitch has the pulse. That I know.
Oh my... Water goat wouldn't miss. Take a second off. It's fucked up, dude.
What I don't know is why she didn't give it to you. She played you too.
Sexo, maybe?
Here I am thinking she's working with you, but she's fucking us both.
Maybe it's because I didn't
She didn't
sexo
take
her?
it for you. She She took it for herself. It's okay. She fooled me too.
Oh, hell yeah. Mommy's here. Oh my God. Look at her thighs, dude. So fucking strong.
The blonde blazer. I fired the bar.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did you just say holy moly, Anaphase? Don't fix it with Invisigal. You don't deserve her. Don't call her Invisibitch. You don't get to say holy moly when earlier I caught you in the chat saying you were going to unmod yourself because I didn't lean into the kiss with Invisigal. Now you're over here. Now you're over here enjoying the consequences of my decisions, it seems.
Tender, but I can still get you something to drink.
No, thank you.
Busted.
And to what do I owe the pleasure?
I'm here for him. In
Mommy
5 minutes,
saved
this
me.
bar will be surrounded by SDN agents, heroes, and whoever else you and your ring have pissed off recently, which happens to be every gang in Los Angeles. Now, if...
Bullshit.
Not disrespect one of the last true heroes.
Yeah, you deserve it.
Sorry about that. If they weren't shit, you wouldn't have cut them. You were saying...
I can see I'm outnumbered. That eventually I would fall. But by my read, I'm taking a lot of you with me. So all of you can leave now. Or half of you can die here.
Oh, shit.
Now that's a fucking superhero. Chills. Top notch. You made them nervous. Okay, we're out of here. Take your piss-soaked pants out the back, please. Don't want to tempt this tiger. Now's not our time, Blazer. But it's coming sooner than you think. Oh. And by my calculations, it was closer to 32%. But half sounds better.
Bro, he's trying to fuck my girl, dude. After I spat in my own face, I mean...
You saved me. Again.
Yeah. You should really sign up for this SDN service I keep hearing about.
Y'all really thought Invisigal had aura? Like enough aura? Look at Blonde Blazer. She just cleared out an entire room of the worst criminals in the fucking city with just the threat that she would kill half of them. That's aura. Bro fell for the Palantir Snow Bunny every time, dude. Every time.
Don't worry. I've got you. He really tenderized you. Are you sure he's right about Invisigal?
Yeah. I saw the footage.
What is her play? Why wouldn't she tell you if she has it? I don't understand what she would want it for unless she's trying to keep you out of the suit.
What matters is I trust her.
I think you're more optimistic than I am.
I'm not being a simp. I'm just a good mentor. Shut up.
You're probably right. Just need to sit here for like a few weeks, then I'll be right as rain.
Take your time.
Chat will remember that. Chat can't remember shit.
Pain's constant. It's easier to get used to. That goes for physical and emotional. Ow. Really is nice up here. Thank you. Don't remember if I've thanked you before, but...
About 50 times. You were muttering it the whole flight.
Then I take it back.
You should know I was going to take you to the actual Hollywood sign. Not as sturdy as you...
This guy with his dick out every time. Blonde Blazer, don't fight him. His penis is out.
Hey.
I don't like that.
You're not leaving me here again.
Yeah, what kind of fucking cool thing can I say? Get me to my terminal? Like, oh, let me unlock my true power as the chair hero. Yeah, uppies now. Uppies now. Take me to my chair so I can yell at people over the fucking phone. I need to be in my cubicle. God damn, I'm so fucking lame. Like, shit, dude. Give me the... Invisigal cooked me. Invisigal cooked my ass by not giving me the transponder or whatever the fuck it's called. UN 69 players refused to cut Invisigal from the team. 69, nice. 73% forgave Invisigal. Okay, I'm not the only sim. Only 22% of players leaned out of Invisigal's kiss. 29% chose beer. 54% glassed the bartender. UN 3% couldn't save Golem from himself. Wait, what? 80. What does that even mean? Oh my God, only 3% of players failed that game. That's an achievement in and of itself. UN 80% chose to go all out against the Red Ring. Your most, oh God, my most sent was Water Boy. You performed better than 30% of players in today's shift. Okay, that'll be all for today. That's another, I know I said I would do 2, but I'll do the next one tomorrow. Save it for tomorrow. Okay? We'll save the best for last. Or the last is the best. I don't fucking know. Anyway, I'm tired. But that was another day of HasanAbi gaming. No lies told. No lies told. I told you I was gonna game and I fucking game. Shut the fuck up. Anyway, love you guys.
All the chatter's trickling.
Even though you don't deserve me. And I will see you tomorrow. More gaming tomorrow.
Sunny Los Angeles, California, says
and we got the Game Awards tomorrow as well. I'll be watching that, obviously. Otherwise, chat will be very annoying. Anyway, peace, everybody. Bye-bye.
There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reviewing the P.O. box, Uncle Euger's face. Sudden discord agitprop, gray names take on race. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, and Anya out your door. The H3 Crowder debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, and plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot in DC. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reading live stream fail comments, Austin show chat advice. In all the ways the right-wing pipeline can suck you in online. JCS react lord, friend gets broken cover blown. A full-blown mass pandemic, months of streaming in your home. Total radicalization coming out to find. The system you were taught to trust in was broken the whole time.